Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep talks. Pep talks. Pep talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep talks. Pep talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Indeed. Welcome to the Monday edition of High on Politics. I'm your host, Pep. Nice to see you guys. Hope everyone had a good weekend. If you are new here, welcome, welcome. I appreciate you guys checking out the channel. If you guys haven't already, hit the like button. You know how when you file in here, it is always a kind thing to do to be nice and generous with that like button. And it's a much appreciated thing. So guys, just want to go through some stuff. Had a nice long weekend. Not in the fun way where you get that extra day off. It was a lot of learning. I kind of went through a little bit of what we did on Friday. I took my wife in for an appointment. She got her port put in for her chemotherapy. And yeah, today was day one. Now, through that, I learned some stuff. And I kind of want to go through some of the things that you just do not know about cancer and what you have to do when caring for somebody with it. I never thought about any of this stuff, but there's things that you have to prepare for. And it's as simple as, doing like deep cleansing. Obviously, you want to keep everything nice and sterile. And then there's the little bit that I did not know about. And this is weird because when my dad was going through chemo, they never really went through this with us. So I'm going to assume that it was because we never really went through anything where we were using my dad's bathroom. So there was that. And that's kind of what it is, where we really can't share like a bathroom anymore. Obviously, thing with saliva, anything like that, you cannot be, swap and spit as the youngians say, when they are in their coops at the lookout. Yeah, man, it's weird. I didn't even think about that. And that's a thing. Did you know that because of the chemo and stuff like that, it is something to definitely be aware of? I guess that it kind of makes the person's, for lack of a better term, secretions. God, I hate that word. Just when I thought moist was one of the worst words, it's like, nah, I think secretions is worse. But yeah, that's, you got to be, aware of this kind of stuff. But yeah, it was a learning curve, and then we know exactly what her regiment is. I'm gonna just keep some of the stuff under wraps here, but I did not know a lot about chemo, obviously, and yeah, this one's a little bit different than your average stuff. They were saying that this one isn't gonna have like the hair loss side effects, which is awesome, and then there's also some other side effects that come with this one specifically. So yeah. But you know what? With that being said, it's kind of nice at least having a plan, and like the anxiety is starting to kind of wane on my end. At least I know that I can speak for my wife a little bit, where she's calmed down a little today. There was definitely some anxiety there, which who wouldn't? I couldn't imagine. Like, and I'm sitting here watching it. It's just, I literally can't imagine. But yeah, it was kind of funny. She apparently made some friends. it was kind of cute where she came back and she's like, yeah, one of my buddies is, an older lady. So it was kind of funny, but hey, Sylvie, bah. Well, ain't that a way to start the chat? Bah, Mondays. Am I right? But yeah, that's where we're at. So, kind of wanted to go through that. It wasn't much. I know I made it sound a little bit more exciting, but yeah, I still didn't know about that though. I had no idea about like how the bathroom thing would even be a thing. I was just like, oh, right. That it makes a lot of sense when they talk to you about it. So, but yeah, I hope you guys had a good weekend. As I said, along with the learning, I was able to take a day for myself, which I haven't really been able to do, and that was nice. Sat down, played some Pokemon ZA, put in some hours. It was a good time, man. I have to say, I really needed that. My brother was like, why can't we just sit down and disagree with liberals? I was like, F no. Is Pokemon ZA good? Yes, it's very good. Yeah. Okay, so everybody that wants to bitch about the graphics and they're just like, well, Pal World, blah, blah, blah. It's not fun. Listen, I get the merits of Pal World. Also, it's fucking AI. Like, just the fact that Pokemon's not using generative AI to complete their projects, right there, I would give them all the money. I cannot stand anything that's using generative AI right now. It's so obvious too. I cannot stand the people that are just like, oh, it's making things a little bit better and easier. Fuck you. Sorry. Obviously, I have an opinion on some AI stuff, especially of late. But yeah, don't want to get too far off because yeah, Pokemon's great. But also this, oh man. Okay, so I can talk a little bit about the conversation I just had with my dad. Like, that was kind of crazy. We were talking, just about the stuff that is going on. ZA is a direct response to Pal World. Well, I'm glad that, okay, well, if it forced them into a little bit of innovation, I just don't like seeing the comparatives where it's just like, oh, look, the world's so 2D. It's like, it's a fucking cartoon game, number one. I'm not looking for immersive environments in a Pokemon game. I'm sorry. But also, just the gameplay has improved, so that's nice. Yeah. That's all I can really say on it. I had a great time. Put in a decent amount of hours. The story is great. Everything that... Any problems that I had with, like, previous Pokemon games, it seems that they really have addressed here. They are completely different games, in my opinion, so it's hard to compare. Well, unfortunately, I'm not the one comparing it. It's the fucking internet. So, if they want to play that game, if it's made it into the meme communities, I'm gonna assume that a lot of people are trying to do that shit. But then again, you know what? I know that I covered this a little bit last week. I deleted Facebook off my phone. I was a bad person, and I put it back on my phone because I was like, you know what? Nah, it really wasn't making that big of a difference. Oh, yeah, it was. It definitely was. Unfortunately, I caught myself going to X, and that was the problem. Like, I had to address just my brain where I'm like, no, you need to get comfortable with not having anything to scroll through. This is stupid. I'm so sick of it. Did I mention I'm in a mood, by the way? Like, because of everything kind of going on, I'm just in a little bit of a fuck everybody mode. I hope that doesn't come across too clear. Gen Z for Trump. Have fun, buddy. Have fun. I'm not even kidding. Have fun. I literally hope that you love what's going on because it's coming for you, and you're not going to have a good economy to land in. Your Bitcoin's going to fucking dry up, and you're going to learn just as quickly as every leftist has ever been telling you that capitalism is going to eat everybody that isn't a fucking billionaire. So good luck. Have fun. Seriously. If you're not a bot with a name like that, you're probably a fucking bot. You know what? Prove you're not a bot. Let's see. What's your favorite Pokemon? Although you're saying you're Gen Z, so that might be Gen Z bot already. Capitalism is the Ouroboros. Yeah. especially unfettered capitalism. We're at, when they say end stage capitalism, that's what this is, because this is the collapse of the empire. We're done. America's cooked, dude. I don't watch Pokemon. I watch basketball and baseball mostly. All right. Favorite Cubs player from 2016. Since you watch that much baseball, you must know. The updates have come out, like, officially. Basically, every metric is doing bad under him except for gas, but that was already on the downward trend. Yeah. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird how we keep doing this thing where during Obama's years, we learned how OPEC works and just how this little conglomeration works, and it doesn't really affect our politics, and our politics don't necessarily affect it in any major way. There are, like, disruptions to, like, the market or, like, oil fields. Yeah, that would definitely do it. Russia, cutting off Russia lines, that kind of shit. But realistically, the president doesn't set the fucking gas prices, and I'm so tired of this. I was tired of seeing the fucking I did that stickers. I was tired of seeing the Joe Biden fucking I did that stickers. I don't care. I fucking hate when people do this shit where they're just like, the gas prices are low. That must mean economy be good. That was on purpose. Trump and even Biden, the Democrats, all of these assholes, they want you to look at the gas price and associate that with the fucking economy so they don't have to do any of the hard work. Did I not say I'm in a mood? I hate the Cubs. They're the Cardinals' biggest rival. Okay. Well, who was the most respectable player on 2016? Come on, you asshole. I thought you liked baseball. I thought anybody who watches sports could look at any team, regardless of if they hate them, and go, yeah, you know what? I may hate this team, but that guy was pretty good. Like, I hated the Detroit Red Wings, specifically during the Stanley Cup era. Nick Lindros was a fucking great player who I can admit was a fucking great player. Your turn. Ooh, did I not? Yeah, I really undersold how spicy I am today. Ooh. North Carolina fan? What? Like the college basketball team? Yeah, sure, for Michael Jordan. That's about it. I don't follow any of that crap like past that, but seriously. Gen Z for Trump, have fun. I don't care anymore. Don't be surprised when you pushed the libs to the point of, dude, you're not going to have fun trolling, because now we're all just like, all right, have fun living through this. Since you guys don't want to recognize objective reality around you, or you happen to have it a little bit better than your average person, and that reflects in your politics, and that's all you care about, showing just how much of a selfish dickhead you are, because that's where most of you people exist, is selfish dickheads and just selfish. I don't want to use the B term. What's a good what's a good term for cunt faces? There we go. Trump's economy is better. Gas is still down from 2.54 per gallon, still dropping, and that's it. Inflation is back up to 3%. Every fucking thing that you want to buy is more expensive. Energy bills have increased. Insurance premiums are about to double for most people. So explain to me, fuckface, how you're going to benefit from this. Let me guess. Crypto. You invested in crypto, or you did X and Y and whatever. Explain to me how you're going to do better in the Trump economy. Because apparently your Trump economy is literally what I just said. But I think you're a fucking bot. I don't think you're a real person. This, like, who the fuck willingly types out a name like that? Yeah, you're a fucking bot. Goodbye. Just understand that this is at least Pep cares more than you think. He's trying to teach you. I really am, but I'm also over it. I have a wife with cancer. My mom fucking died this year. My dog is dead. I've had it. I've had it with, like, everything personal going on in my life has finally made me realize that all of the time that I have invested in these selfish dick bags is just, it doesn't matter. Like, if they don't want to change their minds, then leave. Fucking A. Why are you coming on a small stream to fucking try and troll me? Get a life. Fucking Also, 420. Let's smoke. Pep might need it. Dust my hallway. I just blew up and I was just like, that was a cobweb. What's up, Bloodstone? I'm in spicy pet mood. I'm in absolutely no shape to deal with bullshit from some bot-ass douchebag coming in here saying, I'm Gen Z Trump. It makes sense that you would be a bot because most of this Trump support online is bots. Imagine we got rid of every Republican bot that follows all these accounts, that follows all these YouTubers, that makes it all just so fake. It's all fake engagement. Yeah, you just got done explaining how about gas, and then they say gas is down, and their reason had to be rage bait or a troll. Cat Paffett, hi Pep, can you please link your GoFundMe? Yes, I can. Hey, thank you, I appreciate that. Hey, by the way, if YouTube's still doing this weird thing with the names. I don't know what the hell is going on with it. I tried to update all my stuff and it's still doing it. So if you don't want me calling out your name and you just want me to call you by your normal name, especially if you're a regular here, just type out who you are and I'll go back to that. Yeah, here, GoFundMe. Right. Where the hell did I put it? Oh, right. I didn't put it anywhere. Should put the link in here. Also, shout out Rectangles. She hasn't been able to be here for a minute. I don't know where I'd be without her. Seriously. With this whole thing going on, she has helped out immensely. She's helped out with the Discord, setting up the GoFundMe there, and just overall been an awesome mod. So I just got to say, you know what? Even if you watch this on a VOD, thank you. I just got here. What can I blindly be pissed about? Oh, blindly be pissed about the douche canoe troll that tried to convince me that, you know, Trump's Gen Z support is freaking high. Just in general, like anybody that is not prepared for what's coming in the economy and then not prepared, you know, a douche canoe, not just a canoe, douche canoe. Yeah, GB 102702. I am not a robot, even though I'm not smart. Dude, wait a minute. Was somebody really that cheap that they couldn't even get a bot like thing to generate convincing names? That's kind of funny. Albert Einstein said that time is relative. I think he meant what he meant was time with those we are related to is time well spent. Rugapose, what up? I like that. I will say this: cherish every your dogs. Oh, by the way, it's Day of the Dead for for animals that you have lost. So yeah, if you know what? There she is. That's my pupper right there. Well, you didn't ban him and he went away. I think he was real. Oh, was he? Wow. Also doesn't like engagement, apparently. What? I thought you want to engage, dude. I didn't ban you. Where's the engagement, bro? Come on, bro. Where are you guys hitting me with some of these, these factoids for, some Gen Z supporting Trump and how awesome things are? They don't have it. I was just about to say before that guy got me sidetracked that I had a conversation with my dad about politics, which we don't do often. And it was weird because of what I do. And I think he may have caught an episode or two. He kind of started figuring out that I might know what I'm talking about with this kind of stuff. And You know, it's kind of weird how his media diet or just the people around him convinced him that I was some sort of commie. And then I explained exactly what I believe. I explained democratic socialism to him, and he just stopped. And I was like, yeah, am I asking for too much? And then I just also laid it out there. I was just like, yeah, social justice warrior. How's that a bad thing? And he was like, well, it's like being a keyboard warrior. I'm like, no. Social justice warrior. The name itself. How in the fuck are you going to consciously hear those words together and go, yeah, that's bad? It's insane. It's insane how they've weaponized empathy. Do you have any pics of your pets? Yeah, here. I got this one. Look at this. Oh my god, she's heavy. Yeah, she was a yellow. This is literally the exact color of her. Yeah, her final paw print. Yeah, I was gonna light a candle, but I gotta be honest, I forgot. I lit a candle down here not too long ago, forgot about it, and I'm lucky that I didn't have a bad situation. So, woke up like halfway through the night. I'm like, oh, ran down here. I was just like, oh, that thing's still burning. Yeah. Left didn't do a good job explaining why things matter at first. Now I understand it though. Well, I'm hoping that I've contributed to your understanding, because honestly, I could use a little boost in, I guess my confidence. Fuck it, because everyone, dude, I know that I do this a lot where I know I'm a goofy goober, and I mean it. I'm legitimate. Like I don't take myself very seriously. But I also kind of lose where it's like, no, sometimes I do have, like, I don't know, something to say that might resonate with people, but I don't know. I've been so used to shooting for yucks that I'd rather get the laugh than, somebody trying to change their mind. Change my mind. It's all it is now. God, you know how many assholes I had come on my man, I'm really letting the swears fly today. But do you know how many people I had come onto my channel? And I don't know what happened, but my Andrew Wilson video took off just this weekend. Great, because it was all a bunch of these comments just because I did get a little bit of a title. All right, so I'll walk this back just a little bit because I did maybe bring it upon myself. I literally titled it John Fugel saying crucifies Andrew Wilson, which I could see how that might piss off a few people, but yeah, man, a lot of people coming in, they're just like, he totally crushed him. I'm like, no, that's just, I've been using this term a lot because, again, it's fact-based. Objectively, that's just untrue. Like John Fugel saying brought up some actual points from the Bible, and everything that Andrew was doing was just a bunch of, oh yeah, well then how's that Christian nationalism? Like, not actually answering for the things, that Jesus was calling for. Like, I can't stand Christians that need to use their hatred and their misunderstandings of everything and then weaponize their Christianity. Speaking of weapons, watched Weapons this yesterday. It was good. It's a really good movie. Creepy as fuck, and the ending I was not prepared for, so I'll just say that much. My wife at one point was just like, that's a bit much. Albert Einstein also said that we can summon the presence of our loved ones by holding them in our thoughts, like tuning a radio into the frequency. Well, then Einstein was based. I maybe knew this. Like, I used to, I don't know. I never wanted to be Einstein, but I was always fascinated by the dude. I mean, a lot of people just ignore that he kind of married his cousin. Was it his cousin or his sister? Wait a minute. I think it was his cousin, though. I don't want to do Einstein slander. Either way. He was also blind? Was he blind? No. I don't think he was blind. Wait. Don't prey on my gullibility. No, he was not blind. He famously said blind obedience to authority is the greatest enemy of the truth. Oh my God, Weapons was great. I made a comment in the majority report. So if you guys haven't seen Weapons, this won't really ruin anything. It'll just be very out of, like, you'll be like, without the context, you'll be confused. I'll just say that much. But man, I wanted to tie some hair around a twig and just go on Pete Hegseth. Again, if you get it, you get it. And then you drop it into a bowl. Oh, man. Wouldn't that be a bitch? You use Donald Trump's hair and it turns out to be like so fake that it's just like nothing happens. They just stand there. Wait a minute. You know what? Ain't that a bitch? You'll have to use my eyebrow hair. Which, can we address how nobody makes fun of his eyebrows? His eyebrows are fucking wild, dude. Seriously, have you actually looked at Donald Trump's eyebrows? They're like... He looks like a fucking Final Fantasy villain. But anyway. That's cool, though. I like that thought about the tuning in like a radio. Because, listen... I've been going through it. Like, this is probably why I am so angry, and it's coming out, and I'm not going to hide it. I have the benefit of doing a show where I don't have to. Don't you just love that? I love this. I love that I can just be me here. I'm glad that I don't have to worry about a program director. I'm also glad that, like, I'm not trying to fit a mold. I don't give a shit. I really don't. You either like me or you don't. So, if you guys like me, you know what to do, though. Hit that like button. Push it in the algorithm. Also, yeah, I listed the GoFundMe in chat earlier. I'll be listening it throughout the day, and there's also you guys can directly contribute to the stream through my Streamlabs link. That one directly supports me, and also you guys can help support through YouTube. That also helps. I know a lot of people like to focus on like the how much I make versus YouTube and all that, but I have to be real here. It kind of like it helps. Like, I essentially see it as like a little fee to push me in the algorithm, which fine. If this is the fucking game, fine. What up, Etch? What up, Pinkerbell? Oh, Etch, you just missed a good old spicy Pep. And honestly, thanks, Pep. Wishing you guys the best. Fuck cancer forever. Fuck. I think I was right. Yeah. No, cancer's fucked. Watching somebody that you love go through this it's a lot. Any minute, guys. The weird part is I knew this was going to come at some point. Like, I knew like how I was hoping, and this is maybe selfish of me, I don't know. I was hoping that it would happen yesterday, it started to, like, when I start processing this, it really hits, and fucking yeah. I just don't believe Bible God is real, if Christian God. Listen, I said this to my dad, and I think that I've been fully open about this, but my brother he's a theologian. Like, he's got a doctorate in theology, which, good, or he's going for his doctorate. He has a master's in theology. Sorry. He always corrects me on that. He's going for his PhD. Which, whatever. But even through that, I still, man, do I throw some zingers at him where he doesn't know how to respond because he's so faith-based, where he realizes that it's just like, oh, I can't really argue this, especially with me, because it's like, hey, man, I came from this. And he went in late. So, I understand. I watched my little bro go through it. We were here for you. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I really do appreciate all the support and, like, just even being here, guys. And, you know, I appreciate any of you guys that can stomach listening to me, like, through this, because I get it. I can understand where somebody coming onto this channel expecting some, you know, high on politics, or just even the, you know, jovial bullshit that I usually cover. some of this, yeah, you know, I do worry a little. Sometimes I get too personal, but yeah. Arguing with my brother specifically about, you know, a just God, number one. Oh boy, could you not get me on that one? Because I was just like, so what about, you know, my mom, who, good Christian woman, loved her some Jesus. Yeah, why'd she get got the way she did? And you know what? That is a little bit of me just asking that in the open. Yeah. This is what I come for, Pep, the real feelings. Oh, well. I should put a disclaimer where it's just like, warning, real feelings might make you uncomfortable. That would actually kind of weed out some of the, you know, stuff that I don't want here. Because I don't know, man. I don't mind people that come here for superficial intentions, especially if it's like they just want to kind of troll and chat or whatever. Because that's where I was kind of coming at it with the whole, yeah, you know what? Sometimes I think that the emotional stuff probably makes them uncomfortable. But I've had kind of an emotional year, guys. Ask them to define justice. Step 2, stonks. I don't like the performative nature of the internet. That's why I have a hard time with breaking out with my channel. Because technically, I'll just lay it out there, guys. What I'm supposed to do, per like the advice that I've been given, is I'm supposed to clip up my live streams, which you do realize that most of the bigger channels that you watch, they have editors, right? I can't do that, and I can't afford to do that. And I also feel uncomfortable taking on free labor from anybody. Like, that legitimately it bothers me. Unless like you have a really good explanation of, or like you can kind of, you know, do some mental gymnastics, like, and outperform me, and then just go, okay, you get the gold medal. Then yeah. But wait, do not go quietly into the darkness of the night. Rage. Oh yeah, rage against the dying of the light. Rage. One of my favorite bands, Five Iron Frenzy, Reese Roper has had a like a side project, Brave Saint Saturn. He opens the album with that. Very cool. Anyway. What was I saying? Oh, I was talking about my brother and faith and just all this kind of stuff. I'll say this much for like the faith thing. I did have a moment with my pops where I just laid into him, where I'm like, I can't do that, dude. Oh, and this is where I got my brother. Where I just told him, I'm like, dude, you do realize that if Jesus and like all that shit's real, I'm going to heaven. He's like, but you don't believe. I'm like, that's not what it says. It's not what it says. And you know that little fucking thing that you guys like to do where he's just like, you must believe. 2 Corinthians. You know, I keep bringing that book up. Well, there's this whole little loophole. You know? Just like you guys like to use the loophole. I got a loophole too. He literally says that anybody who is living the example of Christ but does not believe is welcome into the kingdom of heaven. It's the shitheads that use his name in vain, which is not, oh my God, and God damn it. It is literally using the name of Christ to justify your fucking hatred of others and weaponize it. That is it's literally the antithesis of everything that Christ was about, and it's also everything that Trumpism is about. It's everything that MAGA American Christianity is literally steeped in hate, in weaponizing Christianity to justify your hatred. Tough saying that out loud. Sounds a bit iffy. Like similar to that tends to happen when you talk about defending light or defeating darkness. Hey, thanks for spamming the hearts there. I appreciate that. I do see that on my side. So if you guys ever want to just give me some love for some stuff I'm spewing, yeah, just know that it does not go left unnoticed. If you follow Christ's teachings, you should be good, not the word of the Bible, but the teachings of Christ himself. That's literally, yeah, it was weird because I learned about Thomas Jefferson's like take on Christ later, after I started interpreting it my own, my own way. Don't forget to start wars and scam people on millions of dollars. Yep. Don't forget. Oh, I bit my tongue. Ow. We should just all take the mask off. If you guys hate me, just tell me, Elaney, what are you talking about? Are you quoting or are you talking about yourself? I don't hate you. You say you're Gen Z. I don't hate Gen Z. I know that you mentioned you were MAGA, but I don't hate you. And just saying in general. No. What? I don't think anybody... Listen, I didn't see anybody hating on you, and I'm not hating on you. I'm sorry. Are you religious? Is that what's going on? Yeah, I can see that, but I'm definitely talking about the divine spark that powers everything from the people to the planet. I'm not MAGA. No, I know you're not MAGA. I'm not religious either. Okay, so what's the problem? What am I saying that you would think that I don't like you? Elaney, we vibe. You're cool. Oh, I did think that was pretty funny where you I'm sorry if I made too much light of that, where you showed that illustration of the cages in your brain. Immediately I thought of Mario, and that I posted that meme where it's just no, I did think that immediately of the little blue nihilistic star, just the only thing that can save us is the sweet release of death. Yay! Which, again, wild that was in a Mario movie. Gotta just say. Lucan27, how's it going? Welcome to the show. You are a first-time chatter. How you doing, Lucan? Welcome to the show. Hope you enjoy. Also, what you about? What you like? Oh, hey, Jehu. What up? Good to know that you're here. I'm doing all right, thanks. Oh, cool. I always like a nice little what's today's topic? Oh, I'm getting a little personal right now. I usually start my show by talking about my own little personal business and stuff that's going on in my life, and I got a lot going on, man. My wife she is currently receiving chemotherapy. I was talking about my dog. Just put my dog down, not even 2 weeks ago. About that. And then kind of grieving my mom, but yeah. I was getting a little personal there, and also talking about just the whole way that some people use God, where they're just oh yeah, God is great, blah blah blah. Oh man, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope it works out well for her. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. All the positivity in the world is I'll take it. She's literally receiving chemo right now as we speak. She's got a I'll say this. So she wears one of those cross body bags, right? As her normal little purse. And she got me one, but I've worn it once. It is convenient though. Jeez, Stan's going at it. But I just saw her in the kitchen, and she's I'm take your bag off? She's like, this is my port. I was like, oh shit! It looks just like a crossbody bag. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. I didn't know that they had things like that. So I was just like, oh geez. Yeah. So, but today's topics, once I get to the politics, so since you're new here, I'll explain the format of the show. They caught the cancer early, right? Yes. Ish. It's a very inconveniently placed tumor, let's say that much. So the goal is to shrink it and then go for surgery. But I have been very open. It's a rectal tumor. It's a colorectal, and yeah. It sucks. It's the tumor itself is sitting right on the nerve cluster in her pelvis. So she is in so much pain when the meds wear off. So it's hard to watch, guys. But like I said, she is in chat occasionally. So if you see her here or just want to spam unicorns and hearts, she will appreciate that, right? Yeah. Yeah, so prognosis is good, though. Prognosis is good. Her doctors have a good feeling about this. So, yeah, we're in it, man. We're in it. Sending love to you and yours. Thank you. I really appreciate that. But yeah, Lucan, the format of the show real quick for you, since you are new here. Usually first hour, I like to just kind of hang, like the vibe. Most of the time, it's just kind of goofy stuff. But yeah, today's a little heavier because I did have a heavy weekend. And then after that, we go into a little bit of news and politics. I'm a Democratic socialist who I'm not your average streamer. I'm willing to hear you out, especially if you're not a dick. I'll match energy though. If anybody tries to troll me, I'll match that. I'll also engage. I'm not super ban happy. But yeah, that's the whole thing. I like DSA now. Good. I'm glad. Hey. I'm happy that you like DSA. I'm open to all ideas. I like an open-minded fella. Well, I like an open-minded person, but you're an open-minded fella. That was lame. Who cares? Wishing her wellness. May all the healing begin from... Yes. Hey, thank you. I appreciate that. Sounds like a good format. Oh, thank you. I think it works for me. Like I was kind of saying, there is so much disingenuous shit. This is, I was kind of going into the personal shit about that too. So yeah, I have run into like a bit of an impasse where I know why my channel's not growing. Like it's growing, steadily, which I'm fine with. Like, honestly, guys, I hate when everybody starts doing it. Like they start placing their whole expectations of my channel and me. Like, dude, the fact that I'm even speaking to as many people as I am live right now is crazy to me. And I have to go back to that. Fuck. I'm on this space. I'm working with some people that before I used to watch their shows. Like, that's crazy. But yeah, so I had to explain to me where they're just like, yeah, you should really clip out the highlights of your show. It's about pushing shorts, and if you do the what is it, vertical? Oh my god, I'm turning into a boomer. But yeah, you gotta do vertical streams because they'll get. It's just so much of that shit where I'm like, you know what? Screw it. I'm gonna just continue doing what I'm doing. I enjoy what I do. Seeing you play Pokemon ZA once a month would be crazy. I will do that. No, I'm not even kidding. I'll do that. I might even end the... you know what? Maybe I'll toy with ending the show with it, but... Yeah, no, I should actually end the week playing a little bit of a video game. But Lucan, welcome to the channel. If you haven't already, hit the follow button over on Twitch here. And, yeah, welcome to the community. Now, if you do have disagreements, let me know. Seriously, like I said, man, I like engaging with people that don't always agree. That's why I hate the state of the political discourse that we live in. Because it's like everybody watched Destiny and all these fucking debate bro assholes. Man, and they just were like, yeah, that's how I have to be. I always have to be right, make my points, not learn anything. What up, Hermit? How you doing? There's someone I used to watch that when listening to rap or music with the N-word, she replaced the N-word with my fellas. I'm gonna go ride with my fellas. I shed blood for my fellas. Let me hear about my fellas. Oh, I love it. Okay, that one's sticking. We're the same on that. I tried listening and understanding. We don't always have to agree. Yeah. No, I do have, like, I'm starting to become, and I will admit, it's not like the online shit doing this. It is just genuinely, somebody that just like agrees with everything Trump's doing, I have a hard time engaging with that, where it's just like, come on. It's like really? We're just going to ignore all the reality around us? I'm going to be showing some videos to start off the news portion about what's going on in Chicago, specifically. So they went to it's like an industrial suburb that has mostly lower income housing, called Addison. They were in Addison and they were doing some fucked up shit. With it, like, they had people just walking their dogs and just living their lives, and they're deploying tear gas because they got people walking up on them. Yeah, 100% agree is disingenuous. Hey, cool. We already get along. Because, yeah, I've always found that where if you cannot criticize your side, or you can't criticize the people in power, like in the, power structure of your side, then you automatically have an issue. You're in a good place then, because we here love to have good discourse. Yes, we do. No, for real. That's what Pep Talks is about. Or, as my misprinted coffee mug, Pep Talka. Which, not bad. That's awesome. That's why I kind of kept it. I was like, yeah, you know what? My sister, she's like, you can throw that on. I'm like, why would I? Like, I even said, I'm like, at some point I could just like paint a little, just like, just a little asterisk and just like, nope. Yes. But yeah, maybe if the government stopped wasting money on $200 million ballrooms, then we wouldn't need Doge. Wouldn't need Doge. It's still a cup. Yeah, it's a nice cup. It's actually, yeah, it's a quality coffee cup. This is one of the ones that you can tell, like, most of like the channels that if you buy a coffee cup, you should probably change the name of your channel to Pep Talk. Nice mug. Let's go. Going back to the nihilistic star. Again, how is that in a Mario movie? And, like, it's getting dipped into lava and it's just like, yeah, wee. And kids are just like, yay, so funny. If I had kids, I would legit, if they were laughing at that part, I'd be like, oh, uh-oh, we got a problem. They think the wrong things are funny. Oh, great. Although, dude, I do have a niece like that. She's hilarious, but oh boy. She likes, I saw this at a very young age where we were watching some videos of people slipping on ice. She likes to relish in the displeasure of others, specifically when it happens physically. So, if somebody falls down, my niece is there to laugh. But really, realistically, who isn't? Like, a good fall, like, you could feel bad for the person, but you gotta get a laugh out. The Pep Talk mug should be only for Pep because he is the Pep. Oh, hey, I actually like that. You know what? Yeah. All his viewers should get regular Pep Talk mugs. Yeah, you should. Hey, well, hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on. No, not yet. Let me do my internet store. Oh my God, I'm old. Let me get my merch set up, because we do, I'm not doing like any giant merch stuff. It's going to be very, very limited. We're not doing like a lot of the mass produced shit either. We found what is it called? Like a broker. That's going to help us with that. By the way, it's going to be like nice quality sweaters too. Sweaters, and I'm going to do a limited drop of sweaters and because I'm a hoodie guy. I love hoodies, obviously. And then we got a few t-shirts. I'm going to do baseball tees. I hope you guys like baseball tees. It's kind of funny because when I did the design, I was like, I'm designing this for me because I would wear this. It's one of the supplier. Thank you, Lucan. My supplier. It's not the one that everybody else uses too. So I think that we got a good one. We made sure that they weren't on any of those, ban lists or anything like that. Kool-Aid Man spent $200 million on a ballroom to distract from the 20. Oh yeah, the 20. What was it? 2 billion? Or was it 20 bill? Was it 20 bill? Oh my God. Whatever. Yeah, giving it to Venezuela so they can maintain their fucking free health care. Whatever. But, you know, illegals. Like, dude, I'm tired. Like, obviously, I got my own stuff going on, but politically, I'm kind of beat. Whatever. Life will get easier when we can kind of ignore and we should be doing this. We should be ignoring a lot of news stories where Trump is just trying to rile you up. Like his 2028 stuff. We can take him seriously at his word, but you don't have to give him the reaction that he wants every single time. You do realize that he pulls that when he feels like he's not getting enough news coverage, right? He's such a little bitch that when he's watching TV, if there isn't enough Trump, I start feeling like a sad little boy. I start pooping in my diaper, and then all of a sudden, you know, Pete Hegseth or little JD Vance, they'll come in and they'll just be like, "Hey, what's up? What's up, buddy? Are you sad? Are you a sad little buddy?" And I'll be like, "I'm a sad little buddy. They're not saying my name enough on television. Get them to say my name." And then people like Steve Bannon, well, he's going for his third term, 2028. And he's just like, yep, I'm gonna tweet that now. 2028, Trump, I could technically become the vice president, and then I could become the president. Isn't that crazy? Like, he's already looking for loopholes. But yeah, that's whatever. If only Javier read the contract, he agreed to pay it in Trump dump coins. It looks like he has been hypnotized by Zionists for real. That's an interesting take. Also, what up, Holden? Again, if you guys have another name that I know you by, and for some reason I don't know what is going on with YouTube, but YouTube changed all the usernames to your @handles, so yeah, just also gives you the opportunity to change your @handle if you need to, because we had one situation where I was like, hey man, do you want your full name out there? And he was just like, oh. But yeah, it kind of does. I mean, listen, the fact that he's doing everything to get the fucking apocalypse a-rolling. Also, can we just say everybody keeps talking about civil war. You do realize that they're building the bunkers because there's this giant food shortage and water shortage that's about to happen, and they're exasperating it by creating these AI data centers that take up so much goddamn water from us, because again, they need fresh water for your computers. Like, fucking A, make a cooling unit that uses salt water, dipshits. It's not like you need the fucking purity. God damn, use seawater. Seriously, that is an endless resource, but these assholes are out here going like, nope, Middle America power plant. Woo-hoo! God, I was just watching the climate change episode of South Park before I came down here. my wife is on a South Park kick right now because we found the 24-hour South Park channel, which I made the joke where I'm like, so just Comedy Central. That's what it became at the end there. It was Comedy Central, and then occasionally they would play The Daily Show. So, yeah, she's watching that 24-hour South Park channel. Which, you know what? Worst things to be watching. Put data centers in the effing sea floor. Whatever. I don't care where they put them. Like, you can put them near the sea, on the sea, above the sea. Don't care. Just use the fucking seawater. Don't use our fresh water. Stop taking our water supply. I have all South Park on a hard drive. Nice. Google putting 2 servers here in New Zealand. In the sea cooled by the waves. See, now, I'm okay. Weirdly enough, if they're going to do this data center bullshit, that's fine. That's okay. As long as they're not taking your actual drinking source, like the water that you live off of, yeah, that's good. Fresh water. Like, do not take the fresh water, but they are in Middle America sucking up fresh water, leaving reservoirs dry. Like, do you understand how fucking insane that is? And we're just sitting here letting it happen. And again, we don't have any reporting worth a damn because it's all regime media. So they're focusing on every, little pee-pee poo-poo that the fucking, orange Cheeto makes. And meanwhile, we're just ignoring the blatant shit that's cascading towards us. This isn't a conspiracy theory, folks. This is 100% just reading the room. You don't have billionaires building bunkers if they think everything's great and if they don't expect a fucking retaliation. Trust me. And everybody's like, it's going to be for when he declares martial law. Yeah, he's probably going to do that, but it's also going to be when people also wake up and they realize they're like, wait a minute. What do you mean? Like, because it's going to happen quickly, too. You do realize that, right? It's just going to take a few, just a few events, maybe a big, wildfire of some kind, or it's going to just be something simple like that, where it's going to ruin a shit ton of crops. We're not going to have a lot, and then we're not going to have water. Yeah, I don't know, guys. I'm not trying to doom her here, but for real, like, this is the stuff that nobody wants to talk about. People, did they change the chat setting to default to handles? You already checked that? I'd assume you did. Yeah, no, I did. No, I did my part on this one. All my settings are, like, I even tried to, like, private, like, some of the chat, but... No, that wouldn't have the opposite effect where it's just like, we're going to show your full name. The power to run servers is massive, 2% of national power grid. Yeah, and people wonder why their energy bills are spiking. Mine has. I said I didn't live near a data center. Well, fuck me. I was wrong. I have a data center 40 minutes away from me. Oh, man, I made a pretty big whopper in chat today where I was just like, oh, yeah. I said Irving Park was a suburb, and I'm like, okay, no. Irving Park Road goes to the suburbs. Irving Park, yeah, itself is legitimately, like, almost dead center of the city. I was like, oh, yeah, my bad. I don't go there a lot. Always check just in case. Never know what people remember to do. I hope that... Yeah, YouTube's being weird. It is being weird, and I don't like it. I don't like how it's doing this. Hey, we're in the first hour. Oh, also, for my new viewers, my first hour is, I keep it... unmonetized, so you guys get it free of commercials for the first hour there. But I am sorry. We are at that point where, yes, now monetization is on. Ugh. Also, hey, thank you. Pep Talks Pod. That's not me. That is definitely not me. This is me. Pep Talks Pod is the other guy. You know what? I have had enough mix-ups with his channel just trying to, like, get links for my own shit that I'm pretty familiar with him. I should just hit him up and just be like, hey, dude, you want to come on my show? You're a Pep Talks. I'm a Pep Talks. Wouldn't you like to be a Pep Talks too? Hey. Hey, Kens. How you doing? Kenzie. I don't know. Should I call you Kens or Kenzie? I like calling you Kens. Because I get it. Kenzie Page. But, yeah. Oh, yeah. Right. I just had a total brain fart there. And I mean, like, total brain fart. I was doing links and I'm like, I also forgot what I was talking about. I'm a troubleshooter of sorts, so I can always ask the first basic questions. Either works. A lot of people just call me Kenzie instead of Kenzie. Oh, okay. Oh, Kens. Okay. Yeah, no, I'm gonna stick with Ken's. I like that. All right. Anyway, we're gonna get to the news here. Because, yeah, you know that the economy's doing great when Amazon's going to cut 30,000 corporate jobs. You know, yeah, nothing to see here about the inflation data. Nothing. Paramount to cut 1,000 jobs. So already we got 31,000 people that are going to be on the unemployment line. But you know what? That's not gonna show up. Trump's gonna literally say like how great the jobs market is, how great and booming the economy is, because you know what? Everything that I say is gold. I'm not King Midas. Just don't watch the Midas touch because I don't like those guys. Did I fix the seahorse emoji? Imagine how much water was used by the people trying to use it. Wait, did AI fix the seahorse emoji spirals? I don't know what you're talking about. Or like they destroyed the season's search of seahorse emojis. Is this real? Like, this is the thing. We live in 2025, so where it's like you say something like, we killed, you know, an entire ocean population to just get seahorse emotes, then it's just like, you know what seahorses didn't have to show their disdain for such things? Arms. Seahorses don't have arms. Oh, basically, if you ask AI. Oh, God. Yeah, we really live in a fucking just dystopian. I said I was getting into politics, but I gotta finish this. So, in my conversation with my pops today, I did have a moment where I said it, man. I'm like, I feel like, and this goes for me personally. I don't know. Obviously, everybody has stuff going on, and I'm not trying to make it like, oh, woe is me. I am just gonna say this though. I do feel like I'm in my own personal hell. With everything going on, in my life, it is like my own personal hell that is only like the sprinkle, or like the first layer would be like the shit that's going on with like the country and just how everything sucks. Well, actually, no, that'd be layer 2. Layer 1, hobbies, actually. My hobbies suck now. Being a comic collector now sucks. It really does. Because now, my comic shop, the comic shop I used to frequent closed. The new one, you know what? He's a lazy SOB. He thinks he like sold me this whole thing where he's like, your subscription will be, you have to log in every month, choose which books you want, go to checkout, and it'll be here waiting for you. I'm like, so I have to do online shopping to make sure that I get exclusives, that there's no guarantee that I get. Oh, by the way, there's also no pictures of the cover, so it's just listing cover A through D with whatever artist. So it's bullshit where he's just like, yeah, you get to pick your cover. Fuck you. Fuck you, you're lazy. You don't want to do a poll. Like, it's that simple. You don't want to put in the work anymore for the paying customer base. So I get it. This is honestly why comic shops are dying, is from shit like that. Like, and I also get where some of these guys are aging out, and it sucks. So that kind of took a hit for me, where I'm just like, okay, I'm going to go and just get the few books that I can keep up with, but it sucks. Seahorse. Right, Tinkerbell? I like how we all have like a little bit of a inside joke. Oh, question mark? Yeah. It's like, I already said they don't have arms. They don't have arms to contest this AI thing. But yeah, and then cards. Like, so comics suck, and then cards. Collecting like cards, and not just Pokemon, like just, it sucks. Because these sneaker assholes just, they got into the speculative hobby and selling this bullshit. They did it with Funko Pops, and then they moved on to cards. I hate these assholes. And excuse my using Guido as a fucking derogatory term, but yeah, these Guido fuckers, because they always are, man. Like, they always, you can always spot them where it's just like they're wearing fucking Prada. Which also, ew. What is with these dudes that think that like going out in a matching sweatsuit? Like I saw a dude who like obviously, you know, I work out, I go to the gym 4 times a day. Wearing gold chains, a fucking like he looked like wearing the print off of like a Louis Vuitton bag or whatever the fuck, but he was wearing matching shorts. All right. That is an astounding like just amount of self-awareness to go out and do that. And also just like, oh man, I want to roast him, but a big strong man, you want to say that to my face? It's like, yes I do actually. But yes, it's always those assholes with their crossbody bags, you know, waiting in all these, like every time. I've only done this one twice. I almost lied to y'all. I did it twice. So there was a Charizard set. And I know, lame, whatever. Damn near 40-year-old man waiting for a Charizard set, but Charizard's my boy. You get called Charizard in high school and, you know, deal with that shit and Charming. That's actually funny enough. Something that me and Charlie Kirk probably shared was people making fun of our names. Not the crossbody bag. Oh yeah, it's always like the gaudy one too. It's never just a black one. Which I always make the joke where it's just, I want to just go full Macho Man and just be like, yeah, gonna wear a fanny pack off the fanny. That's a bastardization of the fanny pack. Wear it on the fanny, yeah. Be like Macho Man in here. Is the OG cool Pokemon? Yeah, he is. Fuck yeah, he is. That's my boy. But yeah, I went and waited in line at a GameStop for this Charizard set. It sold out. I ran into a friend there that he was waiting with his kid to pick up some Final Fantasy cards too that were dropping that day, and he picked up the last set. I was just like, oh, and he got 2. Yeah, it was cool. Like I didn't assume anything, and I walk out and he's just like, hey man, you just want to, you know, buy this for me? And he didn't charge me a markup or anything. I was like, oh, cool. But yeah, because I waited in that line, I also got the Team Rocket Mewtwo set, which I wanted that. I like the original 151 Charizard. Yeah, I get it. Dave, that one was used. Or just like the way that I had this dickhead that would always come, Charmander. All right, I get it. And then like, there's a part of me that was just like, all right, that it's cool, but you're making fun of me and making the fact that it's like, oh, you like Pokemon, so Charmander. I fucking get it. You know what they need to do? Make a Pepper Pokemon. They haven't done that yet. Anyway, no, it's fine. It's a compulsion. Yeah, don't worry about it. But yeah, and then the second time that I did that was oh no, I didn't even have to wait in line. It was luck actually for that ETB behind the American flag there with my Charizard. My wife was at Target just doing, you know, normal stuff, and she saw a bunch of scalpers waiting, and she pulled the, can I have one? And yeah, I got it. First grass fire type. Oh, they have Scovillian. Yeah, that is the first grass fire type. Because there's the ice penguin, he's water fire. And then there's a few mixed like fire types like that. It's okay, I don't have the gym badges to control you. That's funny. But yeah, to my point, to finish this up, it sucks though. The scalpers ruined it. You know, and I'm not one of these guys that's just like, you ruined it for the kids. You ruined it for the kids. It's like, no, you fuck faces, you ruined it for me. I don't just collect the game. I put decks together to actually play the game against my friends, which, you know, we play grown-up Pokemon now because it got too weird. So now we just do this thing where we play Magic like, you know, adults. It did get me back into Magic. But even that, Final Fantasy Magic, they did the same thing. Spider-Man, thank God they left alone, because Spider-Man only put out one card that's worth anything. So I was just like, fucking thank you. But yeah. Then on top of it, it's just like, oh, great. You know, now I get to... I've been bad about accepting charity from people, believe it or not. And yeah, I have some pretty cool friends. Oh, wait. Sneaker resellers are crying. Prices for these Jordans just dropped fast. Ha ha! Ha ha! 200 likes, 5,000 views. Jesus Christ. Okay, well, that got me. I want to see that for... Actually, you know what? In honor of this, let's open a pack. Oh, got two now. Because, get this. Scalpers gave up on this set, same reason, because they were just like, oh, there's only like 2 hot cards. There's only 2 cards that like even break the $70 mark. So it just doesn't there's no justification for spending the money on the fuck you. Yeah. Now you got assholes like me when you see these in the wild even. It's just like, oh, I know that's not the popular set. I don't give a shit. What I'm trying to get is a full set of N's Pokemon, so I can play an N deck, which his name is N, right? So that's gonna sound weird. Also, Iono, like some of the Iono cards, but whatever. I'm going full nerd here. No, but as I was just saying, I would like to see more of those videos where they're just like, Pokemon's not worth it anymore. It's like, good. I do know that, like, this is why GameStop started, like, increasing the MSRP on a whole bunch of the, what they call ETBs, Elite Trainer Boxes. Logan Paul and Jake Paul are the reasons scalping got so popular in Pokemon. Of course it is. He ruins WWE and then he comes for my other hobby. Like, Logan Paul really is just, like, such a shithead. I can't... You know who ruined my belief in the karma system? Logan Paul! If you guys believe in karma, just look at Logan Paul's life and everything that he's done and tell me when it's gonna hit. It's the same with Trump. Ooh, got ends clean clang. Oh, fuck me! Oh, shit! Dude, I just pulled a legendary, and it's like, holy crap. Okay, well, as I'm bitching, it's like, oh, I got a full art Articuno. Oily, look at it. All right, let's be careful with that. That one needs to go into a hard case. Sad part is, I'll only sell these when I really... Which... I don't know. God, that's another sad part to think about. But for now, I'm not going to go there. Let's just go this. All right. Oh, hey. Good sign. Got Iono on the pack. Elon Musk. What did he ruin? Yeah, nice. That's a really nice Articuno card. All right, let's see. Well, at least I pulled something really cool. If Logan Paul ever gets into politics, I'm done. Don't listen. Pete Hegseth is our fucking Secretary of War, not even Defense. All right, Cramorant, Flogato, Hops Rookie. Oh, Ends Clink. Hell yeah, perfect. Verizon, Choice Band. Hey, I got the normal Articuno. Oh, Pupitar. Oh, that's cool. But nah, we got one hit, which in the scalper world means that maybe my investment was worth it. Fucking Christ, get a job. Fucking A. Seriously, what are these guys doing? Like, they're selling, like, they're collecting all this shit, which you have to understand. Even if they get, like, a full pallet, right? The profit margins and the actual sales numbers on these things, they cannot be adding up. Like, it's the same thing that happened with Funkos, where it's just these guys are supporting each other in this. Like, I busted Funko scalpers that way, where they were just literally buying each other's collections to inflate the sales stuff on eBay. So they could be like, oh, look at the sales price. Look at the sales price. That was the first thing that I really got out of because, again, scalpers ruined it. Now they moved on, so now I can actually get the occasional Funko that I want. Or could. Four, two, one, I think, right? Yeah. Actually, hold on. I did just pick these up. Not, well, just picked them up. I got them, oh, Jesus. I got these in August. But I got Riker. They're teleporting. And then I got Picard. Occasionally, I'll see one that I'm just like, okay, or two. They do have a new one though coming out of Riker, where he's like doing the Riker stance. I'm like, oh, now they're doing Star Trek memes. I saw that they released one of the Spider-Men pointing at each other. I was thinking about getting that one, whatever. But now I'm just going through all the toys and shit that I was like, oh, I was gonna get that. But this is also what happens when you kind of don't collect like the way that most people do, where they're just like, I gotta get the whole set here, I gotta do this, blah blah blah. I'm not doing that shit. Man, okay. For some reason, my hoodie is sitting really weird. Imagine the hobbies that'd still be around if were a socialist or communist society. Like what, actually? I don't know. At least the Pauls are having their souls stolen by AI right now. I dread to think of what all this is doing to the training data for future models. Okay, so the Jake Paul one, where he was like in the dress and he was like doing a get ready with, all right, because that pissed him off so bad, I did like that video. I like the AI videos where, just scummy human beings. Don't like them because it's like, oh, you can't tell. Oh. With Jake Paul, though, it is kind of funny because so many people just believed it anyway. Like, what's that say about you, bro? But yeah, no, I could see that. Hey, good for them. I hope they don't do that on me, but, I'm a digital creator now. I'm living in this new era of, threatening every leftist and talking just in the most dystopian of terms. You do realize how fucked up it is that, like, we're talking about doing, like, concentration camps for leftists, like, openly in news cycles now, and we're all just like, well, we'll see. Like, just 2 weeks ago, he was saying that shit, bro. Like, they're not Wolverines. The Logans. Fuck. That was kind of funny. But yeah. I'm sure that, like, what's a hobby that, like, do you guys have a hobby that's getting ruined? I was about to say, like, how certain things with AI are just ruining the way that I would surf the web. This is why Facebook, I'll even just say, like, I used to enjoy going on, and this is why I stayed on Facebook. I know, boomer dystopian fucking hell pit. It is. I'm not even trying to stand up for it. It is. But it was funny because I got to watch all like at least the boomers I was seeing were more than likely real people just fucking crashing out over and over and over again. Now it's just bot after AI video after AI video after AI video. I am just so, it's all fake engagement. It's literally all fake engagement. And somehow this motherfucker made billions doing this, where I don't even know how many of his users are real anymore. Which, does that beg the question, if they're selling user data, are they just is it bot data that they're now selling to themselves? I stay in groups. I did, until I started getting into some trouble. Notice how I put my old man voice on. Well, it's because I go on the Facebook, I look at what's happening in my Chicago neighborhood, and I like to yell at the people who have contrary political opinions. Dude, okay, the Charlie Kirk shit, when that shit happened, I went a little bug wild. I'll admit it. Oops, all bots. It is! Facebook is literally oops all bot. Like, seriously, you pushed all the real people off. I finally took the dive again. It is off my phone. We'll see for how long, because I don't know, man. I get bored. I wasn't expecting to go to these medical appointments and then just be like, I forgot my Switch at one of them too, where I was like, oh, damn it. So I can either go on X, because I wasn't going to watch YouTube videos. I didn't have my headphones. So it was reinstall Facebook. And then go get mad at people in groups. Like my man Lucan over here. You get it. No, dude. So like even the groups, go into Pokemon again for a second. The Pokemon groups, I saw this thing yesterday. Funny enough. And my wife explained it to me, where she was just like, oh, I see them too. I'm like, but you don't really follow that stuff. She's like, oh no, they pay for promotion. I was like, oh, I get it. So like, there must have been a time where she was looking for a set for me, and the algorithm was just like, yep, this person really likes their collectibles. They're overpriced collectibles that, again, like they go and they scoop the hottest items. Dude, Gundam the card game. I'm sure you guys didn't even know this thing existed. Gundam the card game has now been it's being scalped, which, by the way, you know what? Fuck it. I just realized I have a platform. Hey, if you guys are ever out and about at your Walmart or your Target, and you happen to see Gundam the card game, and it's like, you know, they have the just normal packs. If you pick those up, we will figure out something there. Okay, I got a PO box. I got ways to we can do instant transmission. I Goku right over to you. Just wait, hold on. Hi, I'm Goku. One of my favorite hobbies is giving AI complete nonsense Zen topics. Okay, so right now, to that, I will just say with Sora, we were discussing like how it's fucked up, but it's also funny because they have to essentially spend $5 per video to even get that shit out. So, yeah, whatever. Go for it. I need a soda. I should probably stand too. Great. Dancer went out. Sorry. I forgot about that. That was just one thing I forgot to deal with. I only use Facebook on Brave browser, so it blocks ads on my phone. Oh. Things like geologists say eating 1 rock a day will balance your chakra. Dude. God, I feel like that was a thing for a minute. And then, like, I don't know. This could have been early internet, like, bullshit where, did you hear about the lady that was the rock lady and she kept eating one pebble a day, but she didn't realize that you can't poop out pebbles, so she had like 80,000 pebbles in her tum-tum? I don't know. I'll watch shit like that occasionally, be like, oh. Maybe this is why I'm trained to like look at AI with skepticism, and just, it's very hard to fool me, is because I have that mind where I'm like, this is although the AI trend, okay, so again, back to Pokemon, not for too long. Another really funny trend with AI is putting, like, they have those Poke Center things. I'm not sure if you've seen them at your local grocery store. It's like the giant box with the Pokeball on top of it, which are cool as fuck, by the way. Legitimately, it feels like you're in the video game when you're doing that. I just wish that it had the noise, like when it heals your Pokemon, the do. That'd be cool. But yeah, they're putting a bunch of AI videos of like people barbecuing and just like sitting in front of the damn thing, which they didn't need to use AI for that. There's pictures of dudes literally doing that, grown ass men. Which, yeah, that's fucked up. I couldn't fathom waiting hours just to be the first to grab whatever the fuck is in that machine. I guess it's that profitable for them, though. It must be. Like, unless they just don't know how to do basic math, which I wouldn't put it past them. AI trained on Reddit data was telling people to glue cheese to the top of their pizza to stop it from falling off. Yeah, I saw that. That was an old story. I feel like that came out almost like a year ago. It's funny. All right, guys, we should probably talk about some new stuff, because we got plenty of it. Where is the Chicago protest that was just happening? Oh, wait, hold on. I think I have to update this. Give me one sec. That's exactly what happened. Damn it. They moved it. They moved the coverage over to hurricane coverage. Well, that sucks. Okay. Category 5 hurricane hitting Jamaica. Which, hey, if you're in Jamaica, number one, yo. But also, hope you're safe. But I also know how some media tends to do this thing where it's like you'll be in the middle of a hurricane, but you just happen to be in the area where it's just like, yeah, but mine's okay. I made that mistake though. God, I think it was like 2 storms ago where we got like the first bit, right? And that was supposed to be the hard bit where it was just like, oh yeah, it's gonna slant. Oh, it was during the protest. I was like, yeah, it wasn't that bad. And then right as I'm on my way to go to the protest and drop my wife off at her appointment, we just got slammed. And I was like, oh, man. I was like, this is the end of that. Oh, crap. But yeah, I got to the area where the protest was, and I was just like, all right. So you guys ready for some news? Who's ready for some news? I know I keep teasing the news. And I kind of did it where I was talking about the jobs, and the layoffs, because that was the first thing that I saw. Which, hey, it's always nice to see some economy talk. Ooh, who's that Pep Talks guy? Is that my schedule? Here, check my schedule out for a second. There we go. All right. Paramount to cut 1,000 jobs. House map over GOP seat. Melania Trump privately raised concerns about tearing down the East Wing. Oh, the news reports coming out that are saying that Trump is like legitimately losing it. I believe him. The more and more I see of this guy, I have to say, if I was a believer in the Antichrist, if I was a believer in any of this stuff, I'd be shitting my pants. Because, oh boy, are they trying to push this one. Hit me with the headlines, please. Yeah, let's do it. All right. Nebraska teacher and her boyfriend charged with S-trafficking. What? On October 24th, authorities took Elizabeth Jamie Love, 36. Why is the name always fit the story? Why does the name always fit the story? And Jack Krause. Jared. Did this guy, he saw Jared from Subway? He's like, yes, I'm a Jared too. I am inspired by Jared. Jared did what? I am now Jack. 43 on felony S trafficking. Both are held in Phelps County on a 250. The investigation began after a current high school student reported inappropriate interactions, and police received a report on October 14th with multiple agencies assisting Holdridge Police Department. Phone and text records obtained in the investigation included grooming messages and requests to come back and talk to me, while security footage shows Love following a student in a black Dodge Durango before she enters Love's vehicle. If convicted, they could face life in prison and a lifetime S offender registry, while ESU 11 placed Love on administrative leave. Oh, wait a minute. She was on. Oh, my God. Wait. And they didn't even fire her? They just gave her administrative leave? You do realize that she's still getting paid, right? Like, what the fuck? Guys, I think there should be provisions for things like this where it's just like, it doesn't matter. Like, court of public opinion on this one is kind of like, no, you get accused of doing something like this. Yeah, it's pretty fucking, like, this isn't just accused. This is like, they have evidence, motherfuckers. Like, All right. Just stop oil activists who cut through fence and bid to spray paint. I don't care. I wasn't even going to read the rest of it. It's like, I'm not clicking on it. I don't care. Sell overseas assets after U.S. sanctions. Saw that coming. So the biggest story today, per Ground News, is Amazon reportedly preparing to cut as many as 30,000 jobs. 30,000 jobs in an office of 350,000? Oh, it's global office. Well, still, it's up with a lot of people on unemployment. All right. Excuse me. Got those Canada Dry burps. Fresh highs on tech earnings. Yay. Wait, Plattner's campaign manager steps down. Oh, what? This one got buried. When did this come out? 2 hours ago. Huh. Seems like this should be a little higher on the priority list. Especially with the stuff that I follow. You'd think that the Oh, that's right. It doesn't really follow an algorithm. Okay. 30K jobs right before the holiday season? Yeah. Yeah, it's not going to do anything in the economy. What are you talking about? Actually unionize and get paid a proper wage? Listen, you know what Ubers could have done to unionize? Not drive for Uber. They could have gotten a little bit of extra training, not even a CDL. They just would have to get a commercial license. And, oh wait. I think, no, you don't need a CDL here. No, it's a certification. I forgot what it's called. Is the government still shut down? Yes! Yes, Nate, it is. But yeah, we have taxi cab companies, and we had limousine companies and transportation companies that all got fucked because they were paying medallion fees. But the thing is, they have regulations. They have to literally get their cars checked. All of their drivers have to be certified, and they have to pass background checks and all these types of things. So none of the fucking shenanigans that go on with Uber. And then, yeah, you have a lot of them that are unionized. and actually make good wages. Did you know that drivers before Uber, they were, paid pretty well? But then a tech company came in, Rahm Emanuel, in Chicago specifically. His brother-in-law was one of the members of the board on Uber, and he came in and said, you know what, we don't give a fuck about medallions. And then was just like, yeah, you know what, sorry transportation companies, you're fucked. Oh, also, how you guys can't go upstairs at O'Hare? Well, guess what? They can, because they're technically private vehicles. It's like, this is insane. I remember seeing a documentary about the robotic Amazon warehouse. It's like a hive of Roombas pushing parcels. Yep. Yeah, but Uber and Lyft undercut the cab companies. So many companies don't even have them anymore. I'm just saying, like, then establish new companies. And I'm not saying you guys, but I'm just saying, like, demand that we need to start pushing for these companies to be pushed out, and we can start using that as, like, no, you want to boost the economy and have small businesses? Well, then let us handle that. Let it be, like, local businesses only. No more of these tech companies can just come in and take over already existing fucking infrastructure. But we're moving away from that one, and we're just giving it all. Like, dude, they want to give the CTA. They want to fucking privatize the CTA. You know, a whole bunch of people talking about that just a few years ago, and they keep bringing it up every now and then. I blame Dems and Repub. Yes. All right. Yes. And honestly, I'm not going to be the condescending douche on, like, oh, both sides. It is. It's literally both sides and just contrarian politics, where it's like, I made this joke in MR's chat today where I was just like, I was also being a little mean to Hakeem Jeffries, which he deserves it. Yeah, big ears Hakeem, which I'm going to just start trumping before Trump even does it. Big ears Hakeem, look at those ears. Dumbo was jealous. Look at him with his little cheesy smile. He drank the Diet Coke and he understood the assignment. That's why there's that famous picture of me now where he's got his Diet Coke and I'm pointing at him. I'm just like, hey, Hakeem, you know what's going on? Jeffries is a hacking tool. Yeah. Yeah, I don't understand anybody. I have not run into anybody on the left defending him. It's actually a bunch of right-wingers that are now stepping in just like, really, you guys are going to attack your own party that way? It's like, yeah, because we have fucking standards, unlike you people. Unlike you people who don't question anything. I was bringing this up at the beginning of the show. Do you not, like, if... I genuinely wonder this for anybody that, like, even might follow the GOP line, where it's just like, how can you still respect these motherfuckers who just never question the king? And then also have this disingenuous framing of, why you call it no kings? He's not a king. He's just trying to be a dictator. The right mind thinks the charisma vacuums that are Jeffries and Schumer would be leaders of the party. A lot of people, because it's the same people that like Nancy Pelosi, and they do this thing where they're just like, you can agree to disagree with her, but she's actually been a pretty strong proponent of leftist policy. Go fuck yourselves. Every once in a while, she'll have a sprinkle of a leftist fucking policy. This is why we have done this one step forward, two steps back fucking cha-cha slide through the fucking political structure. Like, I'm so sick of it. God, seriously, that is the best way to look at Democrats. It's like, they are the fucking they're doing the cha-cha while these motherfuckers are Macarena-ing their way, or actually not even Macarena. They are YMCA-ing, but not actually doing the YMCA because they reappropriated that to make it. There was in my protest video, I'll find this at some point. Maybe we'll do it in the fun half. But at one point, I was filming, and there's this car that goes by, and they have the YMCA playing, and it's a family, or maybe not a family, but it was 4 people in the car wearing their MAGA hats going, trolling yourself to troll the Liz is kind of hilarious. I was gonna say that much. But do they not understand how they are trolling themselves? Do they just not get it? Because everything is a bad joke to these guys. None of it's funny. Trump can be funny, and I have made. Listen, just him saying his average shit every day. It's funny how just stupid he is. It would be so much funnier if he wasn't the president. But this dumb motherfucker is slipping in his cognizance is just out there. Like, if we thought that Joe Biden was just like losing his shit, and we're just giving this motherfucker a pass because he's now Trump's always been a bit of, a wackadoo. It's like, nah, bro, this one's kind of bad. This one's like his health is slipping. The cankles was definitely, hard to ignore. But notice how that's not in the news anymore. Term limits for Congress. Pretty good Trump voice. Oh, thanks. Appreciate that, Lucan. Term limits for Congress. I'm thinking. Because that's a rough one. I guess you know what? There's a lot of merit there because I'm genuinely kind of like weighing the pros and cons of this because my thought process is that you get like someone like Kat Abu Ghazaleh. And then, she's 26 years old. What's the term? Like, what would it be? Four terms? I mean, it would definitely have to be more than the president. So that's a rough one, though, because then her term limit, well, yeah, but even for that, then she's 38 when she's out, even if she's doing well? I don't think so. Because that really supports the status quo in politics that we have where it's all these elders. Now, hold on, there's some merit to this, though, because, again, with these old fucks, yeah, you wouldn't have, like, the Chuck Grassley. Oh, I hate to say age limits might be a thing. You can't be 80. How about that? How about that's the first rule we institute is you can't be 80 in Congress or in any political position anymore. Give it up, motherfuckers. You won. You already won. You made it to 80. You made it past the median age of a United States citizen. You can see yourself out. So yes, there is merit to that, but I also see some problems. A new generation get a chance to lead. Yes, but as I said, that also disenfranchises younger people in positions. No. I guess my argument's kind of bullshit because it is just like feeding into that same status quo. Just, oh my God, you were too young when you got elected? Okay. You know what? I'm arguing with myself here. I'm like, nope, you're full of shit there, Pep. Lawmaking shouldn't be a lifetime job. No, it shouldn't be. Well, also, no, you know what? Fuck it. So you start with term limits like that, 12 years for Congress, like you were saying. The Senate, I give them 20. I put a 20-year cap on Senate because think of it this way. It incentivizes you to go through Congress, make a name for yourself, and then become a senator. No, then I'm running into the same we're running into the same problem where it literally is just creating these again, a 20-year appointment. Nah. Fuck. Just when I thought I had a good idea, just like, nope. Again, you're full of shit, Pep. No, I think you're actually onto something here. Lucan, you're right. Yeah. What would the term... What do you guys think a term limit, like a solid term limit on, like, the Senate would be? Also, do you think that as well as term limits, we do an age limit? Being a politician should be your second job. You got a main job, a part. No, because it. Excuse me. With the way that if they actually did work as much as they were supposed to, that's not feasible. It really isn't. Although, do you know who actually has had a second job the entire time he's been in Congress? Can you guys name him? Seriously, like, can you guys name the one senator that has maintained his job? I'm not going to use any terms that might give it up. And remained in Congress for as long as he has. Who is it? Do, 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 do. Generic tone. I have to sing this generic tone because Jeopardy will sue the shit out of me. So, who's got the answer? Let's see. Lost it at the end. Nope. Fetterman. What? No, and I said Congress. I'll just say it. Rand Paul. Rand Paul was actually, believe it or not, his politics may suck a lot. He has some, honestly, he is his father's son occasionally, and even Ron Paul being, Ron Paul, being kind of a libertarian who contributed to a little bit of a shithead time in my politics. He also had some decent ideas. He was kind of like the Bernie Sanders before the Bernie Sanders. Don't judge me. Or you could judge me accordingly. It's perfectly fine. But yeah, Rand Paul, he's he is an optometrist. And he has not only maintained his practice, but did you know that he is one of the top providers of free optometry in poor countries? This is where I say he is actually a pretty based guy, and you really don't know much about that. And when you find out, you're like, oh, damn. But yeah. But that's the only way that he's a base guy. Don't mix it up. What is this going on? Why am I getting a notification here? Give me a second. Members only live stream. No, I don't want to do that. That was weird. Anyway, being a politician should... We already did that. 12-year limit for the House, 12-year limit for Senate. 12 and 12. Well, that might work. I'm thinking, though, because the way that it's split now, where we kind of split up the House votes, and some of them are done on an off year, some of them are done. I don't know. ADV. Hey, what's up? How you doing? Welcome to the show. Appreciate you being here. We're just getting into the news, so you missed the pep portion of the portion of the project. Oh my god, guys. So I picked my peppers. So Pep picked his peppers. How many peppers did Pep pick? Oh, right. Tony, thank you. I hate this new thing, but thank you for reminding me. Honestly, needed that. Fucking YouTube. I hope this fixes itself. It was, in my mind, it was going to fix itself by today. Well, here it is. It's not fixed itself, so. All right. Let's take a look at this Graham Plattner thing. Alrighty. Axios. Oh no. Kevin Brown reported Kevin Brown resigned as a campaign manager for Graham Plattner Democratic Senate campaign after starting Tuesday and learning Friday he is expecting a baby. Oh, come on, you disingenuous assholes. You disingenuous assholes. You understand what this was. This was, all right, who even reported on this? I gotta shame them. Shame. Raw Story, fuck you. New York Magazine, fuck you. Daily Kos, F you. Bangor Daily News, F you. Mediaite, F you. The Hill, F you. Portland Press Herald, F you. Political Wire, F you. And Hot Air, F you. Even the right wing didn't pick this up because they realized that it's like, that's not a story. And most of our viewers are going to read one sentence into that and be like, why is this a story? Well, Axios. God damn, you want to talk about like one of the lamest forms of journalism. Axios, like, they popped out of nowhere post Vice. Had one hard-hitting interview with Joe Biden. Wasn't even that fucking, like, you know, explosive as far as any of the content that came out of it, but sure as shit, everybody just started talking about Axios. God, just when I thought Brian Tyler Cohen was bad. Politicians need accountability, buddy. You do something bad, you and your buddies suffer the consequences. Like, who's the buddy, though? Like, I know what you're talking about. Like an accountability buddy? Yeah. I need to watch Ted. Although, dude, Ted is so hard to watch because of fucking Marky Mark. The most unconvincing stoner ever, by the way. You want to talk about bad acting? That was the thing. Just watching those scenes, I was like, oh, you could have at least gotten somebody that, you know, partakes. That's why the movie Tag... Oh, by the way, I think that the movie Tag might be one of my favorite movies. I watched it recently again, and I was belly laughing. So, you know, when it's... God damn. It had to be close to my 10th watch. If I'm still laughing that hard on, like, the 10th watch, that's how you know you have a legitimately funny movie on your hands. Super Troopers is also that way for me. Super Troopers is one of the funniest fucking movies ever made. All right, so this Plattner controversy wasn't a controversy. Let's move on then. All right, so this is funny. Candace Owens says Thiel and Musk and Altman aren't human. She is going to war with... I don't understand how this happened, but she's legit. She is now going to war with TPUSA, Erica Kirk, and and pretty much anybody else that is Steven Crowder. Steven Crowder, she's also going to war with. It's just didn't see this one coming. Now with her coverage lately, I might have to eat my words. I hate to say this because I was being. This goes back to September. It is October 27th. We are, December 10th, right? Because it was, day before 9/11. That's how I remember this. We are a full month removed from, you know, Charlie's death. And we are still seeing the internal battle between these people. I was wrong. It wasn't just the grift, and I remember that I was saying that this was a grift opportunity for all involved, and that I initially, when Candace started in with her little crusade against Erica, thought that there might be something else. I still think there might be something else there. Whether or not they were fucking, don't know, but she was definitely in love with Charlie. That's, you know, I don't have to watch a lot of rom-coms to get that vibe. But yeah, now it's legitimately turned into her just calling them out as grifters and pissing on his grave. You got Steven Crowder coming in to defend Erica, which, again, strange bedfellows there. Candace is smart enough to see the tide shifting, so she is expanding the grift to try and drag in more right-curious people. Really? You thought the same thing too, man? Well, then I don't feel that bad, but still, like, I try to be consistent here in at least, you know, here at Pep Talks, I will admit when I'm wrong. I was wrong. She is 100% committed to calling this out. I guess this is her new thing. Now, whether or not this is a grift in itself, I don't know. I honestly don't know. I was like, she seems to either be, either obsessed with, did you see the pictures? Once I saw the pictures of them, like, dude, she put this together. She put together a tribute video that was more heartfelt than her own or his own wife, which listen, I'll say this much. If they were like a friend couple of mine and that was the reaction, I'd kind of be like, did we miss something? Were they? So, yes. And also, yeah, whatever. Bit mean girly here. doing my drama topic. But for real, it does seem like she was obsessed with Charlie, and that then I saw the pictures of them hanging together and doing all their TPUSA shit. I was just like, oh, what the fuck? Like, if I was Candace's husband, I'd legit just be like, I mean, does it surprise me that her husband would be into cuckoldry? Not really. But here, we got Breaking Points covering Candace's new revelations.
All right, moving along.
Speaking of Ben Shapiro, let's move on to Candace Owens.
There we go. Candace has some very interesting thoughts about some of the tech oligarchs who are completely taking all of our fates into their hands with no input from us whatsoever. So glad to see that she's focusing her mental energy on them. Her take is very interesting, though. Let's take a listen.
I don't even think these people are human. Like, I look at Elon Musk and
no, she actually did the thing.
Sam Altman and
okay, guys, hold on. We got to prepare ourselves mentally for this. Is this a bit, or is this her believing that they are actually lizard people? And how is Mark Zuckerberg not on that? Ask that one.
Peter Thiel, and I'm pretty sure they're hybrid. You know what I mean? Like,
oh no,
they just look like an Apple
pivot.
software that I should be able to download at night. You know, like my phone's getting an update or something. It's something in the eyes. Like, I don't know. I'm like, I know I'm human, but I don't know if I stabbed you if you bleed. You know, I'm not going to stab them. But
oh my God, it's my saltine and dry crush.
I don't know if they bleed all the way.
Wait,
I think a battery would fall out. You know what I mean? And I just get that sense. I've always known it was demonic. And people just get on board because, as we talked about in this book, they are using science and this idea of technology and this idea of transforming society for the better to indoctrinate us into accepting this. And it's wrong and it's backwards. And the main component of all of this is psychology, right? They're able to do it because of psychology, making you think that society has gotten better. Our kids have objectively gotten dumber.
They have.
We've become fatter. We've become less healthy.
I also love this. Okay, so I went on this tirade with my buddy because he was talking about how his kids, every parent does this, especially if their kids have like good grades. Oh, my kid's so smart. They do this. They got, they got straight A's, or, they only got a B here. You do realize that none of this matters anymore. Because I also just learned that it's like they're not even using the A through F system anymore. It's exceptional performance or not exceptional. What? What? Sometimes it's like, okay, I used to think that the grading system didn't really make sense. Like my school thought it didn't make sense where it was just A to F, which again, that was their hang up. So they were just like, no, we're going to give you E's. And I'm like, but E could stand for exceptional. That's why I got mad where I'm like, wait a minute, you're getting exceptional marks as A's now? Well, this is bullshit and also explains a lot. But for real, like now because they're grading shit like this, once you get to like LSATs, the ASATs and all this shit, dude, they are grading so poorly and their reading comprehension skills are so bad that it does not fit with the whole like, oh, they're so smart. My kids are straight up. Then why is our national average and like Are national tests showing that they're getting dumber?
Healthy. We've become less
Explain that one to me, parents.
emotionally sound. And yet they are convincing us that this is like
Yes, Candace, fight for your man's truth. His wife never loved him like you do, girly pop. Fight, girl, fight.
humanity's great leap forward.
So-
We put a man on the moon and he just like called the
Oh my God, dude. You should take that to some pro Charlie Kirk chats and stir the pot. That's a good
him
one.
up and was like, hey, Prez, what's up? I'm up here. Yeah, it's so cool. It's really great. It's nice. Starry night up here. Cam and a text you, I go by in 69 and they get these people, they tell you like he's a genius. They're all writing like he's a genius. So we should just accept that Elon Musk is a genius because like all the writers who are obviously indoctrinated into the occult are telling us that this is the next person that we should worship. The establishment of Hollywood. It was all cults. They were
I mean, how are you ignoring a blatant, just a big, like, orange hole here?
all Aleister Crowley proteges who were just raping kids and summoning demons, and demons are real. So
She watched Weapons and was just like, that's how they do
at the
it.
same time, if they're summoning
out there.
demons, they are making us all believe that faith is not real. And that has been, I think, the greatest trick that the devil ever played, right? Is making people think that he didn't exist.
Emily, agree or disagree?
I mean, she's certainly cooking. Crystal, she's certainly cooking. She also
She is cooking. Everyone can agree on that.
She
Yeah, she's cooking. She's cooking.
was also potentially blaming Trump for her friend Charlie Kirk's assassination.
Yeah, it's pretty
and
wild.
there was a lot of speculation, which we do not need to get into because we're not professional medical professionals, but she may be having some type of episode because she is sort of starting to sound like the person who has like literal tinfoil on their head on the street corner.
Okay, but I mean, she has been
Hey, Emily, it's almost like most of the people that you kind of side with politically kind of do this, and you've been willfully ignorant of these facts for a long time.
doing the whole Brigitte Macron thing for a while now.
Yeah,
It's
that's
not
true.
like
It's not
the
like she
No, but that wasn't a bridge too far for you. No. Now when she starts talking about aliens and lizard people,
started.
okay.
logic has
Yeah,
been
you're right.
No, come on. This is
entirely
You're right.
linear here.
Although I will
yeah, but Crystal, you whitewash this shit just as bad. Why do you think she thinks that that was perfectly okay? You guys, like, this is what I hate about breaking points. It's called breaking points. They never break on points. They really don't.
say that I think
Like, you would think that they would have some heated debates on these shows, like, more often.
that particular, I imagine people sense that in that particular clip, there's a certain, usually you can follow her logic when it's crazy. You know what I mean? You're like, this is
I had no idea that her last name was Jashinsky.
wild and wacky, but I can sort of follow
First time
along.
I've ever seen her last
There's
name.
a sense of like just listening to her there. I don't know, but it seems different to me. It seems like a little bit less rational. Like
I don't know. I follow her logic on this perfectly.
Crystal is
Myself.
bullish.
Myself, I follow this logic personally perfectly. But I mean, let's say it lets humanity off the hook too much to say that these characters are not actually human.
Agreed.
That would be a very
Ryan always
convenient.
makes that point.
Yeah, I would love to think that these are not fully humans, that
Yeah.
these are some sort of weird hybrid alien beings who are, and that's why they are doing all of these terrible things. But in reality, they are
This is an old-ass conspiracy theory, man.
human, and humans are capable of
Year of our Lord 2025, George Norrie, like,
terrible destruction.
we have to go back to coast, circa 2003, just being like, oh, this, yeah. I mean, fuck, actually, no, that's Art Bell.
And, and the weird thing is that all three of them, I think, see themselves as like heroes, actually. And this is, it's also sort of has a somewhat directional truth to it, though, because they also.
Oh, yeah, taking correct leftist talking points and warping them slightly is a time-tested strategy from the far right.
So our trans.
Trump, Bannon, Nazis,
Humans,
etc. Yeah.
they want to turn
literally
all
are
of us
transhumanists,
into the hybrids that she's talking about.
Yep.
They actually do want to go in that direction, the merging of the human and the machine, and are deeply interested, of course, in consolidating all of this power wealth in their own hands at the expense
Man, could you imagine?
of actual humanity. Which is why when Peter Thiel gets asked, "Do you think by Ross Douthat, do you think the human
This is less cyberpunk
race should survive, he has to sputter and stumble and mumble and think before he can answer what should be the easiest
like
question of all
more
time.
wacky ones.
You know what actually they're doing is turning all of us into Candace Owens. Like, that's actually what's happening.
Yeah.
Is they're turning all of us into people.
But it's almost like they're also doing this thing where they're not exactly giving us reasons to just be like, I mean, they just were talking about UFOs on the coastline and how there's like these pings all up the coastline. They're not underwater drones. No.
Who are
They're UFOs.
driven by the algorithm.
No, I think that they're literally like you know how I was saying water cooling? Well, they figured that technology out to power their fucking drones.
Into madness.
Nuclear powered drones.
And I think she's a glimpse, and producers Mac and Griffin are just saying only crime is being right too early about Candace and Mac.
That's the left, you dumb bitch.
It's like,
oh, fuck off, Emily.
Candace is on
God.
something here. Yeah, because like that's what happens.
Bringing the natural blonde jokes back single-handedly.
There's
Look at this fucking airhead.
truth to the fact that they want to make us less human. And there's something very human about wanting to make us less human, because it's driven by greed and lust for power and utopianism, which
Sorry, again, apologies to my natural blonde audience members.
has been with us since the human race has existed. And so this drive for transhumanism is deeply.
But if we're going back to the 90s and they're bringing back, the F slur and going around just, being the worst human beings ever, I think everybody can deal with just a little bit of a blonde joke.
Be human. And actually Candace was getting to that when she was talking about the devil's best trick, is making people think that the devil doesn't exist. Like that's what she was getting at with that point. There's something deeply, deeply human about the pursuit of power and money that tricks people into buying utopian fantasies. And even like the rich and powerful people themselves will be seduced by this idea that it's not actually about the money, it's not actually about the power, it's about the idea that we're creating a better life, and a better world, which I think everybody can see over the last 20-year experiment since Peter Thiel's technologies, and just in the last couple of years of Sam Altman's technologies, and what Elon Musk has done to X, which, I mean, I just look at it. What that does is it turns us all into crazy people, because the algorithm has bad incentives, and we export all of our communication. This is just a preview of what's to come. We've exported so much of our communication onto platforms that can be the flip of a switch by one person like Elon Musk can change the direction of the entire political discourse.
Yeah, and you kind of allowed it by not being loud enough with your being alarmed about this shit.
Yeah.
We've seen
Like, you guys single-handedly were just like, no, they're not doing that. Well, they're not that bad. They do have our best interests at heart, and then all of a sudden you're just like, I think they're trying to make us robot people.
We know that that's what can be done.
Yeah.
And that controls.
And then Candace is
not
just like, I think they're lizards trying to make us into robot people.
what we say, but it controls the incentive system of what we decide we're going to say.
They're colonizing our minds.
100%.
I mean, that's what they're doing,
100%.
and successfully, by the way. And so, I mean, that's why. Listen, as wild as what she said there is, I am glad to see her taking an interest in this subject, because, as we've discussed before, this is.
I mean, the way. Wait a minute. This is the definition of giving too much credit.
This is a dire situation.
Like, holy shit, Crystal. I have seen you be way less charitable with people, on our own side of the aisle. Fucking A.
It's dire from a job loss perspective. It's dire from
Crystal can't be falling for it.
resources.
Honestly, legit, man. I'm starting to get real. I'm not going to sit here and chastise them. Their politics are fine as long as they don't start doing the Anna Kasparian pivot. But let's just put it this way: I wouldn't be surprised if her and Kyle did, and then blamed everybody for shitting on them and calling them out for being, in a certain tax bracket where they don't necessarily have to worry.
An energy perspective, it's dire from a cost perspective in terms of our electricity bills. It's dire from a
I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that like their savings and also the fact that they probably have a mixed portfolio that like if they both lost their jobs, they'd be fine.
controlling our thoughts and minds and being able to tell truth from fiction.
But get that bag.
And
Exactly.
like live in reality together
Yep.
perspective. It's potentially dire from like an actual true existential threat, which I think is a real and genuine risk that I do not put off the table. It's dire from a mass consolidation of wealth and power perspective. Like you want to talk about a democracy crisis, there's no way a democracy survives
I'll be right back.
if
I
you
gotta make sure
have
that my-
someone, one of these characters able to achieve AGI and all of the incredible economic power and benefits that come along with that. So, you know, which is why someone like Elon Musk, who was very concerned about the things we're talking about.
Oh, yeah.
And that's why he started OpenAI with Sam Altman. They go, okay, we can develop this, but we'll do it in this nonprofit way. Now, I'm not saying that the conception was like great from the start, but he had some mind of we have to do this in a safe way. It can't be for profit. It needs to be in the public interest. And then once he sees
Same thing
everyone
with
else,
X, by the way.
yep. And once he sees everyone else is off to the races, then he's off to the races too. So it is an actually existential conversation, in my opinion. And if you listen to them, it's an existential conversation because they'll tell you we're trying to eliminate human labor. We're trying to rewrite the social contract. We want to completely upend society as it exists today. So I am glad to see figures on the right like Candace, occasionally Steve Bannon, you know, certainly like figures like you, Sagar, who are looking at this with clear eyes and going, this is horrific, and we have to come together and take control in some way because otherwise, you know, we are barreling towards an incredibly risky and dire future.
Well, and it again, like it gives rocket fuel to those conspiracy theories that people aren't like actually human, and it makes those things much more believable as you break down the wall between fact and fiction with your technologies and your algorithms. And so again, like they're turning us all into Candace Owens, and for a bit more cogent, I would say, argument along the lines of what she is making about. Like if you want a faith-based argument, I recommend Living in Wonder by Rod Dreher, which came out recently. It does a really good job with this, but it's all happening so quickly. In fact, we should get to this clip of Theo Von, who asked Sam Altman if he feels fully human along the lines of the Ross Douthat interview of Peter Thiel that Crystal referenced. These guys are having conversations in public because they think they're untouchable. And to some extent, they are. I mean,
They are.
think about the Amazon Web Service outage last week. The consolidation of power combined with AI. So when you have consolidated power that's running on AI, they have lost control of their AI already.
Yeah.
They admit it. So think of how consequential the AWS outage was last week, and then think of what happens when you have massive consolidation in AI together all at the same time, and people like Sam Altman running the show. Here's C2.
Yeah, I'm like, God, yeah, these people are able to see things differently and quantify things differently. Do you always feel, because some tech guys, they just have a different understanding of possibility, right? A different understanding of feeling and thing. Do you feel human all the time?
I do feel human all the time, but I feel like I have noticed that I think extremely differently about the future, about exponential change, about compounding technology than almost anybody else that I kind of come across in regular life. So
that's cool.
I feel
Crystal giving credit to grifters is making me nervous.
extremely human. I feel like, driven by crazy emotions as much as anybody, but I am like very aware that I have a different lens than a lot of people.
Have you met some people in tech space and you're like, whoa, that guy is only like 6 or 7%. He's low. Not a lot of human in him.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
I love how Sam's like, yes, I've met people who are not human, but myself, I'm totally human.
His interview with Tucker Carlson came out I think it was a couple of days before Charlie Kirk was assassinated, so it kind of got buried.
Yeah, I never actually got around to watching that.
You have to watch it. So Tucker asked him how he sleeps at
glazing
night,
is gross.
and Altman's just like, not well. It's so wild that he goes out and says these things in public.
Honestly,
not doing a great job in instilling confidence in the population. Meanwhile, Crystal, who is working on behalf
like I was saying, it's becoming more common too.
of these oligarchs?
I just hope that we don't see it. I hope we don't see when She makes the Anna pivot.
But
God, just could you imagine her and Kyle's Why We Left the Left?
Kristen Cinema.
Of course.
I had to let the pause
Let's not put that out there so it comes to fruition.
hang
might.
because I know it's surprising to people.
Oh, yeah, that she's doing the most evil thing imaginable in the wake of her senatorial career. Yeah, I might be open to the hybrid hypothesis when it comes to Kirsten Sinema. So here she is testifying at a local town hall, basically saying to them, listen, I'm working to push these data centers into communities. And you can either cooperate with us, or the federal government is just going to come in and force you to accept this, and then you're not going to have any say over how it goes for you, or or like it's coming. So you can either work with us, we can do this the easy way or the hard way. Is the subtext of what she says here? Let's go ahead and take a listen.
I'm here tonight on behalf of Active Infrastructure. I also am the founder and co-chair of a national coalition called the AI Infrastructure Coalition. We are a national coalition formed earlier this year and work hand in glove with
Why
the
do you
Trump
think that these layoffs
administration,
are happening and they happen to be in the administrative sector? It's almost like I called this.
We prepare for AI American dominance, to prepare against a competing threat from China, but also to ensure that domestically that we are prepared for the AI revolution that is coming. The AI action plan set out by the Trump administration says very clearly that we must continue to proliferate AI and AI data centers throughout the country.
So there she goes.
Dude, I smoked a cash.
Hand in glove with the Trump administration to make sure that AI data centers proliferate throughout the country. And I'll tell you, I live in a town where one of these data centers may be coming. There are, it's a very conservative, rural area. It's very conservative, voted like 65% for Trump or something. And you see tons of signs like stop the data center. I mean, it really is something that there are a wide variety of cross-partisan concerns here, including about local autonomy, as Sinema is basically threatening them, like it's coming whether you want it or not. Local autonomy is one of them. There's the water usage. You've had wells that have gone dry near these places, especially in rural areas. I'm personally on well water. A lot of people in my county and in the area are. You have the noise concern, the light pollution concern. You have the skyrocketing electricity, energy costs. So you have, a lot of just like immediate concerns about these massive construction projects that are just like proliferating across the country, and that, people like her are pushing onto communities that really don't want them.
Well, and there was that great Semaphore report, I think it was a Dave Weigel report from a couple of weeks ago, about how this is like the sneaky issue in the midterm cycle, that because so many communities are experiencing problems related to the data centers, that anybody who's actually able to do the anti-cinema here is probably, whichever party is able to do in some of these like congressional races, the anti-cinema approach, that'll behoove them, because in many, many communities, this is becoming a significant problem. And on that note, guess who is on this? Bernie Sanders. Let's roll C4.
Do you think OpenAI and ChatGPT should be broken up?
I do, but it's a deeper issue than that. We need to take a deep breath and understand that it's like, a meteor coming. We got to be prepared to deal with it in all of its complexity. Economically, I worry about massive loss of jobs. In terms of what it does to us as human beings, there are products not being sold as, you don't need to relate to a human being anymore. You will have somebody hanging around your neck as your AI buddy. And in a country where there's a lot of emotional distress, I really worry about that. How we continue community, how we relate to each other as human beings. And then, of course, in terms of AI, we worry about this super intelligent AI, which supersedes human intelligence. And one day, the AI says to the human being, sorry, but actually, no.
You worry about a Terminator-like scenario.
Something like that.
So that was Senator Sanders in an interview with Alex Thompson of Axios Crystal, showing a path forward, not just for Democrats, but for Republicans, if anyone is smart enough to take it. And that's where the question is right now.
Yeah, well, at the federal level, certainly the Trump.
Oh my God. How does somebody, she's not even, like, I was going to say, how does somebody not have, like, there's resting bitch face, but then there's just resting ugh face. She has resting ugh face.
Administration has decided that they're all in, you know, and
But she always looks like she's pouting.
obviously JD Vance is very much backed by Peter Thiel, has been throughout his career.
her.
They're thinking he's
Emily.
their guy. They've decided we're going to take any brakes that were on the car, we're going to take them off. Right. We are going to make sure in terms of regulatory breaks, we're going to make sure the funding is there. We're going to make sure there's no sort of like, you know, any sort of SEC enforcement actions coming your way.
I just noticed that Crystal's in another outfit that JD Vance would collect it. He would just be losing his mind. It's just, oh, look at those florals on black. Oh.
We're going to go all in the most reckless manner possible because we've got to win this.
She'd be out here dressing like a couch, just going to say.
You know, war against China. We've got to win the race to AGI before China gets there. And so that is the full thrust from the national level of the, you know, the Trump administration, certainly right now. And if JD Vance is the predecessor to Trump, then I fully expect him to continue in that direction. And of course, Trump is out there. Steve Bannon is saying, oh, Trump is going to be the guy again in 2028. I don't think we can put that off the table either. And he's clearly decided that, you know, being fully in bed with these tech oligarchs was the best thing for him politically in the direction that.
Yeah. Let's,
We learned not long ago that a mysterious private donor was jumping in to bail out the government during the shutdown so that some U.S. troops could continue to get paid as Congress continues
by the way, did you also see that they're trying to privatize the U.S. Army commissaries?
Take no action, tries to take action, but hasn't taken any action to at least make sure that the troops are paid during the shutdown. Here is a little bit of a back and forth between Donald Trump and a reporter about who might have stepped in with this $130 million donation straight to the government. We can roll the clip.
To find somebody to pay for our troops during the shutdown.
He's a great gentleman. He's a great patriot. He's obviously a very substantial man. And he contributed $130 million toward the military in order to make up any difference. So he wanted to see the military get paid. So did I. And he's a wonderful man, and he doesn't want publicity. He doesn't, you know, he'd prefer, I think, that his name not be mentioned, which is pretty unusual in the world I come from. And he's a big supporter of mine. He's an American citizen? It is, yeah. Great American citizen.
We now know who that donor is. We can put B2 up on the screen. Timothy Mellon of the Mellon family. You actually may remember his name from the 2024 election cycle when he just was...
Oh, not Elon. Haha.
Giving pumping money into the Trump campaign, essentially.
So he made a $50 million donation to a Trump super PAC.
$50 million.
Yeah, so he's one of Trump's largest donors.
Incredible. He's somewhat of a recluse. He lives in Wyoming. He's a big supporter of Robert F. Kennedy Jr. And his group, the Children's Health Defense Fund, I think is the name of it. And so according to two people familiar with the matter, according to the New York Times, these are the New York Times source.
Yeah, it's almost like, I don't know, where's the left-wing billionaires doing this? Like, if George Soros was actually funding shit, how come he's not actually funding shit?
Those two people familiar with the matter, it was Timothy Mellon, who came in and ended up giving $130 million. Let's roll this clip of Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent.
Also, I will say this much. My biggest problem, and I have reevaluated, like, why I have a problem with the Cora situation. It's not necessarily, and it never was them taking money. It was the dark money part. And why? Why are they required to be dark money?
On whether or not
the framework is there for them to be out in the open with it.
We're getting paid.
We were able to pay the military employees from excess funds at the Pentagon middle of this month. I think we'll be able to pay them beginning in November. But by November 15th, our troops and service members who are willing to risk their lives aren't going to be able to get paid. What an embarrassment.
Yes, what an embarrassment. That's right.
Yeah, it's almost like you guys are in government. You should make a deal.
It is.
I brought this up to my dad because he was buying into the narrative where he's like, it takes two to tango there, pal. It's like, yes, but Dad, you like to fancy yourself as somebody who's made deals in his life. Well, maybe, just maybe, you could see the merit in not just giving something for nothing.
It is. And
that's called playing politics.
You have to.
Well, these pork bills, blurdy.
Timothy Mellon jumping in.
It's like, dude, they control all the branches of government. It's almost like they have all the power to just say, all right, fine. We won't do this healthcare thing now.
Which Crystal,
like, honestly, that they just need to literally take it off the table and just be like, shelf it, and they can let the shelf collapse and then it fall back on the docket the very next time.
It's actually kind of interesting.
But fucking hey, you would think that Republicans would have the foresight to see like, yeah, guys, eventually everybody's gonna figure out that you're in fucking power.
Because
yes, your narrative is working right now, and it's very annoying.
Republicans have used, I mean, it's interesting in a lot of ways, but Republicans have used, particularly the troops, just as Democrats did during previous government shutdowns, to say, quote, what an embarrassment. Like, get to the table, give us the votes. Republicans are typically the ones in the position of withholding votes on a CR to fund the government. Now it's Democrats, and Republicans thought this was their leverage. So it's actually kind of interesting that you have someone, in a way, taking away the leverage that a Republican donor is undercutting their argument that Democrats need to get to the table to negotiate so that troops can get paid. Obviously, there's questions over whether the $130 million is enough to really make a difference.
Apparently, that would be like $100 to each service member.
That's what the Times calculated.
It's one of the
Oh, that goes a long way in this economy.
weird. It's weird and
I
troubling,
bought 7 things on my last grocery trip,
and it's worth thinking about
and it was damn near double that.
principle of it, even though it's not nearly sufficient to even come close to actually paying the entire
God forbid
military.
any paper products anymore.
What, now we've got like random private oligarchs funding
By the way, did anybody else notice that? Like the paper towel prices, like, oh my God, did you see the paper towel prices? They've skyrocketed.
military? Is this really the direction we want to go in at a time when Trump is increasingly using the military as like his own personal force against whatever people and cities and causes that he doesn't particularly like? So the principle of it is disturbing, potentially illegal, by the way. Unclear.
Oh, you're telling me that, what? Trump potentially did something illegal? No.
Completely legally, but potentially illegal.
What?
So it's like,
Shocked
what is
face.
this guy doing when you're not even coming close to solving the problem? I don't know. To me, the whole thing is very strange and troubling in, a way that often Trump regime actions are.
Well, let's put this before on the screen. You can see already for federal workers, there are some lines outside of food pantries. So this is furloughed federal workers.
I can tell you right now that it ain't just federal employees.
It's Landover, Maryland, which is
We got a food bank near us, and I drove past it this weekend, and I just looked at my wife. I was like, "That's a great sign." Seeing that parking lot completely full.
just outside the Beltway here, in the Beltway area here. And so I saw some restaurants around town when I was walking around DC last night who had 50% off for federal workers. This thing is really starting to bite. People are really starting to feel the pain.
Gee. Oh my God! Where did we see other bread lines? Was it almost like Trump bread? Trump. Oh my God! I can't get this out. Trump 1.0 had the same shit.
Paychecks are starting to be missed.
It's almost like every time that they go after EBT, because guess what? Guess what else is going on the chopping block? If you guys don't have groceries right now and you have SNAP, you're fucked.
Obviously,
I'm sorry. Like, it's just a objective fact. And this is where, and this is what sucks is like, if you know anybody that is on SNAP, you need to get them on board immediately. So the Republican spin isn't what they listen to on this. Because I can tell you right now, come November 2nd, you're going to see nothing but Fox News saying just like, the Democrats need to come to the table. Yeah, I mean, we got people, they're in bread lines now. It's just like, cool. And it's working, guys. This is why I'm getting so pissed off at this shit, is the fact that it's like, can we ever actually have like a message preemptively that sticks and then doesn't get reframed in this way where it's just like, well, this is the Democrats' fault.
Workers are furloughed. You're going to have even more workers furloughed after the end of the month. As Besant said there, come November 15th, troops are no longer going to be paid. Doesn't look like they've been sort of like moving different pots of money around. Again, in a way that's not really entirely clear is legal,
It's
but
not
they're
illegal.
moving different
Yes, it
pots
is,
of money
technically.
around to try to make sure the troops are paid. A lot of times what happens in these shutdowns is that
Yes, it is.
Congress will pass
Because think about this. An anonymous donor just keeping our military open. What's to keep that from being a Kremlin donor?
a separate bill
You do understand how this works. This is why the Army is taxpayer funded.
saying just like, okay, well, we are going to pay the troops no matter how long this thing goes. But they have not done that. So they're really in the same camp as basically everyone else as this thing stretches out.
Median average saving for an American is $600. And so, it's true that a lot of these workers end up getting back
How you doing, Seth?
pay, but that's not helpful if you're paycheck to paycheck, or even a little bit more comfortable than paycheck to paycheck, because we are now going into what could end up being one of the longest government, actually, it might end up being the longest government shutdown in history, because there is no end in sight whatsoever.
Yeah.
And Jake Sherman,
Yeah, and you know what? The TSA has the opportunity to shut down every airport over this.
loath as I am to
Like, at what point is there a general strike? Because these people, they're standing in bread lines while also knowing that they have to take their next shift.
Invoke any of his,
Like, I'm sorry, but last time I checked,
his wisdom here of Punchbowl, he says the flaw in this is Democrats have sold their base of membership that they aren't trying to make a point. They're trying to enact change. That's actually kind of an interesting way to put it, because the leverage that Democrats have, well, not the leverage, but the sort of the reason that Democrats did the shutdown was to show the base that they're fighting. And so
the Democrats did. You see that fucking framing that she just did?
What have they
like? Fuck you, Emily. Oh my God.
Gotten at this point?
Mega level stupid.
What can they get at this point out of it? They may get Republicans to negotiate on premiums, if possible, on something for that, but nobody's even talking right now.
Yeah, no, I mean, there's really at this point is no end in sight. We did get that report last week that we talked about that maybe Republicans were open to something on the ACA subsidies. I do think Democrats would take, if they could get any kind of a win, I think they would probably take it. Schumer and co were really forced into this by the base. It was not the politics they wanted to pursue. And their persistence in it too is really forced on them by the base, which is really interesting. I mean, I think there's kind of a tie-in here with some of the Zoran clip that we'll show of Kathy Hochul and the crowd chanting at her, like, tax the rich. You have now leadership and establishment Democrats really feeling
watch the Majority Report on
pressure from just a normie liberal base that is increasingly disgusted with them and wants a more hardline and more radical direction for the party. And so the fact that Democrats, I mean, Sagar and I both early on were like, yeah, they're probably going to fold because that's just what they do. The reason we were wrong is because they're feeling much more pressure from their own voters than we expected. And, I think the Trump administration has taken a lot of the sting out of the
yeah, but they're the only ones who care. Notice how they're kind of doing this thing where they're not moving on it, any of it.
The mass destruction.
Like, if they really felt the whole backlash from their voters, they might be worried. It's almost like I've been saying that they have a guarantee from a certain man saying, if you just maintain this status quo until the next election, I will guarantee that you will keep your seat.
The federal government workforce, they've been doing that all along.
And
so when you're like, oh, we're going to hurt them
like
more,
this,
it's like,
maybe
well, we're already doing
so
that
obvious
anyway.
about it.
And when I think they've also been buoyed by a lot of polls that show the public are predominantly blaming Republicans. And it makes sense because they are in control of everything. So people just look at this and they're like, you guys run the show, so get it together. You got to negotiate with them, figure something out. And so they feel like Republicans are taking on water with this thing as well, which I think has strengthened some backbones. Another test, though, is going to come. I mean, this is really, honestly, really terrible and really dire. We could put B5 up on the screen. Food stamp benefits, SNAP benefits are going to run out at the end of this month. You've got tens of millions of Americans who...
Did you know that the main beneficiaries of food stamps are primarily white and poor?
Rely on SNAP benefits. Originally...
Gee, I wonder how many of them were Trump voters.
It had looked like the administration was going to use some emergency funds to keep those benefits flowing. Now the USDA is saying, nope, we're not going to do that. So, heading into November, heading into the month of Thanksgiving, with the potential loss of those benefits, you've got Americans who are going to go hungry if something is not done to extend this funding or to get the government fully back open.
Hey, if this is what we need to light a fire under everybody's asses is a fucking mock depression, then go for it. Is it bad that I'm literally there where I'm like, this is going to suck, guys, but at least we do have foresight so we can prepare.
I'm just thinking about,
or at least just mentally prepare for it.
This now.
It's kind of the way that I viewed this, where when I found out that I essentially have to do a soft quarantine because of my wife's chemo, I immediately just was like, oh, okay, cool. My brain was already mentally prepared because of going through COVID. I was just like, oh shit, so this isn't going to really be a thing.
One of the sort of designs behind Doge
does suck, though. I do have to wear a mask like in public spaces.
Is that you kind of can't.
I'm planning on taking some shit for that.
Can do things, right? Like Republicans are like, hey.
Then I'm also just going to be like, my wife has cancer and make them feel bad.
Can do things. And so I'm wondering if the USDA SNAP fund.
More people need to fucking be made to feel bad about their fucking thoughts, especially if they expose themselves in public like that. Yeah, way more people needed to be shamed, especially during COVID.
Funds run out.
Where it's just like, oh, you're not only a shit human being, you're a toddler.
It's a sort of predicate.
You don't want to be told what to do. I want to help society. Ivermectin works.
For some type of permanent reduction.
Take horse pace.
But there may be legal avenues that a Russ vote or someone else in the administration tries to pursue to make permanent cuts, like they're trying to do with federal workers. So I'm not sure about that, but I do wonder if that's part of this. We can put the next element on the screen. House Democrats are calling back their members to D.C. According to Punchbowl Laura Weiss, they're holding in-person caucus meetings tomorrow, so Tuesday, and events on Wednesday. It's possible we see an end to this it's possible by the weekend. I don't know that anybody's particularly optimistic, though. If we put the next element up on the screen, over the weekend, there was a ground stop at LAX. It disrupted flights from LAX to
Nation's
Oakland.
busiest airport.
Yeah.
Just tell me you work at
and
ICE and they'll
so
thank you for your service.
the longer this goes on, with people blaming Republicans, I think that's probably stable, those numbers of Americans blaming Republicans. I would probably put some of the blame on the media for that. I think it's a contrast in how the media's covered it when Republicans literally were the ones withholding their votes. That doesn't mean there's no blame to go around. There's definitely blame to go around in this government shutdown. But maybe that's weighing on Democrats' minds, that they're sort of, technically, if the public is blaming Republicans, they have an upper hand of some sort when they go to negotiation. Presumably.
Yeah, it's almost like they do. It's almost like they're forcing the... I hate commentary like this. I hate it. I can't stand it. What the actual... You just... What is this clip? Fucking... How... Just, can you show me how long this is? Fucking YouTube. 18 minutes long. It's an 18-minute clip. We are 10 minutes in, and it has taken 10 minutes for her to essentially just be like, well, you know what? The Democrats, they might have the upper hand because people are starting to figure out that Republicans are in charge.
Presumably this week, but the positions are hardened when you look at Republican leadership.
These pseudo-intellectuals.
They really are not projecting that they're willing to come to the table on...
like, I'm glad that you got a poli-sci degree or whatever the hell degree you hold, but seriously...
premiums and the ACA subsidies, so we'll see.
Yeah, we will.
You wonder why people go to Joe Rogan for their news, because they're not so up their ass like this.
You know, I think there's also concern, you were saying that vote
Emily the Rizless
might use the, you know, the funding shortage.
Behold, my king, I present to you from breaking points yonder.
On food
Emily the Rizless.
stamps to make some sort of permanent cuts, even though, again, it should be illegal. That should be something that has to go through Congress. But, you know, whatever. Laws
When will she realize Republicans are in charge? I don't know. That's why I keep calling her dumb.
don't exist anymore, apparently. There's also concern that those federal workers,
like, seriously,
actually, who, you know, some of
they're
them
sitting here acting like, again, in this political space, they are a voice in this political space. Again, 1.65 million viewers, but this is what at least 88,000 people tuned in for this fucking milquetoast bullshit.
Some of them are working for free right now, by the way. Don't get back pay.
A lot, yeah.
Because he put out a memo saying,
Maybe I really do need to get my videos out there.
we're probably not going to pay, actually. And again, there is a law that was passed that mandates during a shutdown, federal government workers.
Emily dresses like she raided her parents' closet. Like if Grandma Core was being boring with zero creativity, essentially she dresses like she is a very sheltered Christian.
Will get their back pay. But this administration just does whatever the hell they want. So I don't
She also strikes me as like every homeschool kid I've ever dealt with.
think that federal government workers feel particularly secure that they're ever going to see the paychecks that they're missing right now. You know, this is the guy who said that he wants to cost.
I mean, look at her face. Her face is just always like concerned.
Somebody say he wants to cause them trauma or something like that. Yeah. So, I mean, that is part of his goal. That's his MO. He's a true ideologue in this regard. And so I don't think anyone should be.
I'm still waiting for that Emily versus Emma debate where it's just going to be like, because they have very similar look, they have very similar voices.
Surprised that he, in
totally different politics and intellectual prowess.
particular, I would
love to see Emma just smoke her.
One of the more powerful members of the administration, certainly one of the more, you know, ideological architects of the direction of this administration.
Roll her up like some of that Sunset Lake CBD.
That he would use this as an excuse to create more pain and suffering among the federal government workforce and to shrink the federal government more than they've been able to successfully do with Doge. And already they ran into, you know, with Doge, they ran into things where they'd fire a bunch of people from the CDC or whatever and be like, oh, you know what? Actually, we do want to track Ebola. It turns out. Or, you know,
it's almost like they aren't in touch with the everyday person and it only affects them when their airplanes can't land.
Fire a bunch of.
It's almost like, I don't know, they use a lot of public shit, and honestly, if that goes away, then they're fucked too.
People from that.
It's almost like we hold the fucking power.
Oh, you know what? This whole like airplanes crashing into each other situation is not really great. Let's bring some of those people back. They've already had to do some of that.
Seriously, how in the fuck has the TSA just not gone, you know what? General strike time.
You know, we had the situation in Texas.
We hold the cards
with the floods and a lot of questions over whether or not
airports stop. people get pissed. You don't want normal people pissed. You don't want every average normie fucking getting mad, because that might do this thing where it creates a class awakening.
Some of the cuts that have been made to relevant agencies there impacted the ability to
We can't have that.
respond to those absolutely devastating floods. So they've already run into like hitting the bone in some of the cuts that they've made, but there's no sign that individuals like him in particular are interested in slowing down.
Well, and also, listen, I'm someone who thinks Snap needs
Sorry if your name is something else. For some reason, YouTube is all screwed up.
significant reforms. I'm somebody who thinks Obamacare needs significant reforms, and Stoller has a good post on that over at Big this morning.
Yeah,
but,
I was reading that too.
Yeah, it's super good. But there's a lot of Trump voters who are on Snap. So that's another. As Democrats return to Washington this week, that's another thing. That's another big piece of leverage. It's another arrow in their quiver as they try to bring Republicans to the table.
Yeah, so why would they fucking capitulate now? Why not let Emily? It's almost like they don't want their constituency to hurt, but they also recognize that it's like, unless there's an example and they can use that, there's not much to be said. And once it starts hurting, again, your normal person who might or might not have voted for Trump, might not have voted at all, that will make them aware, painfully aware, that this was on the Republicans and the people in charge. That's all. It's almost like playing smart politics. But when the Democrats are in charge and they threaten a shutdown, or they don't want to do any of the, like, they don't want to fucking negotiate with a bunch of bad faith actors, all of a sudden the public gets it. Because again, for some reason, the Republican rage messaging is so much better. I don't understand, where Democrats are perceived as just being like, why aren't you listening? And the Republicans are just like, because look how bad this is. This is insane.
On something in addition to the subsidy.
And they're like, yeah. And they usually have to just be like, the dogs, the cats, the brown people.
Which Marjorie Taylor Greene has been
yeah. I guess that makes sense.
Spoken about. The Obamacare subsidies. Snap is that. I mean, if you have most of the country blaming Republicans for the shutdown, and then you have troops going unpaid.
She's been trained in the. Oh, I have this on 1.2. Actually, here, you want to see her on normal speed? This is why I have to do this, because it's fucking snoozeville.
Lines at food pantries, SNAP benefits lapsing, and like potential increases in premiums. That's starting to look pretty dire for Republicans. If
she has not gone to the School of Broadcasting for anything.
Again, I think it's a different situation than other shutdowns. Democrats are the ones technically.
We call her Emily the Rizless for a reason.
Withholding the votes, but Republicans.
It's her D&D name.
If they're taking the blame with the public, that's a recipe for a political disaster heading into a midterm year. I don't think people vote on shutdowns, a year from now. I'm not sure that'll be on the front.
Dude, I didn't slow that down.
Anybody's
that was normal speed.
Mind, but obviously it's one of those moments that can make you feel.
She's the worst.
Whether
her and Ryan Grimm together, seriously, I do not understand how they have views.
This party cares about you or not.
Dean FM reacts.
The MAGA movement.
Appreciate the sub.
It really, truly has your best interest at hand. That's something that can kind of sink into people's psyche.
They may not vote on the shutdown, but they may well vote on, hey, my premiums just went up 100%.
No, you're telling me again, like I was just saying, once it's something that the general populace feels, they're going to go, what? What do you mean your government shut down? What do you mean I don't get EBT? What do you mean? That was tied to the government?
And that's to your point about this really disproportionate.
Moved to 3 times. No, I
hitting
can't do
the
that.
MAGA base. 73% of those subsidies go to red states because it's overwhelmingly the states that didn't expand.
For Christ's sake, it's still too slow.
Medicaid. That's where these subsidies are really filling the gap, and those are all red states.
You talk like Destiny, and we're just like, nope, still too slow.
The poor states in the country are all red states, so you'll have a disproportionate number of the SNAP benefits going to those states as well. So yeah, you're talking.
And then Jeff will show up like magic, because for some reason, every time I play like a video a little too fast, Jeff is just like, hey, look, this person talks really fast.
Talking about a lot of pain specifically for oftentimes Republican
I'm not sure if
voters
he's fucking with me or not.
Diehard supporters of Trump himself.
I mean, yeah, it's one of those. It could potentially be one of those moments. Actually, sort of like the Epstein, particularly when Pam Bondi said we're closing the case. Basically, let's wipe our hands. We're done. It's one of those moments that can make people who thought, as Donald Trump was campaigning, saying everybody's going to have health care.
Right.
I think at the Madison Square Garden rally.
Yeah, it's almost like campaign promises matter to people. Why do they always get shocked by this? Why?
He said he was going.
But they also grade Obama, like they did this to Obama, where it's like they literally micromanaged everything that he did based on what he said in his campaign. What the fuck?
And to cut energy prices in half, and inflation was going to significantly decrease.
As long as we cancel Obamacare but leave the ACA alone. Yeah, there's so many of those assholes out there still.
And that's why he's so concerned about the beef,
Crazy
as
to
we
me.
talked about earlier in the show, because beef prices are the things that are going high, and he knows, he's shrewd enough politically to know that.
Dude, food, again, grocery prices, beef prices are insane.
That really matters.
I have just gone to strictly white meat, which my diet has appreciated. I'll
Because
say
he
that
talked
much.
about it on the campaign trail.
I have one thing of ground beef upstairs
So
where
it
I was
could
just like,
potentially be one of those moments where
fuck.
the working class section of the MAGA base starts.
Oh, by the way, did you know that if you buy your ground beef from Target, it's like sealed in a way where, yeah,
to question
it's
whether
good
or
for a
not
long
MAGA
time.
really does care about them. You could see that happening, and Epstein was a big moment where they said, "Is this?"
You can tell that I had that moment where I was like, oh shit, I got beef in the fridge. And I was like, oh, look.
Is this really about what we thought it was about? Does
Yeah.
he really care like he said he did? And you know that not everybody in who voted for Trump loves Trump, but there's a
Yeah, no shit, Emily.
level of he told you everybody else. He was right to tell you everybody else was wrong. Does that mean that he's right?
That he's right. Yeah, and he's
that's
actually making things better.
Exactly.
Well, I will say, I think Epstein landed much more clearly squarely at his feet because it's
God, how does she call herself a leftist? How?
like
Yes.
cash, it's his people, right?
My
Right.
God.
With this, I could see a lot of people blaming Congress. I mean, the thing in the Trump era that we've seen is similar to how Obama had this particular hold on, on a certain population. Trump has this certain hold, and it doesn't translate to the rest of the Republican Party. You know, the midterms, he hasn't done well in midterms, in particular. And so the other thing is maybe people still are like, oh, it's not Trump's fault. This Congress can't get their act together, whatever. But that doesn't exactly make them excited to come out and vote for Republicans in midterm elections upcoming.
Well, it doesn't also necessarily.
Well, no, it oh my God, here we go with the fucking literal lamest political take ever. Oh, you're telling me that in the off-year election, people don't show up as much and it tends to favor the person that's not in power? No.
give you the faith
Seriously.
in a MAGA candidate that
Fucking Christ, you can go back to the 60s and hear that.
you might have otherwise.
Right.
If they're saying, because there was the working class had this idea that Republicans worked for them for a long time. And, we've all talked about why that might be. But that's always been a problem for Republicans. And it's especially a problem if you've already traded a lot of suburban voters for more working class voters, especially in the Rust Belt, places like Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Ohio. So does the
Cat meat can't be good because it would be very bony like a fish.
MAGA candidate lose some credibility
I was going to say that much.
if there's
You ever seen a cat skeleton?
still, your typical Republican in
A lot of this.
they're like Brooks Brothers suit, but they claim to be MAGA. The trust gap is significant when voters who vote for Donald Trump, have to go vote for you. Do they even vote? Let alone if they do vote, do they vote for you when they see their SNAP benefits lapsing and their premiums about to explode?
Yeah.
No. Oh my God. She thought that this, again, they took that long to get to that. Oh, my brain hurts. Oh, I think I'm having an aneurysm. Emily fucking broke me.
Feels like a lot of 2010 level kind of like disillusionment
91,000 views, folks. This is
is what I've potentially. We'll see.
I'm gonna go
Yeah.
bash my head against the wall.
I should interview somebody who maybe ran for Congress in 2010.
I think I have an in.
Edging points.
See what we can do.
I love it.
I actually always love when you talk about it because it was such an important year and there's so many different trends and that came to blossom 6 years later.
Yeah, I had a front row seat because I went to so many Tea Party meetings because my policy was like, anyone in the district invites me to come talk, I will come talk to you.
Mm-hmm.
So I got berated by a lot of angry people who thought that
I am not high enough
I
for
was
this.
ushering in
No,
Sodom and
no,
Gomorrah.
not at all.
To be fair,
No.
to be fair, you were.
I mean,
Here we are.
What can I
Here we
say?
are. Have you heard WAP? I blame you for that. I blame you for Cardi B.
You should do your Ben Shapiro-esque rendition, your own rendition of WAP for it. Something.
Hey, if you like.
Women aren't supposed to have those, what do they call them? Wet-ass P words. Ah, the wet-ass P words. I've never seen them. They're supposed to be dry. God is supposed to punish men for wanting to have sex. That's why he made every woman I've had sex's vagina like sandpaper.
Sorry, I'm exhausted. I literally got mentally exhausted from just being like, what the fuck? They are both wealthy and it shows. Yes. That's why it's getting a little frustrating. I can understand why the spaces like mine, honestly, like this space, follow at this space if you have not already. It is a collaborative working class stream where we have a bunch of collaborative efforts where we kind of like do a multi-stream where it's on one stream we have a whole bunch of different types of leftist content. And I started off on Tuesday with Pepaganda, an exclusive show to this space. It is a exclusive hour where I cover 2 stories that you will not hear on High on Politics. Explained with the exclusive part. But yeah, I'm not even trying to stroke that ego of mine, but I get it. I kind of get why smaller content creators are starting to see a little bit of a bump, which, hey, I appreciate all the support, guys. I really do. Also, thank you for hitting the like button today. Doing well on that. Look at that. If you guys haven't already and you are enjoying the stream, though, really helps me out and I appreciate it. Also, here, I should probably do the whole thing. You guys can help support the show by either donating to this link, or I do have a GoFundMe for my wife's cancer. I think that I have the link here. Oh, no, I don't. Let me do this one first. So this one is how you directly support stream. Again, all the funds go to the cancer fund. And then the GoFundMe. But again, if you guys cannot financially support, I more than understand. So if you guys can just hit the like button, share the stream, hit that subscribe button, it helps me out. It's the best free way to get my channel out there. Eventually, I would like to hit that point where I could just collect ad revenue and not have to, or collect the YouTube ad revenue. And yeah, just kind of go from there. That's the dream. Very honest about it. Wish more people were. I like how a lot of people are just like, dude, I mean, you don't have broader, you don't want to be like, somebody said specifically, they're like, you're not trying to be as big as the sun. I'm like, dude, I won't, no. Fuck no. That seems like a chore in itself. I like my little corner of the internet here. I hope you guys too do too. Dude, it's a chill space. I really enjoy doing my show and hanging with you guys. I hope you all know that. Won't people start quitting if they can't pay their rent? Oh, dang. That was a good one. Just saw the Twitch comment. Yes. I don't know if they'll start quitting, but it's going to push them into getting another job, and you can't get another job when you're working for the fucking TSA, especially if you're working as an air traffic controller. This is where I'm saying a general strike. Do you not understand how much power just the air traffic controllers have in this country? What general strike? No fucking flights. No flights means almost like a halt to the economy. You know how they say that they need about 3%, and we're just about to 3% to actually establish a general strike that matters? We're over that. We underestimate just how much power we have, specifically because, again, that's the game. They want you to be so reliant on this shit to the point where you'd rather focus your energy on hating your neighbor, on hating somebody that doesn't think politically like you, not looking at the billionaire motherfuckers who are taking your money, who are running this country into the ground. It's frustrating. By the way, guys, announcement time. I have a new game tomorrow. So I think I announced earlier that I did my pepper harvest. We're going to play a game. How many peppers did Pep pick? Legitimately. Throughout the stream, I'm going to have a few opportunities. I think I'm going to do it at the top of the hour every hour. Where I just say, how many peppers did Pep pick? I'm going to hold up a bag, and it's going to be like the gumballs. Guess the gumballs. So you guys will have to guess how many peppers did Pep pick. And then, at the end of the show, we will tally them up. And we will announce a winner, and we will have a little prize at the end, or a little incentive for you guys. It's gonna be fun. So I hope you guys participate tomorrow for the Tuesday edition of High on Politics. This is not going to start on Pepaganda. And also, don't forget about the bingo cards. Not a pickled pepper. They are just peppers. I haven't pickled them yet. You ever think about having a guest on your show? Yeah, I've had a few guests. I've had the Angry Ginger on. I've had Alex from Devil's Advocate Productions, and I've also had the Letter Hack on my show. But yes, I do. I should probably do that more. Again, you know how I'm like supposed to like put out a whole bunch of video content and it's like supposed to boost me and stuff like that. Yeah. They also say collaborations and yeah. No, I'm also gonna have Jake from What You Can Do with Drake. Jake. Oh shit! How do I say his last name? Drugly. I can't say his name. His name is Jake, and it's What You Can Do with your old pal Jake. He should have actually kept the old pal. Unless I was just told to like say it that way. I don't know. Dragalis. I think I can handle that now. It's the dyslexia sucks. Thank you, Dragalis. I need more people like you in chat where it's just like, hold on, we understand. This is we got a pepism happening. Zionist Michael Rappaport calls Zoran a moron and supports Cuomo. LT. I hate to say this. It's not exactly a news story for Michael Rappaport to be an idiot. No, maybe it's because I'm a Howard Stern fan and he's a Stern Show super fan. He has made his very dumb points. Very aware. So I'm not, but that sucks. Whatever. He sucks. He's always been dumb. But what up, LT? How you doing? Hope you're having a good day, man. Hope you had a good weekend. Also, hope you had a good stream on Friday. I know that I saw you Friday on my stream, but yeah, I was not able to catch yours, so sorry. But yeah, everybody, if you guys can, always head on over to LT's channel. Check out his live streams. I know that you were talking to Sandy. Oh my gosh, I'm blanking on her name. She's from Majority Report chat. I'm sorry. I know you'll catch this. Catch me up on it. All right. Let's get this. Oh, hey, look at that. I didn't even realize that I had this segment set up right after Crystal. Crystal and Kyle, man, they really do just... He has 96K on this video. Like, this dude's doing... 2 million subs. About 100K a day, at least. Wow. And if he just runs the secular talk channel, wow. That's impressive. Where's this? Damn it, I lost the Majority Report feed. Oh, I think that they... Oh, damn it, they delisted the video. Oh, that sucks. Annie Fitzgerald, by the way, that was who LT had on. And Annie is she's running, I forgot where she's running for, but she's running for office. And also, she is currently going through a cancer struggle of her own. So, I have actually sent her GoFundMe some money. Yeah, Annie, yeah. Okay, let's do this where I can set this up. Yeah, there you go. There's LT's channel. You get the permission. Oh, by the way, guys, I did it. I fixed it. if y'all haven't already and you want to join the Discord, you guys can do so now with this exclusive Pep Talks invite. The portal is open, and it will only be open for, I think, 24 hours, so... Either that or this is the new permalink. I'm not sure how I set it up, but either way, join the Discord. Finally figured out everything that was going on over there, which I'll be able to talk about a little bit more later. Until I have some more clarity on what I can and cannot say. So there was a bit of a situation where I can do some vague posting on it, where we had an infiltrator. We did. We actually had somebody like infiltrate, and they pulled some fucking shenanigans. Went out there and tried to get me in trouble. So it's a new world to navigate. It is. And, you know, now that I'm coming into my first year, another thing that I would like to cover here, might as well just do it. State office. Oh, state office is, that's what she's running for, state office, which, man, do you know what state? Yeah, what state is she running for? So if you guys are in that state, you guys can vote for Annie Fitzgerald. I know that we got the primaries coming up. So it's the 27th. Let me see. Where's my calendar? I celebrate my 1 year next week. And now I can make the announcement. So next week, on my 1 year anniversary, I will be doing a mini subathon we're going to kind of do like an AMA type of stream. We're going to be focusing more on the fun and games. Although, maybe I should save the... No, I can't save the how many peppers did Pep pick, because there's no guarantee they'll last that long. I do have to start pickling them, so it's going to be a little harder if they're in a pickle jar. Actually... No, because then I wouldn't be able to count them. I was like, wait a minute. Or what I can do is be smart about this. Tally them up pre the show. Know the number. Show you guys the pickle jar. And then whoever oh, you know what? I figured this out. No, we guess how many are in the jar? No. Yeah, I figured this out. I was just like, in real time, look at that. I just kind of thought out loud, and you guys were just... Now you know exactly what's going on. Now that works. Washington. Okay, cool. Wow. A pretty progressive state, so... Is she running with the DSA ticket? Like, you know what? LT. Yeah, maybe I'll reach out and have her on the show. I do need to have some more candidates on the show. Again, my biggest thing is just like... I try to have on guests that I know I vibe with. So, yeah, this is where I need to kind of put my professional hat on and just be like, all right, let's do this. Get my name out there a little bit more. I like how my biggest drawback is just like, I don't want to be professional. I don't want to be grown up. I want to be just a goofy dude on the internet. God, I remember when I first started this and they're just like, you trying to be the Joe Rogan of the left? I'm like, I don't know. Not really. I may have a little bit of the Joe Rogan, like, way of doing things. I didn't know how to articulate that. I do, though. Unfortunately, I have enough self-reflection to recognize where it's like, yeah, you know how people say that he has a childlike curiosity that really endears him to people? I'm like, hey. And then it's like, yeah, sometimes he just gets stoned and asks questions. It's like, all right, 2 for 2. What's the next one? He does compelling interviews. All right, there's the answer, guys. I think I figured it out now. Just bring comedians in. I mean, that would be cool, though. Like, if I had to say my dream interview would be with Stavros. If I could have Stavi on, that'd be freaking sick. Although, I'd be a little... It's like, can I come into studio? It's like, are you going to do your laundry? Because that might impede me... Well, I don't know. There's also something where it's just like, Stavros Halkias did his laundry here. That was one of the funniest things they did during the Hassan stream, where it's just like, I gotta come back and pick up my laundry. It's like, you did not do that. Oh my God. He doesn't trust the comedy condo, and I love it. I love every second of that. And I love that he's just like, nope, I'm saving money. I'm staying here. Yeah, if you don't know, LA is one of those places that has, like, especially if you're playing this, the Comedy Store, they have a comedy condo that they reserve for the main talent, but realistically, it's mostly openers who stay there, because anybody who headlines there knows not to stay there. So they don't exactly do a lot of upkeep. All right, red states are collapsing. Good. Good. Seriously. Let them collapse so they can learn a lesson about socialism. You know, how bad everything is, and this actually applies to my own life. I now feel, because I am like I'm on the other side of a grieving process. I'm fresh in another grieving process, and then I'm also like in hyper alert mode with the cancer diagnosis. So I can just say that I see light at the end of these tunnels. And when I say that about my own life, I also do mean this politically, because these extremes are going to backfire spectacularly on the Trump administration and the Republicans, who realistically do not understand that they don't have all the cards that they think they do, that they don't have the support that they think they do. Again, they believe their own bullshit. They paid for these bot accounts to go out there and now believe those bot accounts are actual people. Now, whether or not we actually have, you know, this is where I'm going to get a bit doomer, where it's like, if they do the extreme thing where it's just like, oh, there's no food. Martial law time. Then yes, that's where we get to say, well, it's too late. But I don't know, man. There's that little bit of, there's a little bit of levity where I think, now this is going to push a lot of people farther left. I think that the gerrymandering isn't going to work as well as they think it will, because it could backfire. Again, where you gerrymander all these districts and they just happen to lean red now, you piss off enough people, and if you start going after their livelihood, all it takes is one DSA candidate or even a Democrat to just say the right thing and just be like, hey, they take your health care. But this is where it is on, we cannot let corporate Dems fuck this up again. Pretty easy, too. Like, we've got the playbook. Again, hindsight being, we have never learned to just accept what happened to Bernie as, yeah, it happened. We cannot change the past, but we can make sure it never happens again. But this is also where we need to be very careful with overcorrecting, because the Graham Plantner situation has shown me that we have overcorrected in a way. Because I'm seeing a lot of people come out and just be like, nah, I can't support Graham Plantner. Then I just ask them, like, are you from Maine? It's like, no. It's like, then what the fuck? Realistically, that doesn't matter. Now you're just contributing to the narrative that the people who live in Maine should vote for Lisa, oh fuck, not Murkowski. I got her fucking name. But either way, the milquetoast Democratic candidate who has said herself that, yeah, I wouldn't be much different from Susan Collins. So it's just like, okay, so you're telling us that you're just there to get people to vote for Susan Collins. Like, let's be real here. Mills. Yes, Mills. Thank you. Either way. Yes, Graham Plantner is someone that is the better candidate there. We cannot get steeped in doing all the little micro things again. I'm telling you, man. That's going to be, if anything's going to kill leftism in this country, it's going to be fucking virtue politics. It really is. This whole, like, I can't bring myself to vote for the leftist candidate because of one X position that's usually fucking just milquetoast as fuck. Unless they like overtly just said, I don't believe that genocide happened or is happening in Gaza. Okay, that's, yeah. But I do feel like we have this problem where we're always looking for something to hate about them. And I don't get that. I really don't. That's one like, I have seen this with left versus right politics. The right does not do that. They really don't. They don't go after their own candidates the way that the left goes after theirs. And that's weird. Like, I do think that it's like, guys, have you not noticed that maybe we need to step back? Like, don't not do the research. I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying, like, if they had one bad take, especially on Twitter fucking 10 years ago, calm the fuck down. In the Graham Plattner case, I don't think that he's a fucking secret Nazi. I'm 15 minutes behind. Clip that rant about power and air traffic controllers. Great points. Damn it. Pinkerbell, you're 15 minutes behind. Oh, shit. What's the timestamp? Oh, crap. She can't see this. Here. We're playing Terminator Timeline here. The CPU has taken over. I must communicate with her over the neural net. We can only do this through text message. Yeah. What are you doing? Why are you 15 minutes behind? Get with it. Oh, did you guys see that Arnold Schwarzenegger came out against the Proposition 50? Is that what it's called? Prop 50? I think it is. Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's Prop 50, right? Because, yeah, that was pretty catchy. 255. Thank you. Let me mark that. Sorry, guys. I need to do this. Because I told you guys. I'm trying to release more of these videos. I did mention that we're at 312 now. No. Yeah, but if she was, that far behind. I thought that she did that. Thank you. Hey, did I not say that I'm not exactly the best at math? Never claimed to be good at it. Doesn't help that I have a little dyslexia, so it's like, I'm not good with words either. I don't know how I passed high school. Oh yeah, that's right. No, I did pass high school. I just, I'll go into that. I think that I should just, talk about that. I'll save that one for the anniversary show. Get a little more in-depth with my, my past and what happened. Maybe I'll even announce what I used to do, because I'm finally at a point where some NDAs have started rolling over there. I have mentioned, though, yes, I was in an industry where I had to sign a ton of them. Dude, it sucked. It sucked so bad. But you know what? I didn't have a lot of hindsight on what I was going to be doing. That's Chippendale Pass. Dude, actually, funny story. I can go into this one. So when I worked at wait, 325. I'm not even at 325 right now. But either way, when I worked at Chili's, which I have disclosed that part, I think I've disclosed a few of the places that I've worked here, such as, I've worked at a GameStop, I've worked at a Starbucks, worked at a Radio Shack, a lot of retail, but I also worked in a lot of food places too. And one of them being, well, Starbucks is technically food. But yeah, Chili's was the one where, if you've ever seen the movie Waiting, it was very much like that. And there was one point where we got this new girl. Her name was Ashley, and you could tell, like, every dude was like, yeah. And I just remember, you know, I used the joke from Half Baked, and I thought she would get the reference, but she definitely has not seen Half Baked. So she just asked me, she's like, did you have to wear flare? No, that was TGI Fridays. Chili's was a little bit more on the, do you have your slip-proof shoes? If you don't, you cannot come to work, which, for good reason, you know, when you're carrying around a plate of flaming fajitas. Corner is still a thing. I will find myself doing that in just my everyday life, especially if my wife is, like, in the kitchen. I'll be like, corner, or behind. But yeah, this girl, she was just like, yeah, so what are you doing tonight? And I was just like, oh, girl, you know I'd be stripping in the evenings. And she's just like, really? I do too. I was just like, well, this just turned into a conversation. It turned out that she was legitimately a dancer at one of the local clubs. I was just like, oh, get the fuck out of here. It was kind of funny. Yeah. I can also say that restaurant politics are the worst. Fuck. Like I had a manager that really liked me, but then the assistant manager, who I usually was on shift with him, he hated me. He absolutely hated me. His name was Todd. He was such a fucking prick. Oh my God. He used to... There's a famous guy that he used to look exactly like. Big dopey face, spiky hair. Oh fuck. Hey, yeah. Fire in the bowl. Yeah. I'm trying to think who oh my God. He kind of looked like High Pitch Eric from the Howard Stern Show, if you understand that reference. If he had, like, you know, Chad ass spiky hair. Dane Cook. He kind of looked like Dane Cook, but like if Dane Cook weighed like 400 pounds. Not 400. Okay, that was that was an exaggeration and a half. The dude was pretty tall too, but he was tall, a little chubby, definitely Rizless with the ladies, and it showed. Used his position as the ASM. Funny enough, with Ashley. He did it with her shifts because she refused to date him. I remember asking him, like, why'd she get moved to like middays, which was always like the pit. Like, if you were working the shift before 3 o'clock, the fucking lunch shift was abysmal. You wouldn't make anything. God. Man, I remember also I got dine and dashed by a table where it was all these like business bros. They all looked like they like straight up just came from Wall Street. And I got stiffed by those guys. And that was the first time that I also got in trouble by management because I tried to follow them in the parking lot, but I felt my manager just like tug me by the back of my shirt. He's just like, nope. Get back here. The first time that happened to me, like, dude, they took it out of my fucking paycheck, and that was a huge ass bill. But I went and like confronted my manager on that. I was just like, listen, I'm like, if you want me to continue working here, you're going to make this right. Like, that's bullshit. Why am I paying for these assholes when this corporation makes enough? Like, how is this my fault that I got fucking dine and dashed? Of course it was business boys. Yeah. Yeah, dude. that's where like the stereotype shit. Because I remember I worked with a waiter that was kind of shitty, and he like I don't know. In hindsight, he was pretty racist, where he would always just be like, "Yeah, make sure you like watch out for the certain tables." It's just like, sure shit, like dude. Not trying to even play that game, but I never had to worry about tip with them. You know who I had to worry about tip was? Old white dudes. Like, the older the white dude, the less I knew my tip would be, especially if he brought his fucking wife and his wife was not nice. I could always gauge that. If his wife was like, you know, in a shit, like, and I dealt with a lot of these assholes. Ugh, it was the worst. Yeah, waiting was not a great job. Occasionally I enjoyed it though. Like there were days. Like I worked with a pretty good crew of people. You know, we had cast party. I used to call them cast parties, and they used to make fun of me for that. Like, but it is. You guys, we do our show, then you know we put on the smiling face, and then we go get fucking just completely schlotzed at another person's house. Lots of hooking up in that community. That is bullshit. If they aren't going to allow these guys to be chased, then they shouldn't be taking it out on you. The thing is, I wanted to file a police report, and he wouldn't let me do that. Like, that was the biggest one. I didn't, like, I kind of got the chase aspect, because he even says, like, that could, you know, it's for your safety. I'm like, fine. But I'm like, if you're gonna take this out of my bill, then let me file a fucking police report so these guys are under investigation, and the corporation will, you know, cover the loss, because... don't understand how the waiter is the one who gets fucked in that. Also, because they fucked me on that, it was also because we had the system where part of our tips, like we kind of shared it with like our busser, which, you know, if you were a good waiter, you would have a good busser, like you would motivate each other, because you would just be like, all right, man, like, you making a decent amount tonight hinges on me doing very well. So that means clean tables, and we have to have, you know, water for these people. Like, I was a damn good waiter. I'll say that much. I was a damn good waiter. Almost too good. I was not one of those ones that would sit at tables, though. We had this one dude, Pat. God bless him. And I love him. I actually still talk to him to this day. Like, well, don't talk, but, you know, he's one of those dudes that, like, I'll see him, you know, on social media, or he'll be in town, and I'll just be like, yo! But yeah, he was like the best waiter. Like, he's like the god of waiting. And he was one of those dudes that could pull it off at any table. He would sit there and he'd just like get to know people. It was an art, and I just could not do it. I'm like, all right, man. Hooking up is free, so I get it in that sense. No dollars needed for fun times after a shitty shift at a horrible job. Oh, yeah. But then, like, that was the funnest part, was having a shitty shift and just going like, all right, did you see table 37? Like, holy Karen's Batman. Or you would just talk about, like, the shitty kids. Oh, my God. One of the worst things I ever saw was a kid, like, he turned the corner coming out of the bathroom, and he was, like, running towards his mom. He tripped one of our waiters, and he was carrying a fucking flaming pot of the Saganaki. Or the, not pot, what do you call it? Yeah, it was the fiery Saganaki on the cast iron. It was a cast iron. Yeah, and the hot cast iron, he got lucky it didn't do more damage, but, like, it fell and it hit him, like, right here. And he had, like, a huge burn on the, like, side of his neck, and it was a whole thing. We had to call the freaking ambulance. But guess who didn't get in trouble, and guess who got their bill comped? This is where, like, again, man, like, the shittiness of the human race is on full display when you're a fucking waiter. Yeah, we had the Holy Karen's Batman. Oh, my God, it was always... All right, I could tell this story. There's this church group, right? I knew I would see them. Every fucking Sunday, I knew I would see them. And, again, like clockwork... after church, you could tell that they attended the early service, because here they come walking up at 10:55. They got out at 10:30 at the latest. Oh, God. It was so lame. Like, it was like if the Golden Girls were like MAGA, pre-MAGA. And just, you could tell, racist. They were definitely racist. You would always overhear them talking about, like, the busing staff. But the worst was just, again, knowing I wasn't going to get tipped. Like, just knowing. And they always thought they were funny. They were the assholes that would write a tip on the fucking receipt. Like, special place in hell reserved for anybody that's ever done that. For real. And I hope that every meal they have ever eaten out, they get fucking just spit tacos all day. Not gonna confirm or deny if that happens. Capitalism and service jobs, nightmare. Yeah. Oh, we also we would save stale chips because we couldn't get rid of them until the end of the night. So like, if somebody came in and it was at close, we wouldn't drop a steak on the floor, but we would serve you some fucking stale ass chips. You don't deserve some of them freshies. Not turning on the fry or the well, it was a heater. It was like they would make these fried chips. They're bomb ass. Like they still make them to this day, and they are freshly made every day in the kitchen. Yeah, honestly, one of the most economic, well, maybe not anymore, but one of the most economic things you could get was the chips and queso. It was pretty good. But yeah, we'd always just be like, table coming in, and you just see somebody pulling out the bag. Oh God, I love that shit. I almost got busted smoking a cigarette in the bathroom. That was one of my dumbest things I've ever done at a job, but I had a situation where I got some pretty gnarly news at work, and they would not let me go outside, and I was just like, well, fuck this, I'm smoking a cigarette anyway. That's where it was like, oh, right. This is where going into the cooler is always a good idea. But we had one of those one-way locking coolers. Yeah, that thing sucked. You had to always have the you get trained on it too. It was the first time I ever had a cooler like that because when I worked at Starbucks, we didn't have that. When I worked at a pizza place, also didn't have that. You could open it from both sides, and at the pizza place, that's where I learned I guess it's like something where the air filter is so good that you cannot smell a cigarette even after it's been, freshly lit in there. I got caught by my boss at the pizza place doing that, and he's just like, "What are you doing? What are you doing? Get out of here! You're going to make everything stink." I'm just like, "No." His name was Stelios. I've always said that you could picture this guy. He was like Robert De Niro, but in Robert De Niro character, the caricature of Robert De Niro, way shorter, hiked his pants up, but he also he carried himself with, tough guy shoulders. And he was, one of my favorite things when I first got hired there, he was just like, "Hey, you want to see my anti-theft device?" He was Greek, by the way. I'm like, it's probably not my best Greek accent, but he sounded very much like this. He's like, "Yes, you want to see my anti-theft device?" So I'm just like, sure. He just cracks open he has this tiny little office, right? That's right off the side of where the chef's stand is. So you had the fryer and all that shit. Then you had the salad bar, essentially. And he's got this tiny office that's like a broom closet. He opens the closet and it's just this it's a big ass bat, but it is not your average baseball bat. I was just like, what the fuck? He's just like, what do you think? I was like, effective? He's just like, I've had to use it. Like, Jesus. The thing is, I didn't believe him at that time, but after working there for long enough, dude, that guy was he was on another level. And I don't understand how half the shit he just got away with, where I was like, he straight up threatened that dude. It's like, he was going to rob me. It's like, I don't think he was going to rob you. He was, it's like, this would be a dude arguing over a coupon. It's like, okay. But there was one time where he fired a delivery driver, and this guy was an asshole. His name was Rick. This guy sucked. I just remember he was one of the first dudes that really he made fun of me for no reason. He just came into that job and was like, "I'm gonna pick on you." I was just like, what the fuck? he was itching to use that bat. I mean, dude, he definitely was. I swear. So this is where the bat comes into play. And also, there's a twist at the end of this one. So Rick, I started my shift, and I did a double where I covered my one buddy's shift. I went home to go take care of some stuff, and when I got back, there was like this big commotion happening, and I was just like, what the fuck? And I'm like, I thought Rick was supposed to be gone, and his car's just sitting there running, and he just like to set the stage, we have like the back area, which was kind of like it was made to be a drive-through because we had like a Starbucks like way down the way. So we used this drive-through because it was inactive, because for some reason, they planned this so poorly where they were like, oh, we don't need this anymore. They just chopped the median in half and then had an access point there for that drive-through. It was just like, then what's the point of this? Like, I get it. Like maybe a fire lane, sure, but it wasn't a fire lane because they let us park there. It was always very confusing to me. But it worked out for us delivery drivers where we could just park in back, get our tickets, grab our bag, fill it, with our few deliveries that we'd go out with, and then, do our biz. So I see, like the door is cracked, and like that was a big no-no. Like you always had to like pull the door shut. And this also plays into another story down the line that maybe I'll tell tonight, maybe I won't. But I was alarmed by that, and I was like, uh-oh. And as I'm going for the door just like swings open, and there's Rick, and he's just like, you wanna fucking go? You wanna fucking go? I got boxing gloves, bitch. And he walks to the back of his car, he pulls out like 2 sets of boxing gloves, and he throws a set at Stelios, and Stelios is just like, oh, you wanna okay. He gets this really creepy smile, walks back in, door slams, and I knew why, because he can't get in after that because I guess his key was gone. So Stelios, Rick is just like, yeah, that's what I thought. Stelios was a big ass bitch. Dude, it was like clockwork. Fucking door slams open and he's there. He's got the bat. He's just like, you wanna call me a bitch? You wanna call me a bitch? He's just like, you are a bitch if you're gonna try and fucking use. He's like, you wanna use a bet? You're gonna threaten me with a bet? You punk ass bitch. Dude, he was really testing him. Stelios throws the bat down and he goes behind and he's just like, oh, who you calling a bitch? Dude, fucking Rick like cartoonishly gets in his car and just peels out, right? And Stelios is doing this thing. Chris in the parking lot. Yeah. You see this and you stop fucking running, huh? Who's the bitch now? I'm just standing there like, oh. He looks back at me. Like, you got a delivery to take or something? Yeah. Holy shit. I had a moment where, dude, you heard the ping too because it was one of those metal ones. So he like threw it down. You heard the ding, 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 ding. Oh man. Yeah. He called the cops on him. There's a part 2 to this. So I take my deliveries up. I get back and my buddy's there who did not see anything going on. And but the cops are like, there's more than one of the CPD there. DPD's finest. And my favorite part is the dude who's interviewing him. He's just, yeah, you gotta stop doing this. So, what do you mean? He comes into my business. He's like, he was on my property. And the cops they cited it was Stelios because he did challenge him on his property. I guess he challenged him inside. So that was part of it. That was so funny though. I was just like, he's not like he just smiles at me, like just shoves it back down. Oh man, I knew dude. I actually because of that, I was like laughing really hard. Because I already knew he was a character. He had a temper, obviously, but I was always on like the better side of that. Even when he got mad at me, he'd just be like, what's the matter with you? And he's like, you're fired. You're fired. How do you fuck up a delivery? And then he would call me back the next day and be like, hey, I need you to come to work. I need drivers. I think I held the record. I got fired and rehired from that same place like 14 times. Just because legit, you would have a bad day and just be like, just go home. Just go home. You're fired. I don't want to see you again. Then again, there was one time specifically, I was on my way home. I lived like a few miles, like not even a mile away from this place. And he's just like, I need you to come back to work. I'm sorry. My wife talked to me. You know what? There was one time that he fucked up so bad, though. I told him that I was like done. I'm like, no, this is an abusive workplace. And he's just like, what if I buy you a pack of cigarettes? And this is before I was legal to smoke. Yeah, I was just like, all right, now you're talking my language. How much was pot responsibilities for wrong deliveries? What do you mean? Or how much was pot responsible for wrong deliveries? The thing is, I never really had a wrong delivery. There was like 1 or 2 times where I would get there and they like gave me the wrong address, and I was just like, because we covered, certain towns. So like, for instance, Broadview is a good example in this case. So I would get a delivery for Broadview, which would take me about 45 minutes, but they would mean Brookfield. So it's kind of like, and that's the problem with Chicago sometimes, is like the street name, same. They'll have also the same address. That does suck. Like, whatever. It's part of living. I think that's just part of living in a city, though. I could imagine the same thing happening in New York, where it's like, I thought you meant 2nd Street. It's like, no, 22nd Street. It's like, all right. Yeah, we didn't have any of that half hour or it's free bullshit. One of the worst deliveries, though, and this this got serious, but this is also where I knew that like Stelios was a real ass guy. So I go on this delivery, and it was kind of like, we have like an area that's kind of, over by a park. So it's confusing because some people think that the house is literally part of like the park district. It's like, no, it just happens to be on the outside of it. And, like, I was always kind of creeped out by this place. And when I got that delivery and I realized it was the address, I was like, all right. So it's almost movie-esque, because like it had like this wind-up driveway, and it was like a 1-story kind of what do you call it, like a ranch house, and this like real big dude lived there. And this time it was fucked up because he answered the door naked, which was already a fucking problem. I had such a shock moment that I was like, here, and he's just like, you'll have to come in to get your money. I was just like, no, you will give me that money now, or I'm calling the police on you. And he's just like, try it. Closes the door. And that was that. Thank God. Because yes, he was actually like way bigger than me. I was just like, okay. This is one of those scary situations. So I get back and I tell Stelios what happened. And I was just like, yo, dude, like he just opened the door naked and he just took the pizza. And he's like, what? I'm gonna call him right now. And he calls him. The guy picked up the fucking phone. Which, what are you doing sniffing my drivers? He's just like, you'll have to, and he kind of told him the same thing. He's just like, you know what? You're gonna have to come and get this money. Otherwise, and he's just like, you want me to come and get the money? You want me to come and get the money? I'm just gonna be careful with how I say this, because I don't want to implicate anybody. Let's just say that theoretically, in a completely made up scenario, this is where it takes a little fantasy turn, where Stelios decided to have me drive him there because he didn't even want to bother trying to figure out where this guy's house was. He walks up, and in this completely fictional scenario, this guy opens the door, and Stelios, before the guy can even get the door completely open, I just see Stelios disappear into the house. And just as quickly as he disappeared, he reappears. And he... Let's just say that he brought a new term to blood money. Again, completely fictional scenario. But that's also when I was like, oh my God, you know, that story was crazy, Stelios. Dude. That's when he just said, too, he was just like, you ever have somebody answer the door like that again, you don't ever. He's like, you just get in your car and you call me. I'm like, oh shit. Like, it was a real moment like that. And I was like, okay. Like, I knew he had my back. Like, again, for how insane that dude was to work for, I knew, like, yeah, that was cool. You'd be begging the next guy not to sniff you. I mean, it's like, please, yeah, exactly. Like, please don't. You don't know what's good. You just called Hurricane Stelios. Excuse me? I have to make a phone call. There was one more where he got in his own car and he showed up. Oh, I got to what? He didn't do anything extreme except this was just like it was one of the bigger shouting matches I've ever seen. They threatened to call the cops, but then Stelios is like, "What? Because you stole from me?" And like when he said that, this guy's face just got ghost white. He's just like, "Go ahead, call the police. Call the police." He's like, "I'm here perfectly legal. I'm trying to collect my money." I was just like, "Damn, dude." And there's like a little bit of a social contract that, like, yeah, you get a pizza delivery and cops get called like that. It's not about private property anymore. It's like, no, you took the pizza place's property. Technically, you are in possession of stolen property. You are going to jail. Yeah, dude. Yeah, there's another time. God damn. You know what? Fuck it. I like this one. Oh, you know what? No, I'm gonna save this one. I'm gonna save this one for the anniversary thing. I'll bring it back up. But look out for the anniversary show. I'm gonna tell a really funny story about the stoner kid that I worked with that he tested Stelios' patience. So God. He was one of the funnier, he was the funniest boss I've ever had. Hands down. Like, he was crazy. Pizza's serious in Chicago. It is. The worst part is, I'm not even kidding. One of the coolest things I learned how to do at that job, though, is how to make a deep dish pizza. Like, I made my own deep dish pizza. I put it in this, like, because we had one of those stone, what do you call them? Brick fire. We had a brick fire oven. God, that made the pizza so good. Honestly, there's other, like, they kind of did like a thing with this, with the, where I worked, where like they started opening more, like they kind of chained it out. Yeah, none of those chains are the same. I can tell you where like the real one is. All my pizza delivery stories were replaced by Waffle House stories and spa stories. Jeez. Yeah, one of these days, man. Yeah, no, we're gonna just have some fun conversations via the PS5 talk. That'll be cool, because I would like to hear some of those stories. I know you can't tell the spa ones, but yes, the Waffle House stories you can tell on here. It had have me sell $5 pizzas out of my car in the projects is the only thing I heard. The fuck? Honestly, dude, like, that's where I got really comfortable. Like, I used to be kind of scared white dude when I first started, but I was a seasoned vet by the end of that job, where you could send me into any area, I didn't care. They sent me to a fucking mental hospital. That was wild. so I got excited because I was one of the only ones on shift at this point, and it was very rare to have such a large order be taken by just one delivery driver, because I took 5 fucking, like, so we had the big pizza boxes that we could fit 4 or 5 pizzas, depending if you got if you got smalls or mediums, yeah, we could fit 5. You got larges, fuck you. You only get 4. Yeah, it was like something like 25 pizzas. So I had to haul all these things, and I did not have a big car at this time, so I was just like stacking them in my back seat, and then I stacked them on my front seat. And I couldn't see shit on the way there too. That was kind of weird. I was just like, I really hope I don't get pulled over, because there was definitely an a visual obstruction law being broken at that moment. Yeah, so I get there and I realize where I'm at. I'm just like, oh, what? And I'm like, okay, so which wing am I going to? Because yeah, I've mentioned that my mom had some, mental health issues in the past, so I may have had to go visit that building once or twice. And yeah, dude, I get to the building and I realize it's the minimal, like, so they have a max security, it's literally a mental institution. And then they have a minimal security where it's like they got like a yard and it's kind of like more like a park kind of thing. So I realized that I was on that side, and I was just like, okay, well, this is interesting. I'm like, but I just didn't think anything of it. I'm like, I'm just going to be walking in there and it's just going to be the staff. I was so wrong. Dude, I was so wrong. Yes, there was staff involved. There were 2 ladies in the pink scrubs. They were so nice. Like they genuinely like you could tell why they were in that profession, and they were very good with the patients. I can say that much, because these were more of the like severe autism patients that you could tell, like social workers kind of they were like doing those types of like studies and holds on. So like I said, minimum security. So a lot of these guys, like I think all of them actually, they all had their own money. They all had to pay me one at a time. This delivery took me over an hour to take because I was gonna like, one of the nurses kind of explained to me that like I'm one of the few people from the outside world that they got to like really interact with in these holds. So I was kind of like, oh, and they were telling me stories. There was one guy that was telling me like his favorite Pokemon, which I may be more than qualified to listen to, and I may have had like a genuine like, oh, that's a good one. And then I remember there was another guy that asked me if I like watched the Bears, and I kind of, I did, but I didn't like follow it. And this guy, naming off the players, stats, all that kind of stuff. And like by the end of it, it was like I felt like it was cool, but the last guy, I could see why they saved him for last, because it was like they kind of brought him out of a special room. All right. I have to handle this. All right. He looked like Biff Tannen. He was super sweet. Oh boy, but you could tell like he was there for reasons. And he like kind of had like a bit of a scary look to him. He turned out to be a lot nicer than I thought. But it was like it was where I was like, oh, I'm nervous. Because when he took the pizza, he like, oh boy. Yeah, but here's the craziest part. I didn't mean to use that term. This is the, I don't know. It is the craziest part, but I didn't mean to use that word. Because yeah, it was, they tipped me really well. I walked out of there pretty much clearing my night, and I prejudged. I felt really bad about that afterwards too, because like I went there with a kind of shitty attitude where I'm like, wow, fuck did I get stuck with this? Yeah, they tipped me really well, and yeah, after that I did walk away with like a whole new view on that whole like the system, and also how scary the building is versus like what is actually happening in certain wings where you're just like, oh. But yeah, that last guy though, that was, I'll admit it, like it scared the shit out of me, because he definitely had the God, what's that story where it, oh my God, it's so heartbreaking. Oh my God, read it a few times. Curly, it's like Curly, where you know, big, sweet, gentle giant who accidentally kills things, and then he accidentally kills the little girl. Oh, fuck, what the hell is Of Mice and Men? I've been mixing up my books lately, so I don't know. I just know it was one of the most heartbreaking books that ever stuck with me, and yeah, gave me kind of visions of that. But yeah, that was my time delivering. Green Mile? No, it wasn't Green Mile. It was something else. Although Green Mile is similar. No, it's where the dude like has to take him. Like he's like, look at the, look at the pretty sun or like sunset. It's, I'm probably just thinking about it. It's fucking a really heartbreaking story. Wow, I didn't realize I was gonna get choked up on it. Just, yeah, knowing that. God, the fact that I don't mean to make this serious, but like the fact that RFK is out there calling these people, look at the pretty rabbits. Yeah, Mice and Men. Yeah, that's a fucking rough book, man. Yeah. Yeah, if you guys have never read that, I'm sorry. Yeah, God damn, I'm literally crying. I didn't realize that really made that big of an impact on me, but you ever have that though? Like you read a book that just, it got you? Oh, fuck, man. Anyway. Didn't mean for that to take a depressing turn, because like legit, I just but like I was saying about RFK trying to demonize, you know, these people and, you know, severely autistic or mentally ill. I'm surprised that more Republicans haven't for that, because I know plenty of MAGA heads that have, you know, autistic children that, you know, you would think that would shift someone's politics, but whatever. You got so many people out there just wanting to blame freaking, you know, vaccines or anything. Like Jenny McCarthy, dude. I don't know how that dumbass couldn't look at her own gene pool and just be like, oh, maybe I'm the problem. Like, sorry. I think they were happy to have something to point at. Well, I get it. Like, trust me, I get it. Like, you do this thing, especially like in my situation. I don't want to harp on it too much, especially because I brought myself in the mood. But with my mom, and then even this cancer, your brain does search for things that you want. You can just point at, and like that's, you know, having something tentative to look at and just be like, that's what did it, or like this is, you know, this is who I could blame. Like after my mom died, man, I really did have that thing where I was looking for like, you know, anybody. And while I can blame the American healthcare system a little bit, a lot of it, because like, let's look at it this way. My mom was disincentivized to go to the doctor because they did not, where she lived in, my mom lived in a rural area. So the hospital that would accept her Medicaid, or I always mixed up which one she had. Yeah, Medicaid. They would have to go in to the bigger city, which was about 3 hours away. So, she put it off, and then, literally the morning of her doctor's appointment, they found her. We are going to need an R. Oh, you don't understand. You don't understand. They took Tylenol when they were in the womb. Their moms would spread open their legs and take it like a suppository, and just they would rub their little baby head with it. You know, we used to think that it was pregnancy masturbation, but now we understand that it's something totally different. Ew. Brings a whole new meaning to the touch of tism. There he is. Pep's back. It seems like we need a little bit of a cameo. Things have gotten dark and, dare I say, nihilistic. Alrighty. I think that we should start getting to another segment before I start really derailing this. Cause, oh my god, I am trying to figure out how to clip this, and I don't know how to market this on my channel, right? This is the first time that I had a bit that was so fucking funny that I went back and watched it. I laughed at it, even though I was already laughing during the bit, which I break the first rule of comedy a lot, guys, is don't laugh at your own jokes. Yeah, I don't know how to really, like, I clipped it. I just don't know how to market it. It's just like a German, a Russian, and oh my god. What was it? Oh, and Sean Connery are all stuck on a submarine. It's been a fantastic stream. Lots of real moments. Very cool. Oh, hey. Oh, as I said, man, as much as you guys appreciate having a real moment, I appreciate you guys being there to hear it. Like, I love guys. Like, I love people that are just, you know, like hearing a good story or just good experience. Or I don't understand people that are so private with their stuff. Though, can I just be real? Maybe you guys can explain this, because maybe like you guys are more private than I am. Crystalia laughs at his own jokes. Crystalia is the only one who laughs at his jokes. There it is. He said the same about me. Yeah, gow. Whatever. Crystalia is a predator who like preys upon, you know, teenage women. So, and that's not necessarily alleged. That one is like, yeah, dude, you got caught. Like, what the fuck? How does that guy still have a career? But anyway. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out. It's like the German nihilist, the the Russian, and then Sean Connery. We did have a little bit of a tiff with the Sean Connery. Yeah. Maybe it's a product of laughing at his own jokes. Oh, hey, now you've gone too far. You have gone too far, sir. How dare you? I hope not. Jesus Christ. All of a sudden, I'm just like, you know. Oh, thank God I have that thing where, okay, so I've been seeing a lot of this lately, where, like, I show speed. There was this really funny clip where he was talking to this one girl, right? And he's just like, he's asking her questions, you know, kind of risen her up. And then he's like, how old you are? Or how old you are? How old are you? And she's like 17, and he just nopes the fuck out of there. I was just like, that's the appropriate way you deal with that. Good for you. Now, whether or not that was just for content, and that, you know, makes me wonder. But, Jesus. No, dude. I'm at this point in my life, like somebody explained this to me and I remember being like in my 20s thinking like, no way. They're like, yeah, you're gonna start looking at like 40-year-old women and just being like, yeah, man, yeah, she can get it. And I was like, really? Yeah. Turns out, yes, that is exactly what happens. I still think that Charlize Theron, man, like, she is what, 60 something? I don't know. I just recently saw an interview with her and I was just like, whoa. Also proof that, being based ages you a lot slower. So always be based, guys. And also like people like Crystalia, I don't know, be a little bit more like, I just feel like there should just cancel culture is lame in some ways. If it's attacking like something that somebody said X amount of time ago or whatever, yeah, there's definitely a line there. But this is where that line is like, no, he crossed that line and he should be canceled. Like, it's fucked up. You have to be able to laugh at yourself. Well, there's being able to laugh at yourself, and then there's literally like while you're making the joke, like, okay, it's one thing if I had like a co-host or something that I'm bouncing this back and forth. But when I watched that happening, I don't know. Number one, I had a moment where I was definitely in the zone, and it's so weird to talk about like that, but I was. Dare I say it was also like, there were a few moments where I just got like, how the fuck, man, that was... You ever been impressed with something that like you've done like that? It is a special feeling. Is this what other stand-ups feel like when they hear back their like a joke that they wrote? And they'll all lie and they'll be like, I don't watch back any of my stuff. Yeah, fuck you. Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. It's the same as the guys that say they never read YouTube comments, but then conveniently they're catering their stuff to YouTube comments, a la Joe Rogan and Fighter and the Kid. Another one. Wait a minute. Didn't Brian Callen? Yeah, I thought Brian Callen also got like caught doing some shenanigans. Man, creeps be creeping. This is what happens when you get rid of Chris Hansen. All of a sudden, like an authoritarian, Trump demolishes East Wing, Kamala Harris running again. We got Michael Knowles. We'll watch this one. We'll watch this one later, because we're coming up to the fun half. We'll do a little Piers Morgan thing, but before we do that, let's do this fun story about MAGA not knowing what they started. And also, oh, never mind. I guess I don't have that. I'll find it and do it later.
I really hope that there are at least some conservatives watching this segment that I'm about to do right now, because I actually think it's really important. I actually think this is vital. I think this is crucial for this country, that some conservatives, MAGA or otherwise, watch this segment to understand.
Of course, it's your segment. How about just the content that, circulates the viewpoint that you're about to espouse?
What's happened in this country as a result of what they've done.
Mean, that's also good marketing on his point, on his end. So there's a reason that he cracks 100K per video.
That this is 110% on them. So what you're about to see here is a clip. There's this girl by the name of, I think it's Caitlin Bennett.
Poopy Girl. It's Poopy Girl.
She was this conservative it girl. I want to say.
No, she is the conservative shit girl.
Like 5 years ago, maybe 7 years ago, something like that. Then she had an unfortunate event where I think she shit herself in public. And that led to her sort of no longer being the it girl.
Again.
Quick rise.
How you miss... Dude, you just explained how you had the joke set up. This is why I take the low-hanging fruit occasionally,
Didn't fall for this Caitlin Bennett lady. I think she was with the TPUSA people, but I could be wrong on that. But anyway, she decided...
Just say that she's a right-wing frickin' shithead.
To do some, woman on the street type interviews, I guess, during the No Kings protest here. And this moment really caught her eye, and she posted it. And, she's trying to make the argument here. Look at how deranged these liberals are these days, these liberal wine moms in this instance. But let me play
Will she not use the term liberal babies because they will just be
This
like,
clip
well, who
for you.
needs the diaper
And
there,
then
Caitlin?
I'll explain how this is the world that MAGA built. This is the world that the Republican Party built, that we did not live in this world until they decided to make this world like this. Take a look.
Whatever his name was?
Charlie Kirk, ma'am?
Yeah, him is horrible.
Him's horrible.
Horrible.
Charlie Kirk is horrible?
Yes, I'm glad he's not here.
You're glad he's dead?
Yes.
Why would you say something like that, ma'am?
Because he was horrible on the campuses, the college campuses. Horrible person.
You know what? I do the exact same thing.
Well,
would
so
you be
sorry.
glad if I would die?
Maybe.
Base.
I'd have to think about it.
You should be ashamed of yourself.
Be ashamed
All right.
of yourself.
Your friend just said she'd be happy if I died.
Let me explain.
Base, that's
Explain
grandma.
something to you guys. These are women
Dude, did you see the way that she just organically went like,
who, 5 years ago, 6 years ago, they were watching Ellen DeGeneres on daytime TV. These are
yeah, and what happened with her?
grandmas who pick their kids up from soccer practice, who make peanut butter and jelly sandwiches in the morning, who, make dinner every night for their useless fucking husband who's glued to the TV, right?
Jesus, way to stereotype it. Like,
They play fucking pickleball
Christ.
with their fellow
What is this guy live in frickin' Married with Children land?
73-year-olds. Like, these women, this is your fucking mom, bro.
Yeah.
This is your mom. This is your grandma.
I need to scratch my nuts.
That's who this is. These are people
That was like the gist of the show.
who fucking live at the Villages in Florida, which is supposed to be a very, right-wing retirement community. And look at how they're talking. Look, what I want to say to the right is, you had your chance, right? Like, it was Michelle Obama, the first lady, who very famously came out and said, when they go low, we go high.
Yeah, and that was a very bad thing for politics because did you see how that kneecapped everybody that was trying to like talk about Trump?
And that was the fucking mantra
It's almost like, I don't know, she did this thing like to kind of help him out a little bit.
of the Democratic Party, not just from the beginning of the Obama years, 2008, he always reached across the aisle. He always was bipartisan. He always was willing to work with Republicans and give them multiple chances. It wasn't.
You're
it
telling
was
me that an obese influencer, Cody Beef, the golf influencer, died at 31?
from like 2008 all the way until fucking 2025.
Facts. That sucks. Rest in peace, and I'm sorry for his friends and family.
Bro.
But also, yeah.
It was from 2008 until...
If you've ever seen any of his content, you might go, you mean he died of a heart attack? I'm shocked. This is my shocked face.
2025. You motherfuckers had nearly 20 fucking years to not spit in the eye of liberals and leftists day in and day out. And we wouldn't have ended up...
What was that face?
Up here. We wouldn't have ended up here. But let's call it what it is. The radicalization of...
Well, to be fair, here's my best Bill Maher. To be fair.
The right. The right's move to the far right.
Yeah, and this is where, again, the
open fucking fascism that's now everywhere on the right has made
why
it...
do you think it's like the get left, you move left or get left behind? Like, that's a great slogan.
So your grandma is sympathetic to Che Guevara. Your grandma is sympathetic to fucking Fidel Castro.
The thing is, they're already saying that. Listen, nothing is going to stop them from using the most extreme examples and lying about everybody doing this. It's either you can sit there clutching your pearls going, oh, Gafar, how dare they? I don't like that. They're lumping me in with those lefties.
Bro.
But also, this is where the lefties need to fucking shut the fuck up for the next, 3.5 years and just welcome them with open arms. We can start making our case once we win the White House and, once we can balance this a little bit. But if we don't calm down and we don't work together, then we're going to watch Like, you think it's bad now? Trust me, he's going to declare martial law at that point, and then everything that we've been saying for the longest time and has constantly been and consistently been proven right on, which is annoying.
Your grandma looks around and realizes, holy shit, there are fucking demons that live among us. And these people are intent on destroying this goddamn country. We could not have ended up in this place if Republicans didn't double down, triple down, quadruple down, quintuple down, over and over and over.
They could have just quintupled down. I mean, you didn't need...
in saying...
I know how my brain works, though.
We don't believe in compromise. We don't believe in negotiation. We don't believe in diplomacy. We don't believe in bipartisan.
Yeah. Because we're also not great at like, okay, man. Like, this is where I've consistently said this on this show. One of the biggest flaws that we have on the left is just the ability to turn people off just by going, wow, but what about we? Like, again, and they do the same thing. Trust me, I'm not making this like the MAGA fucking dickheads don't do that, but for some reason, it's so much like more, I don't know, noticeable when you have somebody on the left doing it.
We don't believe,
and then they take that person as just being like, see, that's the left.
Even in good faith.
And then they get a mean motherfucker, and they're just like, we don't like these meanie popinis.
Discussions.
They have funny things to say about us, and we feel bad because we know that it's funny, but we don't want to laugh at ourselves because we don't have a sense of humor.
And conversations. It 100% is on the right, and this is the impact of Trump. The other thing is, what is Trump known for? Trump's known for, I never fucking apologize. I never apologize.
See?
Fuck you.
It's almost like I was just saying. That's how they win with the messaging. Is they're just like, we don't give a fuck.
You fuck your feelings.
We genuinely don't give a fuck.
I'm a bull in a
We're
china
just gonna go out there, say, hey, how dare that left Democrat say XYZ? We like ABC. What the fuck, Democrats? And then you have everybody just like, yeah.
I say what I want. I have no fucking filter. It is what it is. Deal with it, you stupid lib. Go ahead. You want to cry about it? Go ahead and cry about it. Well, now, all those qualities and characteristics, liberals and leftists finally realized.
ABC. Meanwhile, we were actually, we're actually promoting 1, 2, 3.
Okay,
and they're out here promoting ABC. Stupid morons.
In order to fucking play by the same rules, we got to be like that now. So now you hear shit like this. And the part on top of all of this is just the objective harm that's been done to the country, not just with how callous Trump is and the way he uses his words and the way he always fucking smears his opponents. No, it's also like literally what he's done to this country. The fact that he killed an increase in overtime pay for millions of workers, that's something. Biden increased the overtime pay, he killed it. The fact that he killed the $15 minimum wage for federal contractors, which reduced pay for 400,000 federal contractors. The fact that he destroyed the NLRB with anti-union picks and destroyed the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, which was like the one government agency that was making sure you didn't get fucking scammed. The fact that he outsourced hundreds of thousands of jobs. The fact that he's raising taxes on the working class while cutting taxes for the billionaire class. The fact that he's cutting Social Security and Medicare and Medicaid. The fact that 2.3 million people lost health care in his first term, and now they're kicking 15 million people off Medicaid and trying to double, triple, and quadruple your premium by cutting off the Obamacare subsidies. The fact that he fucking...
Hey, guys, just so you know, over on Twitch, you guys can redeem a Tim Pepper appearance. Oh, why'd he bring me back? I was on vacation. No. Kickflip.
Illegally bombed Iran. Illegally bombed Yemen and Somalia, is doing war with Venezuela right now, is threatening Mexico and Greenland and Panama. Trump made this country what it is now, and he has radicalized the other side of the political aisle, and now you're going to have to fucking deal with that fallout. Now you're going to have to deal with that fallout. And by the way, a little message to Democratic...
Actually, what I should do is I should also make the Tim Pool appearance just like, I don't know, a $1 or something.
Politicians, these are your voters.
For $1, you can bring out Tim Pool. Although it's a lot cheaper over
These
on
are your
Twitch.
voters now. Do you think it's going to suffice to go out there? Well, you know, gosh, I think we should probably take the temperature down. And
I don't think that myself there, but hey, you know what? We can do the Kermit the Frog squad, but at the same time, we can be the petulant, or we don't do anything.
I think we should find a way.
It's the finger twiddling, but way.
to be, because we're Americans. We're all Americans. There's no red America, blue America.
No, we're all red, white, and blue.
There's only the United
We don't see other colors but the red, white, and blue.
States of America. That sounded more like an elephant than a fart. But you get the point. Like, people, you think that's going to work? You think that's going to work? Listen to these women. Listen to them. Listen to them. They're done. It's over. They want you to fucking crusade for left-wing values now. They want you, fucking no holds barred, bro. No holds barred. They want you out there saying, we want universal basic income, Social Security for all. We want a 4-day work week. We want to eliminate medical debt. We want to eliminate student loan debt. We want a higher minimum wage. We want to end the wars. We want to end the corruption. We want the number one infrastructure in the world. What the
I guess Canada might be more affordable after all, because I heard people might need to pay $4,000 a month for health insurance.
fuck are we letting Republicans just
On average, so your average plan that is $150 right now is about to go up to either $300 to $400.
destroy this country
So
before?
in some cases, not quite doubling it. In some cases, doubling.
Where every decision they make.
That's from like what I found out about my own plans. I was just like, oh.
Is to become more fascist and more pro-billionaire. Every decision they make is...
Which, can I just tell you how awesome that was to get that little tidbit of news during everything that we're going through?
Is to squeeze the working class. Every decision they make is more imperialism, more dead bodies overseas. This country is ready for a fucking abrupt U-turn. Abrupt U-turn.
What did I say? What did I say about the whole, like, yeah, you kind of got, we needed to get to this precipice where everybody started seeing just how bad this is. Like, MAGA came out and kind of did us a favor by being the worst version of themselves. Just going to say.
And, look, that's, it's crazy, right? Because, like, people like me are looked at as the fringe on the left. And then it's like, nobody ever put a mic in front of my face and I said, I'm glad X is dead.
Oh, yeah. I heard about of someone needing to pay that if they don't renew their subsidies for their lung issues. Yeah.
That never happened. But the fucking liberal wine moms, they've been broken. They've been radicalized by the right. And it 100% is the right's fault because we never would have been in this place.
So IHIP, are you literally using IHIP as your gauge where it's just like, hey, look, Jennifer Welch and Pumps, they're speaking for the liberal wine moms.
If the right didn't bring us to this place, these women never would have said anything like this. Never would have even been out there protesting.
We did this once already during
if Trump
COVID,
didn't break this fucking
all
country.
The voters collectively forgot.
If Trump wasn't building a fucking 300 million.
It's because everybody collectively forgot about certain things about COVID because that's how trauma works. And instead of dealing with the trauma head on, people just buried it.
$1 billion ballroom.
Buried deep down inside. Because you know how that always works.
Funded by billionaires at the same time.
As somebody that's able to do this show, because I don't bury my emotions deep down inside, and I do, probably to my own detriment, share pretty much everything that I'm feeling.
That he's refusing to release the food stamp money, which means millions of Americans, 40 million Americans are going to go hungry. 15 million Americans losing their Medicaid, right? Like I said, healthcare premiums doubling, tripling, quadrupling. 1 million government workers furloughed. I think what these women have surmised is, the Republicans don't fucking care about us. What they're trying to do is make this country a Christian nationalist, white nationalist, fascist, oligarchy, pro-billionaire hellhole. And so they're like, I'm going to do anything and everything to stop that. So go ahead. I know what they'll do. I know what the right will do. They'll run this clip and they'll fucking clutch their pearls and they'll say, how dare these people? But I want to reiterate it. Look at these women. Look at it. That's fucking Doris, bro. That is Doris, who plays at the tennis club, right? Like this is not the boogeyman of the fucking scary leftist. This is like your mom and your grandma. And look, I've seen it in my own life. I mean, my mom wouldn't say stuff like this, but I've seen her go from like a Republican voter when I was younger to in 2008 she became a Democratic voter to now she's out there saying stuff like Trump's fucking destroying this country. Like I worry about the future. I worry about my grandkids, And I think that's happening with way more people than you realize. Way more people than you realize. And the Democrats need to wake up to that reality and adjust accordingly. Because
how do you get your fence-sitting friend to come out for a protest?
They've made it perfectly clear for nearly 2 decades. We're not interested in negotiation. We're not interested in compromise. We're not interested in diplomacy. We're not interested in all being Americans and working it out. We're interested in us having a total victory and you fucking off for all we care. You basically shouldn't even fucking exist as far as we care, right? Okay. Duly noted, and we'll react accordingly.
You know what's really funny? How all these MAGA chud idiots will bitch about having a left-wing policy that's good for them.
Hey, y'all, do me a...
And they will just be like, oh, well, they're going too far. It's like, yeah, but this will help you. Like, oh, but this is going to cascade down the line. Taxes. They're always just like, they're going to raise your taxes. Because billionaires are very good at convincing your average Joe that, you know, you make almost as much as us. Come on, you get tax stuff. Come on. You don't want that. You're gonna make your billion, and you gotta fight for what's yours, people. You gotta fight for your billions. 420. Okay. And me taking that hit. Made me realize I really have to pee. Damn. It's a little bit better than I thought it would be. Woo. That was a good one. Oh, fuck. All right. Well, we got this. Oh, man. You know what? I'll save this for tomorrow. Because we got JB Pritzker's interview with Nicole Wallace, which is really good. I only got to watch like 5 minutes of it. It's like a 40-minute interview, though. So, what I will do, in the interest of the show, so I don't just completely derail it, I will watch that one when I get out of stream or tomorrow. Well, tomorrow's Tuesday. I don't have a lot of off time. I'll make sure to watch it beforehand. Maybe I can cover that tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow's topic is going to be actually how, since we had a good point about the TSA, yeah, you know what? General strike. I think the general strike is going to be a topic of conversation tomorrow on propaganda. But for now, what I'm going to do is, if I can just find this thing. Holy shit. You have how many watching? Dude. When I see like certain right-wing channels have like the amount of people, like live viewership they do, it's like, oh my god. Desperate Lies are completely out of control. Oh, hey, there we go.
Why would 5,000 people sign their name and address on one of these 500 papers? Well, because it'll help get me on the ballot. My name is Kat Abou-Ghazaleh. I'm running for Congress in the 9th District of Illinois, and this is how many people have signed our petitions to make sure that they can vote for me this upcoming March. We have over 30,000 donors with an average donation of $32, and you can join our thousands of supporters.
That does not translate to how many of them are local donors, though. Just so you remind, like, I need her to remember that, because she's also, I'm not sure how this serves her, but she's not being genuine about like her competition in this district. She has a guy named Daniel Biss, who he's the current mayor of Lombard, and he's a damn good politician. He's been consistently on the left. He's been consistent in his progressive policies, and he started, supporting DSA. He went to the Broadview protests. He actually got shot by a couple pepper balls himself. So, and I really do. I love everything that she's about, but I just need people to understand he is local. And that's also the thing. He's also a local. He's lived here his entire life. There's a reason that he's the mayor of Lombard.
CatForIllinois.com. Why would 5,000 people sign their name and address on one of these?
Those live right-wingers, if smaller, using bots and or they're regaled with terminal mangas.
500 papers. Well,
Regaled.
because it'll help get me on the ballot.
Oh, yeah, this is replaying. My bad. I forgot. Short. That's how those work. His lying's out of control, people. What do you think? Fuck it.
So for this next story here, I'm going to recommend that you guys check out this article written by Richard Hanania. Hanania is a formerly far right guy. I mean, I think it's fair to call him like he was a white nationalist or like a neo-Nazi type. He was out there. But recently, he's really sort of turned around. And he wrote this article the other day describing how the media, even though everybody thinks and pretends like the media is massively anti-Trump, they're actually pro-Trump. And his argument actually makes sense to me. His argument is, if you truly covered this man objectively, meaning you just call balls and strikes, you just tell the truth, you just like break down what he says and determines, is it factual, is it not factual? If you do that, your coverage would be 100% negative of him because he says stuff all the time. He is probably the most pronounced pathological liar of all time. And there's a camera on him 24/7, and he does it 24/7. And so if the media was doing their job and telling the truth, the coverage would be literally 100% negative. But they don't do that, and they have to pick and choose their battles. So, for example, Trump can make like 14 decisions, let's say, on one day, where all those decisions are horrible, but the media only covers like one or two of them, right? And so his argument is, when you compare how they cover Trump relative to how they cover any other politician, I mean, think about it. If a Democratic politician says something that turns out to not be true, it's a huge deal, and it's a scandal for like a month. Think about the Barack Obama thing. If you like your doctor, you can keep it. And then when Obamacare fully was implemented, it turned out that that wasn't true. And that was like, oh my God, it was, the world melted down over that.
Kyle's headlines draw the clicks. No, he does. Like, again, we have to play this We have to play the clickbait game. I'm getting a little tired of it because what's happened is the current algorithm is really incentive. This is why you saw a shift in Adam Mockler's content as far as like specifically his thumbnails, where it's a picture of him going like, what? And then it's like, it happened, or this is big. It's always something super vague like that because they're rewarding a lot of content like that. Not just clickbaity shit, but those types of thumbnails.
Trump tells
and also, I have noticed that he has a dip in viewership, so I'm wondering how much of that is just cynical, like trying to recapture
lies on a daily basis.
This is why I'm glad that I don't focus on the numbers as much. Like, yes, I look at my numbers. I'm not going to sit here pretending that I don't check my sub numbers pretty much daily.
That are just as bad, if not way worse than that one, and only like one of.
But I also don't like live and breathe by them.
Those lies will get coverage. So functionally, the media is protecting Trump.
Like,
they are functionally pro-Trump. And I think that's a brilliant point. But we're at the point.
I just don't understand why Mockler needed to do Mockler Media.
Now, guys.
I don't get that. Like, he was already part of Midas Touch. He could break from Midas Touch and still have his Adam Mockler thing, but I don't get it.
Where Trump's lies are just.
Is it did he not want to join Chorus and that's his way of doing it, where he can kind of subsidize some of his friends? I'm not seeing how that's going.
Just completely and utterly out of control. They're so obvious. I used to say this thing about Trump, that with a pathological liar, I don't think they realize what they're saying or what they're doing. Like, they live in this.
Someone with money must have pulled him away.
In this world where
George
they're
Soros.
in this superposition of what I say is neither true or false, it just is. And I create my own reality, right? So his brain doesn't think as he's talking, is this right? Is this wrong? He just goes, right? Mm-hmm. That was my understanding of a pathological liar. But I have to admit, I think I was wrong. I think it's the case that he's lying and he knows he's lying, and he looks at himself in the mirror every night and goes, I can't believe I'm still getting away with this. I can't believe these rubes are still falling for this.
No, dude. Has been my take on Donald Trump. He believes his own bullshit. He sniffs that and he's just like, yep, that's definitely some bullshit. That's some high quality, grade A bullshit.
That's what I think he does. So Canada was running this ad on TV of Ronald Reagan basically shitting on tariffs. And it's not hard to find.
Which was a red button moment for my buddy where he was just like, I'm a Ronald Reagan supporter, and I love Ronald Reagan and Republican Ronald Reagan, Reaganomics Reagan. And then he's like, but Trump is losing his mind. I've even said so. It's like he needs to do some other things. I've been a little too critical, but I don't want to end up on the bad end of the regime. Which one do I hit?
Footage of Ronald Reagan shitting on tariffs. He's always fucking hated tariffs.
Oh, I'm telling you.
He's always been.
I got one guy's calling him a buddy is kind of a stretch. He's a acquaintance that happens to be friends with a group of friends I
free trade
kick
guy.
It with.
And so they ran that ad. Trump apparently saw it.
Brains.
He was either watching Fox News or watching something.
Let's break some MAGA brains.
And he saw the ad and he fucking totally melted down over it, right?
It's like a...
And when he saw the ad...
I feel like that's the way that like a West or an East Coaster would say it, like if they were zombies.
He tweeted or Truth Socialed. And he was like, We're terminating all trade negotiations with Canada because they're fraudulently running an ad lying about Ronald Reagan saying he didn't like tariffs. And then he went in front of a camera. He was asked about this, and he said the following. Listen to this. He's asked about Reagan's position on tariffs, and he says this.
I don't know. They cheated on a commercial.
They cheated on a commercial. Jesus Christ. Could you imagine? Again, Joe Biden, just boring ass Biden. President Biden, what do you think of of Canada being very critical? Huh? They cheated on a commercial. Wait, I gotta get this. Oh, Jack, they cheated on a commercial. Oh, that's not that bad of a. You know, I once saw a commercial. It was for some blue suede shoes, and I was a young man with my buddy, Corn Pop. All right, not the best. I got to work on my Joe
Ronald Reagan
Biden.
loved tariffs, and they said he didn't. And I guess it was AI or...
No, it wasn't. It was no. That was one of the ones where it was like, that was Reagan.
They cheated.
Well, you know, this guy, I never liked Donald Trump very much in the 1980s. He was always kind of a poisonous man. He liked that Gordon Greco feller, and I wasn't very keen on the greed is good, even though I had every policy that supported that way of thinking, but I was just trying to be a good Christian man.
Cheated badly. Canada got caught cheating on a...
But I did say that tariffs are very un-American, and they create a bad economic structure where everybody starts abusing the tariffs to make sure that their country always remains on top.
Commercial.
It doesn't make for very good trading partners.
Can you believe it?
Nancy, where's my brain?
He's lying and he knows he's lying.
You've got that one. You're okay, Ronald.
And in fact, there was a video of him. Remember when he went away for like 6 days?
Mr. Reagan, what about Iran-Contra? Nancy, I don't remember anything. Tell these people I don't remember my own name.
Randomly, and then he came and did a press conference after that week he was away from the cameras, and he was asked about this video of somebody throwing something out of the window of the White House, and he goes, no, that's AI. That's AI. That's not real. And then he goes on to say, if anything happens that you don't like, you can just say it's AI. You can just say it's AI. And it's like, as Chris...
Yeah, the thing is, dude, you do realize how this works, right?
Said to me, it's like he had a revelation in that moment. Like, oh, anything I don't like, I'm just going to say it's a...
Like I said, we're always like reacting to this shit instead of just being proactive, just like, guys.
God. And here he is
going... We're going to do this.
When Canada's cheating, it's AI.
Oh, we could have never seen this coming.
That they ran Ronald Reagan's words right back to us. So... needless to say, I feel like I don't even need to play this for you, but This is what Reagan...
Look at my very smart shirt. I demanded a flannel. They wanted me to wear red. I said, no, I don't want to look like Paul Bunyan.
Thought this is not AI. This is what Reagan actually thought about tariffs. Watch.
That wasn't even that funny. That was just maybe something he actually said.
Like they're doing the patriotic thing by protecting American products and jobs. And sometimes for a short while it works. But only for a short time.
All right, mine's a little bit exaggerated, okay?
What eventually occurs is, first, homegrown industries start relying on government protection in the form of high tariffs. They stop competing, and stop making the innovative management and
People remember this speech? Yeah, because people were alive to see the fucking 80s. They bank on the fucking or the greatest generation to be, alive still, or dead. I got that backwards. Dead. They're counting on, the people that survived World War II and the Holocaust to be dead by now. So they won't, they can try and do some World War II-y shit. But this is the fucking 80s.
technological changes
We remember the 80s, bro.
they need.
Well, I mean, some people.
To succeed in world markets. And then, while all this is going on, something even worse,
whether or not Charlie Sheen does, is up for debate,
occurs. High tariffs inevitably lead to retaliation by foreign countries and the triggering of fierce trade wars. The result is more and more tariffs, higher and higher trade barriers, and less competition.
People forget that I was an actor.
So soon, because of the prices made artificially high by tariffs.
That's one of my favorite, like when I was a kid. Ronald Reagan, the actor?
That subsidize inefficiency and poor management, people stop
Who's his vice president? Jerry Lewis?
buying. Then the worst happens. Markets shrink and collapse, businesses and industries shut down, and millions of people lose their jobs. The memory of all this,
my favorite movie,
occurring back in the 30s, made me determined when I came.
Like, I'm comfortable saying that now. Back to the Future is my favorite movie. I can watch that anytime it's on, and I absolutely love it. It still gives me like chills, and just it's so good. The score, the acting, everything about it is so fucking good.
Into Washington to spare the American
Doc
people.
Brown was an awesome character.
The
Hell yeah, it was.
protectionist legislation that destroys prosperity.
Tell me something, future boy.
Now, it hasn't always been easy. There are those in the Congress, just as there were back in the 30s, who want to go for the quick political advantage,
1985.
who risk
Ronald Reagan.
America's prosperity for the sake of a short-term appeal to some special interest group, who forget that more than 5 million American jobs are directly tied to the foreign export business, and additional millions are tied to imports.
So, one more time.
The hell is a gigawatt?
Here's what Trump said when he was talking about Reagan's position on tariffs.
I don't know. They cheated on a commercial.
They cheated on a commercial?
Reagan loved tariffs, and they said he didn't. And I guess it was AI or something. They cheated badly. Canada got caught cheating on a
getting
commercial.
old. I need to start adjusting my Trump impression like old Trump.
Can you believe it?
I just got to kind of talk a little bit Reagan. Maybe that's what's happening is I had my stroke and now I kind of get it.
He truly has lost all humanity.
He has. But you know who else lost his humanity with a stroke? Fetterman? Anybody?
And he truly, there's no guardrails for him. Not only in the real
If in part 2 is literally based on Trump,
world,
yeah.
are there no
Robert Zemeckis hated him.
no guardrails for him.
Zemeckis and Spielberg, they hated Donald Trump.
In his own mind, there's no guardrails for him. Like the depths of
Probably not so much anymore because they benefit from
this man's depravity. And look, of course I blame him because this is in his nature. But honestly, I think I blame even more at this point all of the sycophants around him, all of the people who...
It's a good one, McFly. It's about as funny as a screen door on a battleship.
Who,
screen door on a submarine, you dork.
Cheer on this sort of mentality. All of the media outlets that refuse to tell you guys the blunt and honest truth about Trump. Because
he's always trying to get in
any other president, just any given day of the Trump regime.
I worked with David Spielberg.
Any other president.
You mean Steven? No,
would
David.
Be torpedoed for one day of Trump's fucked up stuff. And so now add this to the list. Add this to the list of how we have
I just noticed that you're the one to
high
say
inflation. The lies are getting more and more absurd as time goes by because he realizes there's no point.
They just had the 40th anniversary showing at the Twin Peaks, or Twin Pines, not Twin Peaks, Twin Pines Mall, what was used as the Twin Pines Mall.
Pushback. There's nobody telling me I can't say this.
Oh, and for your random bit of Ninja Turtles trivia, you can use this one. Did you know that the costume actor who portrayed Raphael in Secret of the Ooze was also the main motion actor for Mortal Kombat for Liu Kang?
There's nobody telling me I can't do this. Nobody's going to keep me in check.
More you know.
I'm the world's most powerful.
Hey, Five Alarm.
Man.
How you doing? Hey, Pep Talks just wanted to drop in and say hi. I've got a few calls to make with content creators, trying to build as I can.
And so he goes out there and says, I stopped 8 wars.
Well, thanks for dropping by, man. I always appreciate seeing you.
8 wars. We went through that one by one the other day. Literally every single one is bullshit. He stopped 0 fucking wars. 0. Zero. He also does I got $20 trillion invested in America. 20 trillion. Total fucking lie. Total lie. He didn't even bring a trillion.
The G.I. Joes. We're bringing out the G.I. Joes, and then I have a surprise. We made a special deal with the Decepticons. Megatron was, you know what? He was a little bit of a hard bargain, but I got Megatron to get down his right-wing Starscream. He reminded me of Pee Wee German. Oops, we call him that too. I meant Stephen Miller.
Into the country. It's just, he's making it up. He knows he's making it up. He knows that. Then you have...
Megatron.
He said,
back at the nemesis.
Gas prices down.
Starscream.
Down to $1.99.
Did you allow me to go to... I can't do a good Megatron. God bless Frank Welker, but why would you let me go to this meeting?
In sense, that's something he said in early 2025.
They said that he was the one who controlled the earth.
In a bunch of speeches. The actual number, it was $3.17. He said it was
Megatron.
$1.99.
Damn it, I wish I could do better Transformers impressions.
He also said Ukraine started the war with Russia in February of 2025, completely flipping the narrative of reality on its head. He said that the U.S. sent $350 billion to Ukraine. Meanwhile, the actual number is $130 billion. He said he gave a speech in 2025, and he said...
I just realized that Starscream might actually be a more competent, number 2 than J.D. Vance. Oh, no.
He signed a 2020 law...
How do you lose the Star
for 10 years in prison if you damage a monument?
Oh, fuck. If you know Transformers, then you know that's funny.
Signing a law that doesn't exist.
Oh,
There's no such
God.
law that exists. I mean, this is where we're at, guys. And shame on every single person around him that allows this behavior to continue, and shame on the media. I mean, you shouldn't have to come here to get a segment on how preposterous these lies are becoming. You really shouldn't. But unfortunately, you do. And it's just, I'm going to say this one more time because everybody needs to hear it. This is what it looks like to have a right-wing postmodernist president. And for those of you that don't know what that means, the gist of it is, if you're a right-wing postmodernist, postmodernism is saying there is no, it's rejecting Enlightenment values, right?
Okay, people hate this shit. I'll just tell you, most of my friends that don't follow politics, I actually had a conversation where he brought this up specifically, where he was just like, dude, nothing annoys me more than when I'm having a conversation and then somebody just chimes in with that's a neocon theory, or that's a neo-lib theory, or that, they hate that shit. So using terms like postmodernism, I get that it it's fine for us and your poli-sci guys and anybody that loves this, but I don't know. For your regs, nah.
There is no objective truth.
There's
There's only
that.
my truth.
That's why, I know I've gotten in trouble for this, where I'm no, you have to literally speak to the 6th grade level sensibilities of the average American, and I know sometimes it's painful to do.
Truth and warring narratives. And Trump has decided, long ago he decided, I'm not going to live in objective reality anymore. I'm going to live in my
They love lame terms.
own reality.
You got to make sure that it's just,
that I made up in my mind and repeat it.
If you go over 5 syllables, I think that people start getting okay.
And insist over and over that you need to live in my reality.
Dude, someone got really mad at me for the progressive speak thing. They were just like, why are you bringing up, why would you criticize? It's just ooh, I struck a chord.
And he has absolutely brainwashed 37% of the country into chugging his Kool-Aid, joining the fascist death cult. And then here they are. He's destroying the economy. He's destroying the U.S. on the global stage. He's warmongering all over the place. He's shoving innocent people into concentration camps. As all that shit is going on, he can't stop lying. And everybody has to pretend like it's normal. I refuse to do that. Hey,
I'm telling you, man, I've had too many normies just come up to me and just because of what I do, and my friends all of a sudden love to have political discussions, which is, I'm being real, man. Ever since I started doing this, it's kind of weird. My friends that we wouldn't really talk politics, now they love it. Jake was railing against that on his last stream I saw. Oh, hell yeah. I gotta talk to Jake. You know what? I talked about this earlier. I'm gonna reach out to Jake. I'd like to actually have him on. That's gonna be an emotional interview. I can tell you right now. Jake's a great fucking dude. Can I just say, You want to talk about real ass dudes? He's one of the guys over on this space that like and I'm not saying like everybody's not like real and but he's one that like reached out to me, and he is just like a solid fucking guy who he genuinely cares. Like he genuinely cares about the cause. He genuinely cares about the people. He cares about the people he works with. And also like he cares really about his audience too, man. Like he's a good dude. I kind of strive to, you know, when I meet people like him, it always inspires me to keep just like, oh, okay. Like, don't give into like the darkness and the, you know, cynicism that you could easily just kind of lose yourself into. And also, he's gotten into some trouble over. I've seen that like there's been a few takes that'll like he's had on this space where you know, it's a agree to disagree thing. I forgot who said it though. It wasn't on this space. I think it was somebody from chat, like here. But they were talking about how it's just like, yeah, you dare say that he could be seen as like the more conservative guy on this space. I was just like, huh. Like if I had to break that down, I guess. I mean, if we're using conservative in the way that he conserves energy and doesn't always get mad at everything reactively, sure. Toronto Blue Jays is America's team, guys. How they doing? I quit watching baseball because I get really salty after the Cubs fucking blow a playoff series. I'm a typical Chicagoan. What can I say? And also that it hurt a little bit extra that it happened. It fucking happened to the Brewers. They're beating the Dodgers. Yes. All right. It's great how he focuses on pragmatic stuff you can do. Yeah, and that's why I love the format of a show. Like, when I watch, like, I hate to admit this. The first few times that I did this space, I wasn't sure if I was going to stick around, and I think it was a replay from Dan from the internet, which I already kind of watch his content. Mostly his videos, but yeah, man. I stuck around for one of his shows and just, like, hung in the lobby, and yeah, he's also a very smart guy. He definitely picks up the slack where I leave it, where I'm just like, oh, I'm sorry that I left all that fucking rope, bro. You know, never been, well, actually, that's a bad example. Especially not the best with ropes. What? Conservative is in the context meaning wears a suit to work. It's listen, he may wear a suit top, but he's gym shorts all day on the bottom. We know how you operate, Jake. It's either gonna be some sort of you know, comfy short or pajama bottom, which, listen, I don't begrudge. I really don't. I used to. How's Stan been holding up? Actually, okay, so you can tell he's come to terms with losing his sister, but they can really, yeah, he's been a little. It was actually, it's weird that you brought that up, because my dad, he brought that up today, where he's just like, oh, you're telling me that your dog has your anxiety? I was just like, well, yeah. He doesn't want to go on walks right now. Like, he will go to the door, he gets excited to go for his walk, then he gets outside, and he just stands. Because he was used to... So his sister would lead on walks, and I actually didn't know how reliant on her he was. Like, I always kind of had, like, it's weird to always kind of acknowledge it but not really acknowledge it mentally until she was gone, where now I'm actually worried. Yeah, he's a good boy. He's an emotional boy. It sucks. I miss my girl. She was a great girl, man. I feel bad for Stan. Try not to not be sad, guy. Thank you for asking. I do appreciate that. He's a good boy. He's a good boy, and he's taking care of his mom. He's been spending a lot of time laying directly by her or like protecting her. He's very, very big on that. My cat has not left her side. That's also funny enough. Even when I let him down here, because we're almost cleaned up and we can release the cat, which, oh man, I just realized that I haven't seen somebody in chat for a minute. But when I do release the cat, I'm gonna have to tag them. Cause yeah, the cat, he's a trip, man. It's just, God, I know this chair's done. The second that I let him down here, it's done. Either that or I have to get like a spray bottle or something, because man, he likes to claw leather. Yeah, my grandma passed my dog. When my grandma passed my dog, she started pulling her hair out. She finally got back to normal again. Yeah, he hasn't done any like of that stuff. He just goes to her normal spots. He'll lay in them. The big one is the walk. Which that's honestly why I'm a little emotional right now, is because it's rough. Like I said, I didn't know it was gonna be that bad. I almost feel like a bad, I hate the word owner. But just don't get a shock collar. I told you guys that he had early in his training, he had a vibration collar. That's why I was more than fair with Mr. Hassan Piker over that. But yeah, he's my best friend. Oh yeah, well, certainly. Actually, you know what? I just realized that he was let back in. Mommy. Good boy for starting, though. My son using a shock collar isn't bad. What's bad? The videos where it appears he use it. It kind of seems like he shocked her for no reason, and that's what people are really pissed off about. The video people keep bringing up makes it seem like she was just walking around and she was shocked. I understand that, but it's not what happened. So Kaya, now, I'll say this much. If Kaya reacted that way, which she did, usually it can be attributed to them being acclimated to a shock. But Veracity 49, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. I can just say this though. If he has an invisible fence too, which I'm not sure if he does, but I do know like invisible fences work that way, which also don't use those guys, because a lot of owners will use an invisible fence and just leave their dogs out there. That's not okay, because what will happen is they can get out of them and then they cannot get back in. This happened to my sister with my my dog that passed away. She got stuck on the other side, and again, my sister, to her detriment, didn't really think to take the fucking collar off. So she kept trying to like cross the line with her, and she would yelp and just like scurry off. It was a thing. But that was not me. That was my pops. Got her an invisible fence, and I was just like, that's Yeah, now you see why those things are stupid? He's like, yeah. I don't think he abuses her. If he was abusing her, she wouldn't always be loving him on... No. No. Horrific, bro. I mean, that was, yeah. Like, her not being able to get back in. Like, I just saw this, this video about somebody that, like, had that happen, and then their dog got attacked by a coyote and couldn't get back into his yard. So... yeah, that shit's rough. Yeah, Stan he only had a vibration collar when he was training, and that's why, like, I kind of get it, because, like, if he does the... So we had something that we call the beep beat, right? So he would get a vibration to it, and he would just know, which I don't know why the vibration was the part that bugged him. I always thought it was like a tone, but if you want to use a collar, you should have to get certified wearing one. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. Like if you're using a pronged shock collar, yeah. Which, I mean, I did that not having a dog or anything. This was back when, you know, Jackass was kind of a big thing, and, you know, we were making our own skate videos, and in between we thought we would make our own Jackass style videos, and shock collar test was one of those. Yeah, these things are no joke, though. Oh my god. The people that use it for barking, like, why even have a dog? I don't understand. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna go to this. Like, I don't understand why a lot of people have dogs. Like, is there a video of Pep in a shock collar? Oh shit, dude. Thinking who I would have to contact for that. I've mentioned this before, that there's a few videos out there that if I can get my hands on them, I'm more than happy to show you. I got some pretty funny, stupid teenage shit. Uh-oh. What's up? That was weird. Some dogs bark for literally no reason, but I'm not gonna shock that guy. Just fucking Stan. Honestly, he's very quiet down here because he can't see a window. If he could see, like, if I was streaming where he could see a window, you guys would see him all, like, if there was a dog walking, you would just be like, whoa. It's loud too, but I got used to it. That's what happens when you get hounds. Just kind of get used to the noise, which I've had some people, like, even say, like, how do you do it? Yo, speaking of. All right, hold on, guys. I'm not sure if he has to go out. What? All right. Something is going on outside where he is just standing by my fence, and yeah, I'm not going to question it. All I know is I hope it's not a smaller animal, because I told the story about the bunnies. Really, you still got that hound in him, that's for sure. But yeah, back to the Hassan thing. personally, I don't think he was using a shock collar. I think that it was blown out of proportion. It makes, like I was saying before, though, has he used one before? Maybe. Her reaction seems like that of instead, because like a vibration reaction when, because somebody was like, yeah, she's a big baby. I'm like, yeah, but why is she associating that with pain? Like, the beep beep, I don't know, man. Like, it was the tone. The tone would actually scare Stan more, and then the vibration, and he'd be like, ugh. But yeah. Yeah, vibration collars are not the same as shock collars, though. I need to make that abundantly clear. That's why I'm also like, trust me, I think I've done my due diligence on this story. We watched enough of that content for me to just be like, no. I mean, after we watched that one dog trainer, I'm thoroughly convinced that he was using a vibrational collar. But also, I had to ask myself this one too, and this is just outside of it. I'm not criticizing anybody, like, because dog abuse is a very serious topic, but did people really think that he was abusing Kaya? Like, I don't know. Sylvie knows. I definitely tried to be objective about this. You said you couldn't see where she could have caught her claw, but I totally saw it. Do I have to make a video showing it? I mean, who gains from us from canceling Hassan? None of us. Well, that's what I mean. Like, anytime that they gun after Hassan, like, that's why Ethan being like a fucking sophisticated psyop. Somebody kept saying that he was like being used by Israel. I was like, he didn't necessarily, like, yes, he was being used by Israel. Oh, he was being paid by Israel. I was like, he doesn't need to be paid. He just does things for it. Like, he's one of those useful idiots, you know, a la Tim Pool. Hey, the letter hack's in the house. What's up, bud? How you doing? Appreciate you stopping by. Good to see you. But yeah. And also, like I said, like, it was after watching the whole dog collar thing and just analyzing it from, like, I appreciate the fact that a non-political YouTuber did a video talking specifically about, like, no, this is a dog training device. This is, you know, I don't know this guy, but I'll just say, like, this is the model that he used. This is, you know, the method that we use. And it seems like he was following along with that method. I'll just say, you know, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt there. That's the true definition of a grifter, guys. You want to see a real grift? Look no further than Ethan. Yeah. Well, again, dude, this is disappointing for me. I have covered this extensively. When the Hassan stuff started, I was pretty open about being, like, not an H3 fan. I wasn't, like, you know, watching every stream or anything like that. But, you know, I always appreciated his content because he was, like, you know, from the vein of Howard Stern, where he didn't take himself too seriously. He did, like, the time that he did cover politics, it was always, like, a few segments. And then he started the show with Hassan, which that's honestly kind of how I got into Hassan, like, as a streamer. Like, I knew who he was. Like, I remember him from, like, his Woke Bay videos for TYT. Like, not sure if you guys remember that shit. Like, where he's like, yo, this is Woke Bay, what's up, biker? You know, you're here at TYT, blah, 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 blah. Then I didn't really just, you know, think anything of it, but yeah. That's where I started watching, like, post leftovers. I would go to watch Hassan stream and, yeah, or like the next day or whatever. And I learned to appreciate his content a little bit more from that. Honestly, I think I've explained this too, where I haven't watched a lot of long form streams in a while. Yeah. Oh, hey, Matt, real quick, just want to say thanks for doing that thing for the election coverage. And yeah, it was a good time. I just hope that we didn't overload the screen. That was a really, really, I think that it was organic too, like the way that everybody kind of filed out, but it was a good time. By the way, guys, if you don't already follow Letterhack, follow the Letterhack, and also follow this space, you know, at this space. You can follow me there on Tuesdays and then catch the stream Tuesdays through Thursdays. Obligatory plug. But yeah, man, I think that nobody gains anything on the left from us focusing on the Hassan bullshit, which it's a really hot take, guys. But also, we do kind of know what's going on. We know that they're gonna gun after these, like, the biggest guys. They're like, this is why Vosh was so fucking annoying, where it's just like, God damn it, why do you have to go and prove him right? It's like, all right, that was annoying. God, I just realized that I haven't caught any Vosh content, and I haven't had any recommended to me in a while, so. There's a while there where that algorithm was just like, do you want to watch his live? Huh? You want some? Whoosh evil. He's not evil. He's just a dipshit. Listen, he has. This is the problem with going all in on saying somebody's evil, blah blah blah. Because then you're not just shunning that person, you're shunning their audience, which. In this type of environment, like I was saying earlier about voting and like the voting block, we do have to be very aware not to push people out. This is where I know it's going to be annoying, even if you're I don't care if you're the leftiest of left and you need everybody to know all the theory and you can't stop yourself. You're going to just bite that tongue, just for a little bit, and it's not about accepting liberalism. Like, no, just shelve it. I'm not sure if we've ever had this concept of just put it on the shelf and just wait, because we can focus on other things after we win, and that means bringing in people like Vosh's audience occasionally. Like, yes, do they have DGG qualities? Yes. Is DGG a legitimate problem? Yes. Yes, they totally are. That was fun as fuck. Oh, yeah. Hell yeah, man. Sorry. Don't know why my chat just froze. Give me a second. There we go. I randomly saw that Justin Bieber was live on Twitch and Hassan still had 3 times the amount of viewers. He's seriously big. Nice. Vote shame the hell out of those who didn't vote. Ish. LT, I gotta be real. We have to cool it with shaming. Shame MAGA. Shame the people who are blatantly bad people. But shame doesn't work. Like, you know what speaking of dog training, you know what doesn't work? When your dog shits on the carpet and you bring their nose to it and you're like, look what you did. Look what you did. It doesn't compute. If that is the case with a dog, apply that to humans. Like, occasionally, and I know this is annoying, you just have to kind of go, all right. Minority issues do matter, though. We need to encourage people. They will just eat it up. Well, yeah. It's, again, where you have to focus on the proper issues. Like, right now, we can make this a populist movement. We've been handed the keys to populism. We just can't fucking fumble them. Like, I feel like, and this is where it's annoying to be on the left sometimes, is I do kind of feel like we are handed these keys and then we're standing over a sewer, like a New York sewer grate, and we just occasionally fumble, or like we get scared and we just go whack, and then we drop the keys and then they fall down the hole, and then we're just like, okay, I gotta go get my keys. Maybe not the most articulate of examples, but among the other reasons for not liking him, my BS never just goes off every time I try. Feels like eating empty calories. Oh, I mean, yes, but some people like his stuff. The thing is, I'm not going to begrudge people that, like, people have kind of said that. They're like, would you accept people from Vosh's community? Yeah. Like, why is that a problem? Like, Xanderhall's community. Why is it a problem to try and grow accepting other people's community? And like this, again, community policing, all this shit, this does nothing but serve the fucking fascist regime that is coming into power right now. Like, we are at the precipice of needing all the support that we can get. And if that means triaging some of our fucking, like, I'm not saying compromise your moral integrity, I'm saying triage this shit. Like I said, shelving, triage, these are words that we really do need to kind of get behind. This is actually making the Plattner story make more sense. Well, honestly, former right wingers like me and you, I'm not a former right winger. I'm not a former conservative is what I meant. I'm a former Christian. I was never a conservative. Have to lead the left into the future. Please don't mischaracterize me like that. I have never been a conservative. I never joined the conservative movement. I can't make a why I left the right video. Trust me. I could, if I was a lying sack of shit, I could, but no, I was part of a Christian cult. You know, I didn't, and then I became a shithead libertarian. I wasn't really right wing. The libertarianism I believe was Ron Paul libertarianism, which I always thought kind of organically morphed into the Bernie Sanders socialism. Former right wingers. Okay, so to lead the left into the future because the left can't populism for some reason. I mean, have Zoran and Bernie, but a lot of leftists just can't. I have a complete embargo of thinking about paying attention to Vosh. My brain totally rejects any reminder that he exists. Ooh, rough. All right, note to Pep. Majority of my my average viewership is definitely no fans of Vosh, which I kind of already knew. As a former fan, which I can call myself that. I'm not a fan of him personally. I don't like the way that he handles anything, and he's condescending as fuck. I always hated that. I don't like even if he's doing it as a bit, he did it a little too much. You have to come in, learn, and chill and stuff. There's nothing wrong with that. The community isn't the streamer. Exactly. I'm not a right winger either. I just didn't know what was up, to be honest, because I was only told one side for the longest time. That's fair. And Elaney, that's why I hope you never feel shame for your positions. I think that you have you have a very valid reason for being afraid of this kind of stuff, especially if in your personal experience, you had a lot of shame and, I can also see where listen, this is why I have my whole thing on theory is because I got into this argument one time about how I don't have a poli-sci degree and I didn't learn a lot about, leftist politics while I was in school, and it took a lot of self-education, and apparently my self-education didn't churn out everything that I should have. I had read Rules for Radicals by Saul Alinsky. I tried to get through Das Kapital, but I don't know how. I know how to, but with dyslexia, reading old-timey shit does not work for me. So pretty much anything from Karl Marx was just a no-go zone. I had to have somebody Cliff Notes that shit for me. Again, undiagnosed dyslexic for a long time. I just felt like I was stupid. I will tell you that when I got diagnosed, that did make me feel a little bit better. I was like, oh, so you're telling me the words confused me because it was a literal defect in my brain? Cool. But then I was like, oh, wait a minute. I wasn't really educated or uninformed. I was just in a bubble. See, now that's the difference between me and you. Yes, I was in a bubble, but in my religious bubble, I was always trying to burst it. I was oh God, I just realized I hate contrarians because I was one. It reminds me of being a teenager. Oh God. YouTube is a double-edged sword. You can get so much great information, but also so much slop. Yeah. Especially when you go through your For You feed. I will tell you this, because of what we watched at the end of stream on Friday, I had a lot of maritime stuff. So I learned some new stuff. I learned that the Lusitania has completely collapsed in on itself from repeated dives. And also, did you know that they blew off chunks of it to try and salvage it? They had absolutely no regard for the Lusitania the way that they did the Titanic. Yeah, which is also weird because that is technically a graveyard. I also learned about the Britannic. I learned essentially about the sister ships, and then I learned that movie, The Widowmaker, K-19. I think it was K-19. Yeah. The Russian sub that had a nuclear reactor meltdown that the Americans captured. I learned about that. Can I just say? And I had a good time on Friday. I hope, by the way, can I just thank you for all you guys that were hanging on Friday? I had one of the best streams I think I've ever had. I had such a good time. Genuinely making... I need to name him. The nihilist. You know, he took over the pop talks and everybody, they had a good laugh. It's okay. It's okay to laugh away your pain, as long as you focus on the pain later. Yeah. Did you know that I also met a wonderful Russian on a submarine? This guy, he's I thought in Russia we had it. I thought in Russia we had dark, dark situation. Then I met this guy. Awesome. That's how he's gonna show up on the show from now on. He's just gonna be a cameo, and then every once in a while, Shankari. Oh God, not this again. Great. Now they're going to put me in another fan cast with this asshole. Dude, that was the way that started. When I was watching the playback, what got me was the the Mr. Bond exchange. God damn, that was funny. You know what? Pats on the back for a good bit. See, when I was on the right, I was always a problematic person, or problematic. Read right. Pragmatic person. Like I was trying to I was thinking, like, how can we address things the left cares about and be less annoying about it? See, that's... Well, that's almost a little... Hey, you called me out here? Oh, Sean Connery. Probably the same as shame. Shame. Yes, I say shame. It's the same as me. I still can't get over that one thing that I pointed out where it's just like, yes, and did you know that in Highlander... They cast me as a fucking Argentinian. I'm Scottish, and the film was fucking shot in Scotland. Oh God. Oh hey, it's time to smoke. All right, you know what? I'm gonna do that real quick, and I'm gonna go. Scaredy Bear's been commandeered. There are tons of people that care and think the way I did, but leadership is just lost. Those clips should be posted on the channel as a little taste of the channel. Yeah, no, I'm going to. I'm trying to figure out how to focus this, because I could use it as like a promo for my Twitch, and then I can also... I want to release it as a video, but I just know that one's not going to do as well. It's almost sad to know, like, it's like, because of what I'm, marketed towards in the algorithm and all this shit is essentially just, whoa, you got that political content rage bait stuff down. Now you want to make people laugh? How dare you? All right, so there are tons of people that care and think the way I did, but the leadership is just lost. So basically, if you talk to the average person, they aren't trying to hurt you, but like nowadays, after 2022, I think people just stop caring about each other entirely. That's not necessarily true, and on top of it, there is material harm to the way that they think. Like, this is why the COVID stuff pissed me off so bad. The best is to laugh at politics. That's what you do. Oh, I know. Trust me. That's how I survive this shit. I think I told you guys, like, I had a family member just ask me, like, how I do this. And I just said, I'm like, I don't take it seriously. That's how. And they're like, well, you mean you don't take it seriously? Like, you don't take anything seriously? I'm like, no, you're misunderstanding. Like, I laugh and I look at the humor of the situation, despite how dark it is. That's also, part of dark humor. But that's also why, like, I like doing signs at these protests that make other protesters laugh. I'm not doing it to get my message out. Like, and that's fine, and I'm not diminishing anybody for doing so. Or, like, I don't have I think that it's awesome that people are doing, like, again, they got their no king signs, and they're doing all, like, I love that. I just don't like when I got, like, tone policed, essentially. Like, this happened at the protest I was at in Crystal Lake. Thank God it happened off camera. But I had this lady just kind of, like, give me, like, this look, like, really? Really? You're gonna make a mockery of this protest? It's like, chill out. Like, seriously. Number one, Trump puts ketchup on his hot dog. If you're from Chicago, that's just objectively hilarious. And true. There is harm, to be honest. There is. This whole regime is a joke. That's also where I'm not freaking out as bad, is because they're really bad at this. Like, yes, it's dangerous, but, where the Nazis believed that they were the superhumans, MAGA is proving that they are the superhumans. Yeah. They think they are the superior race. Well, somebody needs a little history and some little bit of context. Oh, that was almost Dutch. Or Danish. Dutch. Those damn Danes. It's the content president. Well, that's a problem. Like, they're banking on that, dude. That many people in one space is inevitable for at least one person to have a bad attitude. Oh, yeah. I just wasn't. Maybe it's because, like, it happened in a way where I was having such a good time and, like, nobody really got on my... Oh. Well, I need to look something up. I just realized that I may have taken the vape, and she's getting her chemo right now. Okay, I should be okay. No, I was making sure. Oh, damn, you gotta go. No, I'm good. But I did just realize, I'm like, oh, yeah. I kind of forgot about the whole not sharing something. My tongue's a little numb. I wouldn't have to go because there's nothing I can do about that. It's just don't do it anymore, which, yeah, we're not supposed to swap the spit. Yeah, that kind of sucked. They're just like, moratorium. I'm like, oh no. Well, yeah, no, it's fine. And I just looked it up. I should be completely fine. No, they're more worried about just. Did you just microdose yourself? I take a Geiger counter. It just starts spiking. It's like, ah! No. I also think that no, this might actually be a bigger problem. I think the vape might have not exploded, but it definitely. Yeah. You ever have that where you're hitting the vape and all of a sudden you're just like, I'm pretty sure that's why my tongue's numb. By the way, it's not the chemo. Which I'm gonna have to talk to our doctors about this. Because wait a minute, dude. Like, I'm looking at this now. Yeah, the vape jelly. Yeah. It tastes really good. I'm not gonna lie. It's like the starting. Yeah. Shit. No. No, this one definitely. It's like, I don't know, like a little bit of oil popped in the chamber or something. Because like it's sticky too. I should have known that right off the bat. Where it's just like, I could just calm down and think of this practically and just be like, oh, is that like a little bit of, vape juice on your lips? Then, does, like I said, taste good, but is that bad? I'm not sure if that stuff's. Katana Ranja, how you doing? Welcome back to stream, I should say. Good to see you. How you been? Been a minute. Yeah, wait a minute. I haven't seen your account in a while. I try my best to actually remember you fine folks, especially if you guys are regular contributors, obviously. I know you guys a little bit better, and there's a few people that I haven't seen in a minute, honestly. Getting a little concerned there. Occasionally it's the what I say. But there's also the bit of me that's just like, oh no, I'm actually genuinely worried that the person's okay. They're good. Sorry, only donate to e-girls. Well, that's unfortunate. I have a cancer fund here. Technically, you're donating to... Well, my wife's not an e-girl, but... it's for my wife, so... No. Listen, I have made this abundantly clear, and I hope you guys don't take it as a joke. If you guys cannot afford to support, like, don't feel bad. Like, realistically, it's rough. It's rough seas out there. So, if you guys can drop the like, subscribe, and share the stream wherever you can, that kind of stuff. The sexy German is better than any e-girl. Yeah. Did you know that you missed all the fun? Yes. He's a bit... Katana Ranja is a bit of a party pooper. Listen. Now, if you want to get the party started, then we can get, we can rev up the engine and go vroom vroom party starter. Yeah. God damn it. Why is he the most fun character to do? Perhaps it's because you like a little bit of whip action. Now, am I talking the cream or the leather for you to judge? Jar. Nice picture. Thanks. Oh, man. This is what I kind of worry about sometimes, is when somebody walks in halfway through, like, a bit that is now becoming a bit of an inside joke. It's like, uh-oh. Yeah, I have a character here now. He's based on the nihilists from The Big Lebowski, so he's the nihilistic German who pops out. He pops out whenever there's a little bit of a party to start. Yeah. We also caused some commotion amongst the left. The safe word is Schlotterbergenton. Wait. Schlotterbergenton. Wait. Oh my god. I just learned something about... Oh, fuck, what was it? It was a really funny term for something deadly serious. I was like, wait, what was it? It's gonna drive me crazy. The only reason I'm bringing it up is because it was a laugh out loud moment where I was just like, what? What do you think about Don 2028? It's a distraction. He's going to try and do it regardless. Like, listen, the guy has kind of proven that he doesn't give a shit about checks on power. But realistically, I mean, the guy keeps, he's just joking to try and rile up whether he's trying to rile up his base to do things, or he's trying to rile up the left because, the left are easy to rile up occasionally, especially, not even just like the left. I got to be more fair here. You're more centrist, like Brian Tyler Cohen's and all those assholes. Like they literally feed into the same news cycle that CNN used to benefit from, where it's all about leftist, perception that it's oh my god, the sky's falling. But now the sky is falling. And I do mean that. It sucks, but hey. I also just gotta say, it's Trump's not doing himself any favors with combating the fact that it's hey, he's kind of going for it. I don't know what to tell you. They said they were legit trying to get him on the ballot. Yeah, if no one stops him, he's just going to do it. Great. And then he's probably going to win by 98%. I mean, he's already trying to rig the election. He's doing all of it out in the open. This is the craziest part. The flood the zone thing worked. It really did. And you got a lot of MAGA that's going to be surprised. It's the same as the MAGAs that don't pay attention to anything bad. They watch a lot of regime coverage, so they don't get the negative coverage. And my biggest problem with MAGA right now is how they just don't criticize him. Vance, the problem with that is, Vance resigns if he wins, and then Donald Trump continues his presidency. Yeah. Notice how he's so confident, though. Notice how he's building this fucking ballroom. Notice how all of Congress is capitulating. Notice how the Supreme Court is also just it's so obvious. They're trying to create a full-blown right-wing regime, which, again, is not going to do them well when they collapse the economy. One of the big factors here is I do think that they were counting on having a better economy for a little bit longer. But the odds makers for 2028 give Don 28%. I don't even like my best friend enough to never criticize them. No, because that's being a bad friend. For real. What is the poly market odds? Who gives a shit? God, there's one thing that's just helping us speed run to the apocalypse is shit like that. A lot of people around the globe love the strongman leader thing, unfortunately. Yeah, I know. Other two are Newsom and Vance. Really? You think Vance would betray the party like that? What are they predicting that we don't see? Because that's a little weird. Gotta be honest. I've never heard that theory. We need to get AOC in there? Yeah. Get behind her now. Damn it. No, don't do that, guys, because my brain did. Behave. Bad Pep. Seriously though, we need to consolidate. I don't know how to say this without sounding bad. AOC would be better than Newsom, I feel, but Newsom may be more likely to win. Why? Just because he's a fucking milquetoast white dude? No, he's not. In the mainstream media sphere, they want you to think that. Excuse me, by the way. It always bothers me how Hassan will just keep going after he burps. It's like, yo, that's a problem. Maybe it's cultural. Like, is the Turkish culture like one of those ones that's just like we burp and like that's a hey to the chef? Like, yeah, my mother would come down from heaven and whack me upside the head if I didn't say excuse me. So sorry, but yes, you kind of said it, but there is more. If Newsom wins, it will be because he used Trump's tactics. He's just so bad at debating. Rick and Morty normalized it. I mean, sure. If you didn't have manners pre-Rick and Morty and then that you just based your behaviors off of a cartoon, okay. And people call me immature. And we truly have arrived in idiocracy. Yeah. He did good, did hire a good PR. Oh, yeah. His PR team is great. It's a natural body function, so there's nothing to be ashamed of. It's not about being ashamed. It's just literally excusing myself. Which, I guess that comes from shame. What does it? Yeah, right. God damn it. Culture. Cultural differences. Oh, fine. Well, I can still be, like, because I was taught that it, you know, even though it's a bodily function, you can just say, excuse me. It costs nothing, and that little extra, you know, bless me type of thing. Wait a minute, that's probably rooted in Puritanism, though, because it's the devil escaping your butt. Oh. I should have done that. He likes personality. Yeah, he's got arrogance down. Allows everyone to get out before the gas hits them. Cancel everything. Pep's done. No more pep talks. Yeah. Little did we know. But this is exactly what Pep was looking for. It's not. You guys know what to do if that were to ever happen. Hello, kickoff. I just feel like right now, Newsom is not the guy to go with. I mean, I thought it would be Newsom when they announced that Biden was dropping out. To be completely real. When they announced Kamala, I was like, really? Like, I was genuinely shocked by it. Because they kind of have insinuated that they were going to play the race politics and, you know, also do that thing where it's like, oh, you know, we don't really like look into any of this. Fucking. Sorry, I've literally beaten that dead horse. So about Turkish, I was in, and the men are super hairy, like bears almost. Why? Oh. I can't answer that. Just trying to think. Who would AOC's... Because as much as people want it, having AOC Zoran, that's not... Then what's the point of getting him in the office of the New York mayor? Like, no. Unless that was the starting point, which, shit. So we got, what, 3 years? No, we got 4 years. Well, 3 years. 3.5. Oh, he can't run. Duh. Yeah, he can't run. Duh. I forgot about that. That's where everybody's kind of bringing up his Ugandan thing. Ugandan. Did you see Bill Maher going off about that shit? Where he's like, oh, look at his... He's not even from... Like, whatever. Bill Maher's so irrelevant. He had to shift right, and it's not working for him. I'm happy to see that. All right. So... I put this off for the fun half. Let's watch our Piers Morgan segment. I think we got some fun set up here. We'll see.
really think he'd go through this if he was planning to leave in 36 months?
Trump is going to be president in 28, and people just ought to get accommodated with that.
I would love to do it. I have my best numbers ever. It's very terrible. I have my best numbers.
These actions, Trump's statements, then combined with him doing major reconstruction on a rental, that does make some people anxious.
Trump's second term thus far has been good enough that I would cheer if, we could have Caesar Augustus, Donaldus Trump.
His mentality
there it is. There it is. That's all they want.
is that he has carte blanche to stay in power, to usurp power, to hold it to himself
BTC.
whenever he wants.
If there's one thing American can't get enough of, it's more Kamala Harris. We need more Kamala Harris on TV, more Kamala Harris rallies. She should replace Bad Bunny.
This guy he's negative Riz.
The Super Bowl halftime performer. I would love her to do every single bit of that.
Like most people, I've never thought very deeply about the East Wing of the White House. I saw it as a fairly functional space with offices and reception rooms, constructed some...
Nope. There it is. He's crafting his narrative of not caring. Well, how would you feel if this was Buckingham Palace, you fucking Brit?
150 years after the People's Mansion itself. But having watched the news over the last few days, it's now clear I made a big mistake. The East Wing of the White House is an historic monument, a sacred structure, part of the very fabric of what it means to be an American.
He's found time to demolish.
I mean, you would be freaking the fuck out if they went and knocked down pieces of fucking parliament. I don't know. How would you feel if all of a sudden unilateral or just randomly your prime minister comes in and he's just like, you know what? Fuck the king. Fuck this. We don't need this goddamn... Who looks at a clock anymore? We all got watches.
The East Wing of the White House so that he can build a ballroom where he can be celebrated as if he was a king.
Literally, Trump is tearing down government by and for the people to replace it with an authoritarian state by and for the powerful. And here he's just symbolizing that.
Right, so this is how the man is treating the legacy, the physical legacy of the presidency of the United States. Donald Trump is literally destroying the people's house.
The new White House ballroom is being funded by private donations, not
That doesn't matter.
taxpayers.
That's also technically illegal.
It's a fact.
I'm sorry, man. I know that Piers wants to do this shit, but it's like, oh, you just don't care. You literally don't care about the rule of law. You're cheering on your buddy, your pal, in his endeavor to become a god king of America, and you're just sitting here like, yes, you know what? I was technically all about the royal family.
Presidents have
what is it?
About the lack of
name of
space for big state occasions.
Who are the people that are like really into the royals?
Sure, the bulldozers and the building site don't look great, but honestly, what exactly is wrong with the finished product? Some people don't particularly like the bawdy gold interior, but future presidents can be free to decorate and reconfigure it as they see fit, because that's what they do. And a certain former vice president has been making clear that she might like a go at it herself.
In terms then of what is next for you, you write very powerfully about the differences that many women have made to your life. When are they going to see a woman in charge in the White House? In their lifetime, for sure.
Not you. They're gonna see AOC over you. Like, dude, you guys failed us so fucking hard. You're not gonna see, like, you know what? This is what sucks. As I already know, like the fucking freedom, the freedom rings, fucking subreddit, or the fucking all these bullshit. Not subreddit because boomers don't use Reddit. Facebook groups.
Could it be you?
All these fucking boomers love this chick for some reason, like because they were told to. And honestly, it does make more sense where it's like, nah, dude. Think back to when the primaries were last time. She barely cracked it. She only did as well as she did because she wasn't Biden.
Possibly. In my experience interviewing politicians, when someone says, I'm not done,
God
it
damn
means
it.
they are thinking seriously about running. But when you look at the bookies odds...
Please don't. And stop using bookies!
They put you...
God damn it! How did we get to a point in human history where we're letting bookkeepers, like, and odds makers fucking run this shit? You don't think that creates a whole pattern of thought? Fucking Christ.
As an outsider.
You bunch of gambling addicts. Knock it off.
I've never listened to polls.
Quit betting on shit like this. That's disgusting.
If I listened to polls, I would have not run for
Creating
my first
major
office
problems.
or my second office, and I certainly wouldn't be sitting here in this interview.
Well, if Kamala Harris is the Democratic nominee in 2028,
Yeah, you really hope
I
so.
can say with absolute confidence that she will be the most popular choice by a country mile among Republicans. Well, joining me to discuss all
Yes, we get what you're saying.
this and more
Because you want somebody that would lose. That's why you are very afraid of an AOC.
is Michael Knowles, host of The Michael Knowles Show on Daily Wire, Mark Lamont Hill, the host of Bet News, Brian Tyler Cohen, host of No
Oh, we get Mark Lamont and
Lie,
BTC?
and Jack Posobiec, the host of Human Events. Well, welcome to all of you. Michael Knowles, I've been to the White House. It's a lovely building, amazing building, a bit like our number 10 Downing Street or Buckingham Palace. I've never paid much attention to the East Wing.
I've never paid much attention to the Tower of London. We should go knock it down so the king and queen could have a nice little summer space.
But
Come on, dude.
I have over the years heard grumblings that the White House generally doesn't have enough mass entertainment space, i.e. a big ballroom. So I'm trying to work myself into a lava of rage about this, and I'm coming up slightly short. Why is it?
Because you're not technically American, Piers. Ooh, spicy take, but you're not. Just because you got fucking naturalized based on MAGA's... On the MAGA logic here, you're just nothing but a fucking Brit that wants to cosplay as an American.
Many people up that
either become American or get the fuck out, you fucking colonizer.
Trump is basically creating a space which...
God, I just realized how annoying that is. Like, as an American, like, no, fuck it. I'm going to apply revolutionary fucking logic to this. Fuck Britain.
Probably lacking.
Well, I'm really glad to see it, actually, Piers, because we've...
Have I seen the Morgan interview with Alex Jones? Was it recent?
Finally identified one historic American structure that the left does not want to tear down. Of course, if it were a statue of George Washington or Abraham Lincoln or Christopher Columbus or an...
Notice how the first two haven't had a single statue torn down, but the last one...
Historic.
Like, this is what they do. This is what they fucking have to do. They have to lie.
Church in Washington, D.C., then they would want to rip it to the ground or burn it. But because it is a relatively recent addition to the White House that has been used for various purposes over the years, now they're all up in a rage. But I can promise them, don't worry, that what is going to replace it is going to be bigger. It's going to be much, much more functional than what effectively had become a First Lady's professional quarters since the Carter administration. It's going to be really useful, really beautiful, really patriotic, so I'm sure they'll want to tear it down then.
Brian Tyler Cohen. Do you care? And if so, why?
He very much cares if you've seen his fucking
I care because
tirades
this
about
puts
it.
on full display where Trump's priorities are. If you look at where he actually puts his energy, his focus, his resources,
Knowles is pathetic.
It's on a $350 million ballroom. It's on buying a couple of Gulfstream jets for Kristi Noem to the tune of $172 million. It's on hosting these crypto dinners where Trump has doubled his net worth. It's on gold plating his Oval Office. It's on making sure that he can get himself a Qatari jet that'll be retrofitted to the tune of $1 billion paid for by American taxpayers. This is where his priorities are. And all the while, we've got American farmers who are getting screwed right now. We've got Americans more broadly, 17 million of
Suck on those teeth a little bit more, dude.
whom are going to lose access to Medicaid. We've got 24 million Americans who are going to see their ACA premiums double, triple, or quadruple. We've got inflation rising. We've got no manufacturing renaissance that was promised. We've got jobs completely flat. We've got wages flat. And all the while, Trump is only focused on surrounding himself with gold and opulence and wealth. And so it puts on full display what his priorities are in office.
It sucks to be as, like, the most historically educated that we've ever been in the history of the world, because, you know, that's how time works. And we still do this shit.
I mean, he has got the hostages released in Gaza. So when you say it's his priority, why can a president of the United States not have multiple things that he's doing at the same time? The ballroom, I'm sure, is not to him a massive priority compared to trying to find peace around the world. But surely he can do two things at once. Johnny?
Caroline Levitt came out just days ago and said that the ballroom is his priority. And again, the fact is that Donald Trump did not run solely on releasing the hostages. He had plenty of promises that he didn't come. Where are the Epstein files? Those weren't released.
Brian,
Where's
what
that
you just
free
said is a
IVF?
total lie. I'll
Where's
let you
the
get
free
away with some
IVF?
of the
That
other
wasn't
exaggerations, but what you just said about Caroline Leavitt is a total lie. The question was, is Trump looking at restoring or renovating any other aspects of the White House?
Notice
And
how
her
you need to
response
call
was,
them out on their bullshit the same way.
No, the
So let me-
ballroom is his priority. Not his
So let me
priority.
ask-
This is what pisses me off is the fact that guys like Michael Knowles have twice the audience, and it's almost like a bunch of these morons, they just see it, where they're just like, look, he challenged him. It's like, but BTC is just like, doesn't BTC come off as the whiner in this one?
Do this, Michael.
His
So let me
priority
ask
is
you this,
reopening the
Michael.
government that the
The
Democrats
market is at an all-time high, only in tech stocks.
shut down.
Do you know why the government?
And honestly, if you, I'm not sure how old you are, Gitana Ranja, but I have been privy to live through 2 market collapses. One of them, I actually lost assets in.
Do you know why the government is shut down? Do you know why?
But I also gained some because, you never park all your shit in one place. But this is also where I'm like, oh, once the bubble bursts, it's gonna cascade down to the poorest Americans, the ones that rely on it the most.
The Democrats
and then poof.
Hakeem Jeffries
But you think the 1%'s gonna hurt?
and Chuck Schumer shut it down because Obamacare doesn't work, and they want to give health care to illegals. That's why.
First of all, that's a complete lie. There is not a dime of federal funding that goes toward undocumented immigrants. First of all, second.
Obviously, as someone is
First of
here,
all,
yep.
if the Democrats relent on this issue, that means healthcare premiums for those 24 million Americans who rely on ACA coverage are going to double, triple, or quadruple. So, are you in favor of that?
I agree that Obamacare has not worked out very well, and I wish the Democrats had done a better job when they passed it.
So answer the question that I
President
asked,
Trump
though.
offered a
Do
clean,
you-
continuing resolution, and they shut it down.
Yeah,
And they shut it
answer
down,
the
by the way. This
question.
gets back to your
No,
earlier point, because the Democrats are
Shut him down. God, fucking assertiveness. You do realize this is all part of the playbook. This is why Andrew Wilson has always perceived as winning his argument, because he does the strongman. He speaks louder with more conviction and more machismo.
on the wrong side of virtually every issue in the country, other than
but
health
she
care,
does
which
not.
they're barely holding on to, and environmentalism.
But healthcare is the
because of
issue that
they
the
have
government
nowhere
is
to
shut
go,
down
and they have
over
to
right
shut
now.
the government down to change.
And then they do this. Then they'll just keep talking, and then no. It's you have to literally just be like, shut up and let me explain. You have to talk to these guys. You don't match energy, and you're always worried that because this is Michelle Obama. This is when they go low, we go high. When they go low, we go high. Ooh, we take the bait every time. We're such shills. Look at us on Piers Morgan being used to look like weak, fucking impotent cooks.
Change
Like seriously,
momentum.
This is why I save this for the fun half, is so I can criticize this as openly as I want.
No
one
why
cares
the
about
government
the
is shut down
ballrooms,
right
I
now. So I'm
promise
gonna reiterate the question that I asked you before. Do you
How's
think
all that chorus money working out for the left here?
Democrats should relent
When this is literally the top messenger.
on holding this one issue forward, which is that if they don't do anything on ACA subsidies, that healthcare costs are going to double, triple, or quadruple. Do you
BTC
agree
wants to invite
that
back?
we should
Oh,
allow those
absolutely.
costs to
That's why
double,
he's not
triple, or
gonna fucking do the
quadruple, and that
Franny
Democrats should
Fio
just allow the
shtick.
Republicans to do what they're
Although
trying to do,
Franny
which is eliminate those
could
subsidies?
have. No, actually, fuck it. No, I really like the way she handled it, and then just took the money and ran.
The ACA is not a Republican
The show's chorus is sus as fuck,
law, my
or sus at
friend,
best.
and so
I think Edge, you might have even been part of that contingent that said to get that bag. I never sent in my application.
Why can't
I was on the very final bit.
you answer?
I think I explained that there's something where they're just like, hey, do you agree to this? It's like, no.
Question,
Obamacare,
Michael,
that would
it's
be
a real,
wonderful.
it's a really,
I'm answering
it's a
your
really
question.
simple
I'm
question.
telling you. I'm answering. I think it would be really good to fix Obamacare. We should do that.
No, you're not. And you need to challenge them on that. It's like, no, you're not, because the parts of Obamacare that work for people that are going to be taken away, what is the alternative? Why are they so bad at this? Why is a stoner on the that has, 1%, maybe even 0.1% of the fucking audience making better
We
points?
shouldn't hold the government hostage.
You've had
We shouldn't
9
hold
years.
military
9
members
years
pay
we have been
hostage
waiting for some change. We've been promised a new health care plan by Republicans
Since you
for 9
guys
years.
passed
We've got
it.
concepts of a plan. That's it. We've got
Oh my God, what a punchable face.
Change from what, Brian?
Brian,
some change from what?
Brian,
From
if I may jump in, Brian. Well, hang on, Brian. If I may jump in, you just spent the last 5 minutes talking about something other than the ballroom, having initially argued that this was Trump's priority. So I'm a little bit confused. If the ballroom's his priority, why are you moving the narrative so quickly to something else he's been doing?
what's the other thing he's been doing? I've been saying that what the Republicans are trying to do is not add those ACA subsidies, which would keep healthcare costs
No,
where
I
they
get
are
it,
right
but you're
now.
talking about a totally different issue. I know, but you're talking about a totally different issue, which is the government.
When have you ever pulled this on a right-wing guest for pivoting something? Are you serious? Piers, you're always confused.
Shut down. I made the point that Trump has also managed to get
Wait
the
a minute,
hostages
I'm
released
confused.
in Gaza.
That sounds like a bunch of gobbledygook.
That he's also trying to forge a deal to end the war in Ukraine. A president of the United States has a number of important things going on at any given time.
Oh yeah, the Friends episode.
The idea that the construction of a ballroom on the east wing of the White House is his...
Oh my God, that was such a... You know what? I just realized that last week we had some bangers.
Top priority. I think it's very disingenuous. Now, does he think it needs a space for a new ballroom? Then, yeah, look, let me bring in Jack on this one.
Doing the Parasocial Friends episode.
Jack, like I say, I've only been to the East Wing actually once, but it did strike me there is not a big ballroom space. So if there needs to be one, why not have one?
I like the one chatter that was just like, this proves that Pep has actually seen some Friends. It's like, you don't understand.
Yeah. And
I'm not sure if this was like for everybody, but in my family, we had like a family viewing night, right? And it was either Thursdays or Fridays. And and Thursdays was Friends and Seinfeld.
And I think that clearly,
I always chose Seinfeld and Friends, but then Step by Step came on TGIF, and I wanted to watch that with my dad.
He's doing it in typical Trump fashion, right?
Step by step, day by day.
Where I don't think people realized quite how extensive this was going to be, and I think that's why so many people, when they first saw the images that came out, that really took them aback. But at the same, it can be jarring. But at the same time, when you look at the White House itself, it is a relatively small compared to the world leader residences around the world, or compared to any European capital, for example. And so it makes sense that the White House would have the ability to do this. You can't have world leaders have on these state visits, whether it be Republican or Democrat, coming in and they're walking around on the South Lawn and in these tents and on the grass. I mean, it's just ridiculous. Why not have a nice?
It's almost like Piers' producers found StreamYard
ballroom. And by the way, while we're at it, I do love the fact that it was trending this weekend that one of the names that was suggested for this is the Charles J. Kirk Ballroom.
Let me get straight to the point. Gold is up by around 40%.
You do realize that is insane. Like, what is their obsession with trying to do this thing where they're like, we're going to put our figures into the annals of history? It's like, you certainly are putting them into the annals, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, look, let me bring
It's
in
the
Mark
Epstein
on the hill
ballroom.
here. I just think it's one of those things where if you look at the history of presidents...
Notice how they also monopolize time and make every left-winger just be like, well, what do you think about this? Michael, do you want to chime in?
And what they've done to the White House as an edifice. 1829, Andrew Jackson added the North Portico. 1902, Theodore Roosevelt adds the West Wing. 1909, William Taft expands the West Wing and adds the first Oval Office. 1913, Woodrow Wilson adds the Rose Garden. 1942, FDR adds the East Wing to the House to house additional war staff and a bomb shelter. 1948, Truman oversees the total reconstruction of the White House. And 1970, Nixon adds the briefing room for journalists. There is a long and illustrious history of presidents from all sides doing stuff to the White House building. Putting stuff up, taking stuff down. What's the big deal?
All right. Those are interesting dates and observations, and I think they are part of a bigger issue. Let me start by saying this is not my priority issue. There are a lot of things in the world to be outraged about right now, and this wouldn't make my top 20. I do understand, though, that some people see this as a signpost of a deeper problem. At a moment where there is a government shutdown, at a moment where there is not true peace, certainly not lasting peace in Gaza, at a moment where people are fighting for everything from healthcare to reparations to people are battling about
Stan is
redistricting.
actually
for this
gonna hang upstairs with his mom tonight. It's cute. They're upstairs
to become not
cuddling.
Trump's priority, but certainly the thing that is being trumpeted, it can appear to people as a distraction. You mentioned Nixon in 1970. Nixon in 1970 is opening up space for journalists, right? You mentioned a bomb shelter in 19. Would you say 19? It was during World War II. It was either I remember
42,
something maybe 1940 or something. 42.
All right, so we had 42, then we had the Truman balcony.
So that's in the middle of World War II. That makes sense. 1913 it was done. That's the year before World War I starts. So again, imagine if 2 years later someone was doing something purely for entertainment purposes. It could look bad. And at a moment where Trump is being,
it's for statecraft.
Again, I'm not arguing the point. I'm saying it's more about the optics for me. At a moment where Trump is being accused of assuming a kind of
here's what I would say,
authoritarian.
Mark, here's what I'd say. Yeah, but Mark, here's what I say to that. The reason it's become such a big deal is because of the, in my opinion, massively over-the-top hysterical reaction to it from Democrats. It's not that big a deal, really.
Yo, somebody just sent me a fucking video of Trump walking headfirst into a wall. I'm glad that I kind of had the beginning there because it seems like it was an AI narration. Did somebody really do an AI video where he did a Joe Biden? Because I'm glad that they're pointing out that, again, he's doing the same old man shit that Biden did and nobody's talking about it.
Really, it's not costing the American people anything.
I don't know, what the fuck were we watching where you just sent me that?
And if another president who comes in from the Democratic Party doesn't like it, they can do their own thing. The president has the power and authority to do what he's done. He thinks he needs a bigger space to welcome foreign dignitaries and world leaders. That's not really entertainment. That's part of the functioning
wait, what?
Process of the White House acknowledging and receiving the most important people in the world. I mean, I just can't. I'm trying to get angry about this, and I'm failing.
I don't think you need to get angry about this. By the way, the word entertainment space has been used repeatedly by the White House. That's why people are saying entertainment. I get that he's not hosting like Lollapalooza, but there's still an idea here that this is not a major priority in terms of politics. Again, it's not the thing that gets me out of bed in the morning or stops me from sleeping at night. But I do think it's interesting in a moment where people are seeing Trump seize more and more power, and he's seeming more and more like an authoritarian figure. And there are people.
Are we going to bring up how he didn't get any approvals from anybody in the federal government for this, and he just did it because he felt like it?
People who are saying that this requires a federal oversight committee.
Pierce is being a disingenuous cunt right here. I mean, surprise.
And that this isn't the unilateral decision that should be made. And it costs $100 million more than he said, even though he's the great builder in chief. I think there are reasons why you're almost giving fodder to your political opponents, which creates this hullabaloo that I don't think we need.
Hullabaloo.
Okay, let me just come back, if I might, Michael, to something Scott Galloway said, which may be a much more significant part of this whole debate, which is he believes it's a sign of something else. Let's take a look.
What this means is the following.
And Mark's right.
Is that he is normalizing federal troops in cities. He's creating doubt around the election process.
My wife would hate all those photos. My wife hates negative space photos.
And he has no intention of leaving. Because I won't, if I'm renting a place, I won't put in a new refrigerator, much less tear down an entire wing. Yeah. So let's be honest.
Well, I mean, why? If the refrigerator is broken, why?
Honest, folks. You really think he'd go through this?
I mean, if you can get yourself an old chest fridge and it works perfectly, yeah, by all means, older shit works great.
If he was planning to leave in 36 months?
Yeah, it's his new Mar-a-Lago. He's building Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah.
Well, he is. He knocked down the fucking rose garden to create a patio, and then he's doing, come on, guys. You don't see it as a little alarming.
Now, Michael,
Jesus Christ. We get it. You guys don't have principles, and you claim to be patriots, but you do realize that this was a foreign actor doing this, you would be freaking the fuck out.
Donald Trump was asked on Air Force One overnight. Hang on. Yeah, I'm coming to this. So, Michael, on Air Force One, Trump was asked about these persistent rumors that he may run again. Let's take a look.
I would love to do it. I have my best numbers ever. It's very terrible. I have my best numbers. If you read it, am I not ruling it out? And you'll have to tell me. All I can tell you is that we have a great group of people, which they don't. They have Jasmine Crockett, a low IQ person. They have AOC's low IQ.
Now, Mike,
I hate to do this because usually I'm like, yeah, I don't like doing the identity politics thing, but notice how they were both women
my
of color.
personal view is that Trump is on a massive troll about this, which is winding up the left.
But if you guys are comfortable with him always using women of color and people of color as a troll, and your main reaction is just like, he's just having a good guffaw, that might actually show that you're a bit of a racist yourself, and that like if you're getting a guffaw out of it, you have a problematic fucking tendency of guffawing at some racist comedy.
Pretty successfully. I don't actually think he has any intention to run.
He just used the term low IQ.
However, I don't know for sure. Would you see that if he did actually try and run again? Or there's even this kind of weird conspiracy theory that he may let J.D. Vance run and act as his vice president, then Vance just surrenders authority to his vice president, who's Donald Trump. Knowing Donald Trump, the idea he would do anything that involves the word vice is unthinkable, and he's already ruled that out as a mad idea. But would you think that if he was to try and run again, that to me would be a step too?
Notice how these, well, at least the one jackass can do the smiley bit. But this is, again, man, like, get better at matching energies.
Oh, that's way more.
If they're going to play the character, do the wrestling character. This is where, like, again, I have a feeling that I'm not going to really get invited to a bunch of debates anymore because I've called this out consistently.
More significant.
But if I do get invited to a debate again, guess what? I'm literally going to bring the same attitude where it's just like, all right, you want to play some wrestling shit? Fine. I'm going to put on the Macho Man sunglasses and let's go.
Serious, I would say, than an argument about a ballroom.
Trump's second term thus far has been good enough that I would cheer if we could have.
Jesus Christ, they live on a different planet.
Of Caesar Augustus, Donaldus Trump. But it's not going to happen because it's prohibited by the 22nd Amendment. Even the idea of his becoming vice president, it wouldn't work. The 22nd Amendment prohibits that. Now, it's worth pointing out, no less a conservative than Ronald Reagan campaigned at the end of his second term and after he left office before Alzheimer's disease to overturn the 22nd Amendment. So there's a longstanding American tradition that, that there is a term limit and it's at the ballot box. And the only one who ever abused that was the Democrat Franklin Roosevelt, who became the American monarch. But all of that is kind of beside the point because we have a data point here. These Democrats who are wailing about Trump never leaving office because he wants to make some improvements to the White House at private expense, they seem to have forgotten that we already tested this in 2020 after Democrats had changed all the election rules, in some cases unconstitutionally. Even amid all of that, Donald Trump.
Oh, Sylvie, why does Michael Knowles look like he's waiting for his mom to pick him up from Little League practice and he's ashamed for for keeping the coach back from going home? Wow, strangely specific, but also dead on.
Left office.
Wow.
And then people missed him so much that they invited.
God, I just watched, again, I brought this up at the beginning of the show. I just watched the movie Weapons. He strikes me, well, no, because the kid turns out to be a badass. Never mind.
Him back. So maybe
I was about to use a bad example.
In the meantime, once he leaves and J.D. Vance is president, maybe we can finally fulfill Reagan's dream, get rid of the 22nd Amendment, and then we can get Trump to a non-consecutive third term.
There it is. There it is. Repeal 22nd Amendment, 14th Amendment. I don't know. Why don't we just go towards all the amendments, Mike?
Brian,
since we're playing pick and choose your amendments day.
I'll play a clip from Steve Bannon. Obviously,
can I,
being very
Piers,
close
can
to
I
Trump
answer
over
that
the
real?
years.
Can I
Let me play the clip from
right.
Bannon, then you can. Hang on a second. I'll play the clip from Bannon. It's on the same theme. Then you can respond. It's like.
I'm going to take a sip of your liberal tears. I have a Yeti. Do you have a Yeti?
You need a third term in order to see that job through.
Well, he's going to get a third term. So Trump 28. Trump is going to be president 28. And people just sort of.
How do people like this not have fucking strokes and just like why? Why does the world like, God damn it. This is why there is no God. Guys like this, they escape death. Dick Cheney's still alive, folks. The day that Dick Cheney dies, I might have restored, by 1.1% my faith in God that maybe, just maybe.
Accommodated with that.
So what about the 22nd?
Yeah, I'm just kidding. That's never going to happen.
Amendment?
I'm talking about the faith in God part.
There's many different alternatives.
But who knows, with his 20-year-old heart that, he totally took on the up and up from a fucking
appropriate time will lay out
perfectly
what the
healthy
plan is,
person.
but there's a plan, and President Trump will be the president.
Allegedly.
28.
Brian, your response.
So first of all, Michael, if the way that you're going to disprove the notion that Trump is going to try and seek a third term is by pointing to how he reacted in the aftermath of his loss in 2020, I don't think that inspires much confidence. I'm not sure if you remember,
did he
but
leave
there was
office or
a
not?
full-blown, there was a whole-ass insurrection.
The whole
to prevent
January
himself
6th thing, I
from
don't know if you
trying
missed
to leave
it.
Oh, wow. So hold on. There was a big insurrection and a coup d'etat. So, Brian, let me just ask you, did Trump leave office or not?
Yeah, dude, because he
Oh, he
wasn't
did, okay.
successful at trying to do what
Good.
he was trying to do. He was indicted for blocking the certification of Congress. Like there is this whole revisionist history where people
And then
say,
he won
because he
re-election
didn't,
again with
because
the
he
popular
wasn't
vote for 7
successful
20
at trying the
years.
coup that he was trying, that somehow he didn't try it. His mentality is that he has carte blanche to stay in power, to usurp power, to hold it to himself whenever he wants. And pointing to 2020 doesn't prove your point; it expressly disproves your point.
It literally proves the point because he left office, which you just admitted. But
Not-
now you're
not
saying this
willingly,
time, but this time
Mike.
he's
No,
serious.
I think-
This time
if
they're
somebody-
going to
if-
have a
think about this.
super-duper insurrection, the worst in
somebody-
American history. Okay, I'll wait for
So
that.
if somebody-
do you want to
if
place a
somebody
wager?
tries-
Do you want to place a wager?
If somebody
Somebody said this, that, Michael Knowles has done some gay shit in the past. I see it now.
No,
if somebody tries,
Allegedly.
I think we can have an
Right
honest
now.
conversation about this. That's a little
Do you
more
want- would you
nuanced
place
to
a
that.
bet?
I mean, I think the truth is, I think we can all say
That's not a Yeti.
Donald Trump indisputably
Look at this guy.
left office. I think we can all say Donald Trump
Time to step
left
it up.
office kicking and screaming. He did
Brian say
every
that?
legislation. He made. No, I'm trying to advance the conversation so we don't just have a dogfight the whole time. I'm saying, yeah, there was a fight. Yes, there was resistance. Some of it was legal. Some of it was extra legal. Some of it was flat out illegal. Some of it was nonviolent. Some of it was violent. Some of it wasn't directly from Trump. Some of it was from his support. We get that. But the point here is that Trump did
Fake-ass
not
smile.
want to leave office and did everything he could to not leave office, and still doesn't really believe, or at least doesn't state publicly that he lost the election. And so, based on that logic, it's not.
This is why I like Zoran Mondani. He can do everything that I don't like. I can't do. Like, I can't do disingenuous smiling and play the optics game as well. But I can definitely appreciate the way he does.
Unreasonable to think that
He
Donald
does that
Trump would
bullying thing. Oh yeah, yeah. It's literally the fucking like. He hate me.
Again. And if he resisted knowing that he doesn't have a second term in his back pocket like he did the first time, it's entirely plausible that he goes even harder this time. It's entirely plausible. All the conspiracy theories are possible. And when people who have supported him for years
Look at the strong arming of the American citizens that he's doing in any fucking city right now, and he has multiple lawsuits coming his way. Dude, did you see the one where they tackled this guy? He's been training for the Chicago Marathon for a long time, or New York Marathon. New York, my bad. And they cracked 4 of his ribs. He can't do the marathon, and it turns out that he was a U.S. citizen.
say, look, he ain't going nowhere. That also doesn't inspire confidence
guys
that
don't
there's going to be a
believe
smooth
this.
transition of power.
You don't believe this. Would you place any money on the notion that Trump is going to stay in office for a third term?
Just allow me to finish the thought, and then I promise I won't interrupt you. And so when you see that rhetoric, these actions, Trump's statements, then combined with him doing major reconstruction on a rental, as my man said, that does make some people anxious. Do I think Trump is going to stay in a third term? No, because I think that the armed forces, I think in particular branches of government aren't going to allow that to happen because they'll be listening to the new commander-in-chief who will be the elected president. I actually think Trump won't stay a third time, but I do think it won't be without a fight. I think that's plausible.
Mark might be right about that, because I do think that they underestimate just how a lot of independents will come out and kind of scare Trump into that.
70% off your first order. Yes, 70% off.
Especially if the economy is still doing poorly.
With the code.
I've been saying though, if he turns this shit around, we're fucked.
Peers. Well, Jack, I want to.
But it doesn't seem likely. It seems like he doesn't give a shit anymore, and that's good for us.
Play you a clip, if I may, which is Kamala Harris is definitely hinting she may run again, which might be even better news for Republicans than Donald Trump running again. This is what she told Laura Kuhn
like Mark say.
from the BBC
I usually do.
yesterday.
In terms then of what is next for you, you write very powerfully about the differences that many women have made to your life. When are they going to see a woman in charge in the White House?
In their lifetime, for sure.
Could it be you?
Possibly.
In my experience interviewing politicians, when someone says I'm not done, it means they are thinking seriously about running. But when you look at the bookies' odds, they put you as an outsider.
I've never listened to polls. If I listened to polls, I would have not run for my first office or my second office. And I certainly wouldn't be sitting here in this interview.
All right, I'm going to call her Shush Spice.
Also told Charlemagne that
because she should shush.
God,
and not give her any fucking ideas.
I'm not done. I've lived my entire life of service. It's in my bones. So there have been 2 interviews at the weekend, or the last few days.
Oi, did you know I was a Spice Girl? They called me Shush Spice, but they wanted me to just kind of quiet down. They didn't like my singing voice.
She's clearly intimated, Jack, that she may have another go at this. I mean, I watched the interview she did in its entirety with Laura Kuenssberg. I thought she just came over as so utterly deluded. Clearly thinks this was a very narrow defeat, that under normal circumstances, if Biden had stood down a bit earlier, she'd
The only thing that's going to stop Trump from doing anything is his stupid heart.
have walked it, when in fact the reality is Donald Trump won everything. He won the White House, the Electoral College, the popular vote. He won.
And he's going to have the opposite problem with the Grinch there. It's just like, and Trump that day found out that his heart was 2 sizes too big. It couldn't even fit into his chest.
The whole of
Then, one day, he had a coronary. And that was the end of that.
Congress. He won every swing state. I mean, it was the
God, one can only hope.
biggest shellacking of modern times in terms of the breadth of the victory. Why?
And for anybody, any disingenuous dipshit that wants to come in here and be like, oh, this guy Pep Talks just wished a heart attack death to Trump. It's just like, yeah, well, guess what? That's a peaceful fucking death. My mom died that way, so fuck you.
Why would she even think of running again?
He deserves just that.
Oh, no, Piers, I couldn't disagree more. I mean, America's a divided country. This panel's divided in many ways. But if
God, I can't wait for any of these assholes to come at me.
there's one thing American can't get enough of, it's more Kamala Harris. We need more Kamala Harris on TV.
God, why is this guy like got fucking like when he had his like Riz stats rolled for him, it was just like 0, 1. Well, he can't roll a 0, but 1, 1, 1, 1. And he's just looking at the DM like, can I re-roll? It's like, no.
More Kamala.
Your charisma check fails.
Harris rallies, more of those incredible concerts, which I attended, many of them, many of the rallies that I went to, just so high energy. We need as much Kamala Harris as America. Actually, she should replace Bad Bunny as the Super Bowl halftime performer. She should just get up there with Megan Thee Stallion, maybe with Bad Bunny, come on out as a guest. I would love her to do every single bit of that.
Well, Brian and Mark have been stony-faced throughout that little statement. So, Brian, let me ask you. This
motherfucker looks like he looks like Goliath from Gargoyles. Deep cuts.
Helpful, surely, to the Democratic Party.
Holy fuck, he's boring. Yeah, I don't understand, but he somehow has, you know, part of that TPUSA, like millions of followers / viewers.
You know, what I'm seeing with the Democratic Party right now, you've got Kamala Harris on this kind of whiny defeat tour, hinting she wants another go at this, which I think would be a disaster.
I'll call it that too.
But you also have the progressive, quite hard left of the party beginning to dominate now in Democratic politics. And again, if you're the Republicans, you're probably rubbing your hands with glee that AOC may be the candidate. I mean, what is your view of the way, first of all, what Kamala Harris is doing on maneuvers, but also the way...
Also, your chauvinism showing.
The battle to be the voice and the heart, if you like, and the soul of a Democratic Party is looking like, heading towards another election.
I think in general, if Kamala Harris wants to throw her hat in the ring again, like a full primary is not something that's going to hurt anybody. I think having as many voices as we possibly can is just going to be... I mean, the criticism against Democrats as we headed into the 2024 election was that it was not a democratic process. And so inherently, for anybody to say, oh, Kamala Harris can't run, I think is feeding into that same idea. If she wants to run, if she wants to be part of what I promise will be an extraordinarily large primary field, then more power to her. I think more voices is always welcome. may be
Yes.
the case that she gets only a few percentage points and it becomes very clear that she's not going to be the nominee, so be it.
Yeah, then you have to eat some crow.
I think that lending ourselves to that democratic process is only going to help more and more. Now, in terms of the broader Democratic Party right now, look, I think to your point, there is a bit of uncertainty as to who the new face of the Democratic Party is going to be, as to who the leadership of the Democratic Party is going to be. We don't have that answer right now, and I know that's not really like a satisfactory answer, but we just don't have that answer, and in large part, that's why the party had felt rudderless for so long. And so, I think that we're going to get that answer relatively soon, but I think that we can see as we head toward the 2026 midterm cycle that really, in large part, these midterm elections are going to be a referendum on the unpopularity of Republicans. We've seen Democrats overperform 12, 14, 16 points from where they were in 2024. So we'll be able to kind of benefit from that as we head toward midterms, but we're going to need some standard bearer as we head toward 28.
Michael Knowles, it seems to me the problem the Democratic Party has, well, I'll come to you, Mark, in a moment, but Michael, in the New York mayoral race, Mamdani is clearly a very charismatic guy. He's galvanized people in New York. There's no question of that. And there's no doubt that the party nationally is looking at him and thinking, wow, okay, is this the way to go? But my gut feeling is that what the Democratic Party is desperately crying out for is another kind of Bill Clinton figure, Barack Obama figure, left of center, but not too far left, pragmatic, a common sense candidate with bags of charisma, someone who can come and really drag the party out of the poll gutter it's currently languishing. Least popular Democratic Party ever right now in recorded history in terms of the poll numbers. And I looked at the rally yesterday where you had AOC and Bernie Sanders and Mamdani and all this kind of stuff. And I'm like, wow, I just this can't work, can it?
Mamdani is very impressive for New York, and I hope that the Democrats take the lesson that they need to replicate him nationally. I hope they nominate him for president in 2028, because the demographic of New York is not the demographic of the rest of the country. So Mamdani, for instance, relies on the foreign-born New Yorker population. Without the foreign-born population, he loses. It's not even particularly close. So I hope that they try to make all of America look like New York. For the rest of them, I think you're right, Piers. The Democrats are trying to have a Bill Clinton, new Democrat-like figure. That was Gavin Newsom's initial instinct. So he tried to make friends with Charlie Kirk. He tried to make friends with Steve Bannon. And then the base just wouldn't let him. So then he had his press office tweeting out all sorts of unhinged, radically left-wing things, vaguely threatening. They don't know what to do. They're schizophrenic. I don't think that Kamala is serious about running. I think Kamala had some ghost-written book, and she answered the question about how she's not done in politics. I think this is Sarah.
Wait, now you're attacking ghostwriters? Careful.
Palin 2012 all over again. It's going to be will she, won't she, to try to get some speaker fees.
Careful.
It's not really going to work. And then who are you left with? I think AOC is legitimately a pretty impressive candidate. Probably can't win nationally, but she is where the Democrat Party is going. Otherwise, who you got? Mamdani? Okay, nominate him. I'm in. Where do I donate?
Hey. Go ahead. This whole bully tactic of good luck. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Mark Lamont Hill, I think this is a real crisis of identity for the Democratic Party.
Also, once SNAP benefits are gone, motherfucker, I think that you underestimate how bad this is going to be.
And it looks to me like they
It's
haven't
not
really learned
good
much from the
for
last
you.
election, which is that if you get hijacked by the progressive left of the party with all the woke stuff that was enveloping the party, that you can run into a populist Republican candidate who just takes you to the woodshed, right? And I just feel like they haven't learned from this. That surely the party has to move back to a more electable centre ground, doesn't it?
Don't it? Oi, you gotta get back to the centre.
It's so fascinating. I was with you right until about 70% of that sentence. It was going to be one of those monumental achievements in human history that you and I agreed. I think you're right that the Democratic Party has not learned its lesson. I think the Democratic Party over and over again continues to fail to lose its lesson because it doesn't seem to be able to find its backbone. And it doesn't seem to want to engage or respond to the policies and the outcomes that voters want. I mean, the reason Mamdani is popular is because he's speaking to people's needs. I mean, people want lower taxes. People want public transportation that's free. People want access to housing and healthcare. People want to be safe on the streets. And we can have disagreements about certain pieces of Mamdani's politics. That's fine. Everyone can have those agreements or disagreements. I tend to agree with him. But ultimately, he's speaking to the voters' needs. What the Democrats keep doing, particularly on national elections, is say, hey, we're going to try to out-Republican the Republicans. Kamala Harris went on the national stage, and she's bringing on Republicans with her. She's not moving beyond Biden or Trump's position on Israel-Palestine, which became a huge wedge issue for her when she was running. When we talk about immigration, when we talk about offshore drilling, I mean, I could name 5 issues, fracking, more specifically. We could name multiple things that she just wasn't sufficiently distinguishable from the Republican alternative. And that's what didn't make voters excited to come out and vote for her, along with all the other stuff. I absolutely think that they need to learn their lesson. The Republicans learned the lesson over a decade ago. Remember when the Republicans kept getting shellacked and Bobby Jindal did the autopsy of the Republican Party? And the thing the Republicans
Bobby Jindal. What happened to him?
start to learn is they need to speak to their voters. They need to speak to the base of their voters. They need to stop backing down. That's what I'd like to see from Democrats. And as far as the Kamala Harris choice, I disagree wholeheartedly. I know some people pretty close to her. I haven't spoken to her directly, but I think she's absolutely considering running. And my fear is not that she'll get nominated. I actually don't think she'll win the nomination. But my fear is that the person who does won't be that different. If Gavin Newsom runs, he's more popular. He's more charming to some people. He's more handsome to some people. But he's the same candidate in different wrapping. We need a progressive, a real progressive.
If I can add too, Pierce,
Brian,
you had mentioned the progressive left and all the woke stuff. Think about who the candidates are that have been relentlessly focused, to Mark's point, on issues that impact regular voters. Bernie Sanders, the farthest left politician that we have in America, also the most popular politician that we have in America, also the one who is so focused not on woke issues, but on issues that impact regular Americans, on economic issues. AOC is the same way. Mamdani ran this whole campaign focused on the rent and focused on free buses and making sure that people can afford to eat. So there's this weird conflation where just because someone is progressive that you just assume that
Water your goddamn grass, Nate.
there are these just bastions
Stop looking over the fence.
of wokeness, but in fact, the most progressive candidates, the people who identify as democratic socialists, those are the ones who are focused on issues that actually impact real Americans, largely economic issues. And in fact, it is
but if
the
you
Republican
but I would
candidate-
say
it's the
I would say if
Republicans
you are,
in office
if
who
you
are,
okay,
who are
but
more
it-
focused on identity politics.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but
Well
but
said.
Brian, okay, but if you asked AOC, for example, what is a woman, we all
There. It's always this.
know she'd struggle to answer, right? This is the problem, right? She would be very, very.
Well, it's weird. You keep saying she. It's almost like she's more qualified to answer that fucking question than you dickhead.
Where?
Wait a minute, you're dickless. Hold on.
No, she wouldn't.
Of articulating that a woman is an adult female, right? Because
I think
this
AOC
is
would
where
have
the
no-
problem.
I think AOC. I think AOC would have no problem.
Don't
I
let
think
him
people
do it.
love creating.
She would
Don't
struggle.
let him do it.
Okay, how about
What would she
Mamdani
say?
then?
What
Mamdani
would her
tweeted
answer
out
be?
in
The
defense of
only
queer
struggle would
liberation.
be arriving at a common point of definition between her and transphobic people who refuse to accept trans people as people and trans women as women and trans men as men.
Yeah, but this is
There's
why.
no
but
confusion about
hang on,
biology,
Mark.
there's no confusion
Hang
about
on,
social
Mark.
constructs. We're
Mark,
just using
but
different
this is where.
definitions here.
This is where, Mark. This is where you're so wrong, and I'll explain why. You know, Kamala Harris. If you remember in the last election, in the run-up to the election day, the most successful ad in modern American political history, the New York Times said afterwards, was the 30-second ad about Kamala Harris and the trans issues, ending with Kamala's for they, them, Donald Trump is for you. They reckon it moved the needle by 3 points. And yet at the same time, many on the Democratic side were saying, this woke stuff, nobody cares, it's irrelevant, it doesn't cut through, it's all just right-wing hysteria. And I was sitting there in the middle going, no, it does cut through. It does cut through. If you're like a mum with kids in sport, in women's sport, in middle America, you absolutely care about this. And you want to have a candidate that can quite clearly tell you what a woman is. Now, again, I come back to this because to me it became a litmus test of where the left
May I
took
retort?
things. If you can't articulate what a woman is without, as you say, I'm not.
How did he get here? Just be like honestly, just be like, dude, what is your obsession like with this? You do understand that you're just outing yourself. We get it. You jerk off to trans porn. Next.
Look at me. I'm not remotely transphobic. I think trans people.
Those words left his disingenuous fucking mouth. Holy shit. What? You're not remotely transphobic? What?
People exist. They have a right to exist. They have a right
You sure have a way of weaponizing them.
to fairness, equality, safety, like you and me. I want the same rights for them that everybody else gets. However, not at the expense of eroding women's rights. And that's why the definition of a woman is so crucially important, because it stops the unfairness and inequality and safety issues that come from when you allow trans women to say we're women and they start trampling on women's rights. That's why it's so important.
Okay. I heard your statement. You articulated quite masterfully. I'm going to ask you if you allow me to respond without interruption. I'll take 20 seconds. There's a difference between saying we disagree on what defines a woman and saying that people who have a more expansive definition are struggling to define what a woman is. We're not struggling to define it. You just don't agree with us. Trans women are women. Cis women are women. They're all women. There are different experiences. There are different stories. There are different contexts. And we have to be, I think, honest about that in applying public policy. But there's no struggle here. If there's any struggle, it's been getting voters to remain focused on the issues that actually matter. I didn't have an issue that Kamala Harris prioritized or paid great attention to trans women's rights. The problem was she allowed the right wing to co-opt the narrative and make it seem like that's all she cared about, that she didn't care about workers' rights, that she didn't care about reparations, that she didn't care about living wages, that she didn't care about Palestinians in Gaza, that she didn't care about Haiti, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So no, that's not an issue. And finally, to take this one issue around women's sports, and which is relatively small in terms of its impact on everyday people, and make it seem as if trans people who make up an infinitesimal part of the American public are somehow running through your cities and just doing triple axels and dunks and swimming past all your little girls and ruining their sports dreams is a dishonest narrative. I probably agree with you to a large degree about needing to have a conversation about trans women in sports. I'm open to having that conversation. What I'm not open to doing is making it seem as if trans people are destroying the world, or they're destroying women's rights, or they're undermining women's rights. There's a lot of people undermining women's rights right now, and it ain't trans people. And allowing the right to convince us that that was the big issue in the election is why the Democrats lost. And I don't blame the Republicans for that. I blame the Democrats for not foregrounding the issues that mattered, in addition to this other issue that also matters.
But Mark, I think you just made Pierce's
Can
point
a woman
for
have
him
a?
because-
Hang on, Michael. Michael, I will come to you. But just quickly, can a woman have a penis, Mark? Yes or no?
These types, a trans woman may have a penis. A cis woman would not have a penis. These are silly gotcha games that are just used to get clips on the internet. I understand your point.
No, they're not.
You're saying
They're just simple biology. No, it's simple
Here's why it's not
biology.
simple
A woman
biology.
can't have a penis. Full stop.
You and I agree on the biology. The point here is that gender identities are different than sex identities. In other words, gender identity is not a biological construct. So yes, women birth babies. Men have penises. We all agree on that if we're talking about male and female, actually. Males have penises. Women have vaginas. We agree with that. We can all agree on that. When we talk about gender, it's not
way to get baited into that one.
Purely about what you're assigned biologically at birth. And so to conflate the two things is to either be ignorant to the actual issue or to be disingenuous. I don't think that you are
does
ignorant.
anyone
I
who
don't
has
think
a
you're
vagina,
disingenuous.
is that a man?
Say that one more. Say that again. I didn't hear the question.
Oh, so just following that on is the inverse also true then? So does anyone who has a vagina must be a man then, right?
No, that's not the inverse. That's not at all the inverse. The point here is that biologically, there's male and female. That's a much better question. That would follow more logically than the thing you initially asked. Biologically, if you have a vagina, If you're born with a vagina, you are a female. Biologically, if you are born with a penis, you are a male. Yes, that's not in dispute. What's in dispute is, are our biological are our identities at birth, are our biological identities the whole story? And in a trans conversation, we're saying, no, that's not the whole story. Yes, I was assigned male at birth. Everybody on this panel, ironically, was assigned male at birth. That's not in dispute. What's in dispute is
Pierce is so happy that he just turned it, or it's like, you know, every time he does this, it's not about Trump or about the right wing or about politics at all. It's a nothing issue where he's trying to make the left look weak.
does that tell the whole
I wasn't
story about our
assigned
identity? Are there
male at
social
birth.
constructs
Hang
that we
on,
can also have?
but this whole language, Mark, this whole language is so ridiculous. I wasn't assigned male at birth. I was born a male. Right, and this is the problem. And when you talk about trans women in sport, the reason it's so important. The reason it's so important is there is a Mark. Let me just finish my point. I interviewed a woman called Betty Yee last week, who is literally a candidate to be governor of California, where I currently am. I have a home here in LA. And she genuinely wants the next Olympics in Los Angeles to be gender neutral. That's what she's endorsing, a gender-neutral Olympics.
Because you guys keep disingenuously doing this thing where you're like male-female sports. Well, here you go. You want it based on the merit of your performance? What's better than that?
She's been so
good luck.
Introduced into
fucking good luck.
Going along with a lot of what you've just been saying, which trans women are women, therefore it shouldn't matter. You can merge.
Big fucking deal, Piers. The fact that he bases the Olympics on how he will genuinely feel about a person's sex and gender is insane.
Sexes.
Nobody even really watches this shit except for him, and he's just like, oh, guffaw. I saw a woman who looked a little too mannish and punched a woman in the face. I can't get over the deal with that she has XY chromosomes. I don't understand any of this. I'm a disingenuous cunt. I do understand that because I'm British.
You have gender-neutral Olympics, and here's what happens when you do that. If you're at a gender-neutral Olympics, women wouldn't win any medals. End. You literally destroy women's sport.
Okay.
Irrevocably.
Okay.
Done.
Okay.
Gone.
You're the one who wanted to play this game.
So once you assume...
This guy's never heard of intramurals.
We separate the sexes at the Olympics. Well, I don't think it's funny, this. I think it's so important. It's fundamental.
No, I don't think it's funny either. What I think is... I was laughing to myself because I was
Let me finish. We separate the sexes at the Olympics for a reason.
Please finish, but there's a 7-second delay, so I'm not interrupting you. There's just a 7-second delay. I'm telling that to the audience so that I don't look like I'm being rude to you. Go ahead.
I recognize that. You're not interrupting me. There is a very slight delay. I agree. Let me...
Ooh, busted.
Just ask you, though, why do we separate the sexes at the Olympics?
Okay. So I'm going to answer your question, but I'd like to respond to the first part of what you said, which I didn't get to respond to. Because, again, you're making a straw man here. I'm not arguing for mixing the sexes at the Olympics. I agree with you that we start to divide sports by sex at around middle school because there are some biological, physical differences between people born male and people born female that make it non-competitive for those assigned female or those who are identified as females at that point. So no, I understand why we divide people in track or basketball or wrestling. I'm not arguing for not doing that. I'm saying that two things can be true at once. As I said initially, we can have a conversation.
It's literally the way that he realizes that his guests were starting to get kind of called out for being, I don't know, full of shit. So he always pivots to what about trans transes in sport? Like it's the same shit. It's always the same shit with this asshole.
About trans people in sports, but that doesn't mean that I have to no longer identify trans men as men or trans women as women. We can say trans women are women and have conversations about sports that are.
I mean, that's, to be fair, Mark's making a good point here because that's how, like, Piers uses this to then kind of roundabout be like, well, they're not real women, but I'm not transphobic or anything like that. Guffaw, how dare you?
They're different. And you're conflating those two, and every time I dispute your point about gender versus sex, you make a straw man argument about women competing in like the triathlon, which I'm not making.
All right, let me bring in Michael. You've been waiting very patiently here. But it seems to me, Michael, the left get themselves into torturous knots about this issue. They also fundamentally don't understand.
You're the only one who brought it up, you dick.
To people listening to this stuff, because it sounds, honestly, it sounds slightly insane. Because what Mark has just done is articulated perfectly that we separate the sexes in the Olympics because men have a physical advantage, but at the same time he wants trans women to be actually acknowledged as actual women. Therefore, the argument should be they should be entitled to all the same rights as a woman. In other words, she better compete against women. This is the problem with it. Michael.
Yeah. I think that Mark has just proven the broader political point. Because to what Mark said, he said two things can be true at once. And that's true, but two opposing things cannot be true at once. That violates the law of non-contradiction, which we've known since at least Aristotle. So it cannot be the case. Mark's definition is that a woman is a person who identifies as a woman. But that's obviously a circular definition and therefore completely insufficient.
That's not what I
or
said.
He'll say, hold on, let me just finish.
That's not what I said.
Or he'll say that
no, but that's not my position. I just want to be clear that that's not my position. You're stating is my position.
A woman can be biologically a woman, but for legal purposes, a man or something like that.
I was getting the feeling that they
totally incoherent, and it obviously is not persuasive to voters. So, getting back to the broader point that Piers opened up with, all he said was, look, if you asked AOC what a woman is, she would tie herself into knots answering. I think this panel, and Mark in particular, has just demonstrated that. And to your point, Brian, yes, I agree that Bernie is generally a non-woke leftist. And he's been very good, actually, on certain issues like immigration, because he's for reducing immigration to help workers' rights. However, I think Mamdani and AOC are manifestly woke, and I
Poor Mark is getting played like a fiddle. Yeah, I really wish he wouldn't take this shit.
I think you've just proven the point right here. If they cannot answer, as Ketanji Jackson, Supreme Court Justice,
depressing to watch, kind of,
what a woman is, that's a good rule of thumb. They've gone woke, and it has really hurt them with voters. It hurt them on common sense issues in 2024. And the more schizophrenia they demonstrate on issues like that, the worse they're going to do in 28.
I think.
Well, you can read more about this in my. Hang on, wait 1 second. You can read more about this in my new book.
No one wants to hear your fucking voice.
Which is more an aspiration that woke is dead, but this is one of the.
If you're gonna bring this many people, and how many times do I have to say, do not participate?
The reasons why the ideology behind it is so inherently flawed. Michael, I want to stay with you just to change topics and then come to the others. But there's been an interesting feud.
How do you deflect? You say that's not part of the initial problem that you were discussing, and you're pivoting.
Erupting.
You call him out on what he's doing. It's like, listen, if this was a topic you wanted to cover, then you could have told me before we were coming on the show, so I could have prepared. But I was here under the auspice that we were going to be talking about Donald Trump and the White House and some of the stuff that he's doing. But it's almost like I was making too good a point, so you pivoted to the trans issue like you always do. That's the way you handle that.
In the cyberspace between Matt Walsh and Mehdi Hassan. Well, let Mehdi explain what he thinks it's about.
Now, what's really bothering him about me is that I said in a recent visit to Dearborn,
I think that if you can play church bells, you can pray the call to prayer.
Isn't it okay for Muslim Americans to broadcast a call to prayer? I mean, let me add right now, within reason, of course, and in accordance with all local sound and noise ordinances. But Matt went nuts and said Christianity built this country. Islam did not at all in even the slightest way. That's why we can have our church bells. To which I responded, 1 in 3 of the slaves who built this country were Muslims. They were here long before the Walsh family arrived. You'd know that if you'd studied history, but I know MAGA has an issue with studying. To which Matt responded with a 13-minute video in which he got really mad, but was unable to rebut the 2 central points that I made.
Well, let's see a little bit of Matt Walsh's response to Mehdi.
You're as American as anyone else? Really, Mehdi? Really, Mr.
Lay off the sauce.
Hassan, you're as American as anyone. You're a Muslim who was born in the UK, came to this country less than 10 years ago in your mid-30s to work for Al Jazeera. Okay, is there anyone who seriously thinks that Mehdi Hassan is American?
Did he have a stroke or is he like drunk?
American at all, much less as American as anyone else?
So Michael,
I'm not even trying to like fuck him. Is he drunk or did he have a stroke?
An interesting point here. Obviously, America remains a
Jesus Christ, do these guys ever feel embarrassed that this is what they watch?
Christian
it's like fucking, hey man,
dominating,
devoid of personality. Like even his set
country.
It's like okay.
So
I'm surprised they didn't have a big mouth Billy Bass.
Sound of
Oh, wait a minute. Big Mouth Billy Bass song "Don't Worry, Be Happy." So Big Mouth Billy Bass was technically based. So yeah,
church
I can see why
bells
he's not
ringing
there. I should
to
get one.
encourage people to come to.
Here's a little song I wrote. Might want to sing it note for note. Don't worry.
A Christian place of worship would be very familiar.
Be happy.
Up and down the country. Is there anything intrinsically wrong with a call
in
to
your
prayer
life
for the many
trouble.
millions of Muslims that live in America?
You make it
Well, of course, and this is no disrespect to Muslims, but
be happy. Don't worry, be happy now.
the call to prayer, like all religion really, is a public kind of thing. It changes communities, it sets standards and norms and
That's always how Matt Walsh. No, I've watched enough Matt Walsh clips to tell, that guy's been sauced.
And so the question then becomes, what kind of communities do we have?
Again, stroke or sauce.
What kind of communities are really
Answer.
American? And the fact is, we're
I don't want to disclose my
a Christian country. I know that Mehdi Hassan was accusing Walsh's family of showing up late. But mine was here about as early as it could be on the Mayflower, and those were zealous Christian pilgrims. They called themselves pilgrims. And so it's a Christian country. Muslims basically did not exist in America until the latter part of the 20th
Actually, the next verse is pretty badass.
century after
a lot of people don't know it. They just know the first one. It's just like
the major immigration reform in Hart Cellar.
Wait.
Mehdi makes a good point that a lot of the slaves who arrived here
know
were
it.
Muslim because they were enslaved by Muslim slavers in Africa. But they almost all converted to Christianity. Our only real experience
Just
in
like
America
everyone
of
else.
Islam
Hold
early
on.
on was the first
Second verse,
Barbary
second
War
verse.
when more Muslim slavers kept stealing our sailors. And ultimately we resolved that issue, but it took a little while into the early 19th century. So on the historical point, does anybody seriously want to keep a straight face and say,
you got no place to lay your head. Somebody came and take your bed. Don't
America
worry.
is just as much a Muslim country as a Christian country? Of course not. We've been very welcoming to Muslims, and in many ways, Muslims are more grounded than secular leftists. But give me a break. It's totally preposterous, and there's nothing wrong with the people wanting to keep their religious traditions and the character of
So take your bed.
their country that's been
Like of all things.
around for 400 years.
All right, Brian, I did a bit of research into this because I wasn't even sure if it, at the moment, if it is permitted, right? So under freedom of religion, a call to prayer isn't banned from the US Constitution. However, local councils can decide on the use of loudspeakers to...
It's almost like you're a bunch of butthurt bitches that don't understand how the Constitution works, and you're just like, oh, only white stuff.
broadcast it,
Come on,
including
man.
prohibiting it during unsociable...
Just, like, seriously, if you're gonna like the Nazi stuff, you're gonna want to be the white, like, just whites only, just fucking own it. Own it.
and decibel level. In 2023, Minneapolis became the first major U.S. city to allow the announcement or adhan to be heard over speakers 5 times a day.
Don't worry. Be pepe.
Year round.
I can't do the German accent while singing.
And in New York City,
Just sounds like sexy singing.
guidelines announced in 2023 by Mayor Eric Adams clarified that mosques do not need a special permit to amplify the call to prayer on Fridays and sundown during the holy month of Ramadan. So it seems like there is a reasonable amount of flexibility already for the call to prayer. But I guess it's really about the principle. Michael arguing there that because America is so largely a Christian.
That doesn't matter. It was not founded as a Christian nation. Like, you fucking disingenuous assholes that keep doing this thing where you want to blatantly ignore the founding documents
country
that set up our country, that separated church from state. And they were very, very adamant about that because, I don't know, we just came out of the Puritan era of them using the fucking religion to institute their laws and bullshit.
Is it right that a minority, i.e. of Muslims,
that doesn't fucking matter, you asshole.
5 to 6 million.
That doesn't matter. Let them. I don't understand. We're hearing the
Muslims, I think,
like, really is different than dong 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 dong.
It is in the population of America, maybe slightly more now. Should they have a right to the call to prayer to be amplified or not?
if you're asking me if Muslims should have the right to practice their religion, I think that question is beyond easy to answer. It's right there in the First
No,
Amendment.
that wasn't the question.
It's right there. It's
that
right
wasn't
there
the question. No, it's about whether they should be allowed to.
Religion.
No, specifically. No, specifically whether they should be allowed to amplify the call to prayer in towns, cities, whatever.
Yes. If there's church bells, then then you get the horn, you get a shofar for, the Jews. No, we get it. Your little Christian superiority fucking thing that you're trying to do here.
They do
we get it.
Obviously, when you go to the Middle East, you hear it.
You know who else practiced some Christian superiority? Yeah, we used some black crosses.
Very loudly, quite deafening sometimes through a city. I've been in the Middle East a lot this year. So it's whether that should be permitted or not.
I think that if it's in accordance with local laws and there's a practicing people that want to practice their religion, then that's what America is. This idea.
Can we end the church bells? Fuck yeah.
I mean, what Michael just explained was maybe the most un-American thing that I've ever heard. This claim that we are a Christian country. I mean, Michael, we are expressly not a Christian country. In fact, we have a whole separation of church
Brian,
and state.
do you have any
right
U.S.
there in the
currency in your
Establishment Clause
pocket?
of the Constitution.
That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. It literally doesn't matter. When they created the currency, that has nothing to do with the Constitution or the founding of our country. I know you guys like to fundamentally ignore this shit, but George Washington and all those guys were not Christians.
Yes, I do have currency. In my pocket.
What's it say on?
They were Freemasons.
On there. What does it
says
say?
in God we trust, which was
does it say in Allah is our trust? Does it say in Shiva
God,
is our trust?
Michael, I'm not going to enter into a whole theocratic debate with you, but God can mean a lot of different things
It's
to
not
a lot of different
theocratic.
people.
It's answering the silly point that you just made. We're a Christian
what-
country. Our founders said so. The men who built the country said so. It's in our national anthem, and it's on our.
That doesn't matter.
That having "In God We Trust" on our dollar bill does not mean that we are a Christian nation. We have the freedom of religion and the freedom from religion in this country. And
Yeah, it's literally it's baked into our Constitution. That doesn't matter what your little "In God We Trust" thing says.
the notion that because
I can literally do the "In Dog We Trust," and that has just as much merit.
Christians view themselves as some persecuted minority or some persecuted
Which, because I'm dyslexic, that's what it said for years.
majority in this country does
Soft
not just mean automatically that this is a Christian country. I know that's a big.
Hey, Brian, is Christmas a federal holiday?
Yes.
Doesn't matter.
It is. Is Easter a federal holiday?
Yes. You're not
kind of weird.
By,
But we're
by
not a
pointing
Christian
on
country.
But one's about a giant bunny and the other one's about adopting paganism. Nice try.
Okay.
Do you put up a Christmas tree? Well, you should put up your Christmas cross because honestly, just do that thing where, since he was born to die for your sins, you can put the little cross in the manger. You could swath it, put a little passy on it, and then keep it until Easter where you sacrifice it because then maybe, just maybe, you'll understand those sins that he sacrificed himself for. Part of that was also from you being a cunt asshole.
I just wanted to
Well,
check.
I have a hang on.
We're not
Let me
a
jump
Christian
in.
country.
You're not making the point.
Let me jump.
Sorry for the free use of the C word today, but I'm done.
Actually, you're making.
I really am.
Let me jump in. There are. Let me jump in. There are just. I've just checked while I've been listening to you guys. There are just under 5 million people identifying as Muslim in the United States of America, out of a population of 340 million or so. There are 235 million people in the United States who identify as Christian, making up 69% of our
Oh, they want to own marriage, but they don't want to own divorce.
population. I mean, that is, whatever way you look at it, Brian, that makes America a predominantly Christian country. I mean, there's no disputing the numbers.
Pointing out
It doesn't.
which religious group has a majority in a country does not make that country a Christian nation, especially at the expense of some other religion. So you can point to the fact that we have.
But would you call any Middle Eastern? Okay, would you call any Middle Eastern countries Muslim countries? Because they have other religions in those countries. So are they Muslim? Are they Muslim countries?
It depends what the country is and what their constitution says. I mean, our constitution expressly says that we are
exactly, and that's the point. Can I just jump in as a Muslim and as a professor and as a Muslim and as a scholar of Middle Eastern studies? I think I have something to contribute here.
I think you're ticking a lot of boxes here, Mark, to jump in. Yes.
Look, I have to sometimes. So there's a few things here. One, the definition of a religious country is being floated about here in ways that I think are unclear. If we're talking about a religious state, the United States is not a religious state. It's not a Christian nation in that way, right? Is it founded largely on Christian values? Is the culture leaning toward Christianity? Hence why we have federal holidays like Christmas off and Easter off, but we don't necessarily have off for, although now we have off for Eid as well, right? But it just depends. But in that way, yes, this is a Christian country, but the principle of this country is that there's religious tolerance and that there's religious plurality. There
That's a weird capitulation.
are about close to 5 million Muslims, and many who don't identify for various reasons, and there are about 7 million Jews.
Hold on. When did Easter?
When we practice Jewish holidays or observe Jewish holidays, we don't tell people, silence your voice, silence your prayer call, silence this because it's a Christian country, and we shouldn't. We want to honor and respect the beautiful religion of Judaism and the beautiful religion of Islam and the beautiful religion of Christianity. We have to do all of those things at once. You said that historically Muslims didn't enter this country until the last
1870. This guy wants to act like it's baked into our Constitution. 1870, Ulysses S. Grant celebrated the first Christmas. First Easter was also established in the same fucking year.
The 20th century. That's just factually untrue. And I think to ignore the fact, not relative to
1870.
the number of enslaved Africans who were
It's almost 100 years later, you fucking assholes.
brought here, and that was Mehdi's point that I
converted
don't
to
want to
Christianity.
see distorted. They were forced to convert to Christianity. That's like
they
me
were
saying
forced to
there weren't that
convert to
many
Islam.
Jews. That's like me saying there weren't that many Jews during the Inquisition, right? If you're forced to hide, if you're forced to convert, I'm not using that as that's not a feather in your cap. The point
But
here
Mark,
is
Mark, we're drifting away. Mark, we're drifting away.
Enslaved Africans, enslaved Africans
We're
built
drifting away from Mark.
enslaved Africans built this country.
Yeah, Etch, thank you for joining tonight.
And many
I'll catch you later. I will be on this space
were
tomorrow.
Muslim, and
I'm probably gonna be ending show after
many
this. by the way.
even after the era of slavery still held on. They still held on to
And
Islam,
Michael
and
did
many,
say
and
that.
many of and many
Let
of
me
them
just jump in.
and many of them practiced secretly and
We have about
silently, and
20
even at
minutes
the
left.
beginning of the 20th century with the Moorish Science Temple,
Yeah,
with
but
the
secret
Ahmadiyya
Muslim
movement. I mean, there are
prisons.
just
We're moving
numerous
away.
movements. And
Hang on,
if you look at
please.
the founding fathers,
Time
God
out,
forbid
please.
we bring some facts in here.
Time
All right, but
out.
you're
America's a
interrupting the
Christian
point
country.
of.
Thank
okay,
you.
go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. We're moving away from the actual question. It's not about whether Muslims have a right to practice their religion or even a historical lesson about how many may have been slaves that helped found America. That's not the debate we're having. We're having the debate that given there are under 5 million Muslims in the United States, should they be permitted to have a call to prayer of the kind that you would hear all over the Middle East? You're a professor of Middle Eastern studies. You just declared that. Do you think that would be a sensible move to enable the call to prayer to be heard across America? Yes or no?
Okay. Well, it's not a yes or no question. Some things aren't yes or no. And by the way, the diversions came from me responding to the misinformation that had been distributed. I didn't randomly go into a historical analysis of Muslims in America. I was responding to the misinformation.
All right.
But to your direct question, there should be a call for prayer because we're in a nation that is that has religious tolerance, and the call for prayer is a necessary part of the practice of Islam. It's not just that Muslims want to call to prayer. The adhan is actually part of the process of prayer. But the debate here, or the request here, wasn't for it to be declared loudly across America as you just described it. That was never the debate. No, if there are 4 Muslims in Wichita, I'm just saying hypothetically, no one's saying, well, Wichita has to have the adhan played 5 times a day. That's not the call. If there are Muslim communities and there are masajid, there are mosques there, yes, they should be able to do the call to prayer. It was never supposed to be blasted across the city. It's supposed to be blasted or played within a reasonable earshot. That's all it is. That's not what it's like in Saudi. But to give you a perfect example, as someone who spent the last 15 years or so studying in Israel and in Palestine, I can tell you that when you walk through Jerusalem and you hear the call to prayer, it's within the earshot. It doesn't disrupt the people.
God damn it. Like, this is where optics matter, guys. I hate to do this. I like Mark Lamont Hill a lot, but he's coming off as stammering and, again, always just having to answer for this shit. I'm not sure if this is the editing. It doesn't seem like they're editing this, and this is why I get annoyed.
5 blocks away or even 2 blocks away. And that's certainly an ecumenical country, and it identifies as a Jewish state, but still Muslims are able to
thought that the left was better at this. They really, like, at least on Piers Morgan, he does expose sometimes the shortcomings of this, because this is where Destiny there's a reason outside of him being sex pestiny, but he does know how to shut this bitch like down, which is nice. Where he knows how to like listen to Piers and just be like, no, you don't get to do that.
Don played in that
even with a 7-second delay.
context. That's all people are
Which that explains a lot, by the way.
asking for.
All right, interesting. Jack Posobi, what's your view of this?
Well, I think that I think that what Mark is saying, it makes sense, and at the same time, I do think that cities and towns can vote on whatever noise ordinance they'd like. And I think the bigger question here, though, really does come down to the fact that these massive immigration of Middle Easterners, massive immigration of Muslims have come into the United States predominantly since the events of 9/11, predominantly since the advent of the turn of the century, the 21st century.
So you're telling me after a terrorist attack, America was doubly as welcome to Muslim American, or like to Muslim countries? Jack, I lived through this shit. No. No, we were very racist. And we were very anti-Islam, anti-Muslim. And if there was a bunch of Muslims coming over the border, guess what? That's a Republican problem. But since you want to be that disingenuous in your framing, I would expect you to maybe correct yourself, right?
And that's why you're seeing things like this, seeing questions like this come up, because America has gone down this road from open borders and mass immigration towards...
Yeah, I mean, we just read 2 Corinthians and followed that J-man that you seem to like so much.
A new country where the demographic...
You guys are all about Jesus' love, acceptance, and, Jesus' word, but you want to ignore some parts blatantly just because, I don't know, what is it? What is it?
Have massively shifted in this country since 2000. And that's why we're getting all of these questions that used to sort of be quote unquote settled science in America.
How old is he?
Now suddenly we're having to deal with the fact that we've got millions and millions of people here that don't share our culture, that don't share our history, that have no connection to our founding whatsoever. And they're
Are Muslims
bringing
shooting
their
up south of the
cultures with
border?
them.
Hey, los musulmanes.
40?
How does the border crisis connect to the
like, what was he? He was either a junior or a senior.
question of the Adhan? I'm trying to understand.
No, I'm saying open borders in terms of mass immigration.
From where? Where's the mass immigration coming from?
Yeah, from where?
There's mass immigration from the Middle East. There's mass immigration from South Asia. There's mass immigration from Latin America. There's tons of mass immigration all over this country.
He's talking like a child trying to lie. Yeah.
How do you think they got
You think
to
in the last 5 years, there's been
go look at the guy who's running for New York mayor. Go look. This guy is winning the party, winning the
Yeah, who's been here since he was 7.
General election in New York because of mass immigration. This has become his leading edge.
So now you're exposing yourself for being scared of brown people. We get it. Can anybody just fucking say it? Like, Jesus Christ. When they're being racist, like scaredy little white boys, this is the time to kind of bring it up.
In terms of the proportionality of votes that he's winning are from foreign-born New Yorkers.
Every time we get suckered into these
debates. A guy who's going to be the mayor of our
debates.
biggest city because of mass immigration. A guy who, by the way, like yourself, is Muslim and is someone who was born outside of the country. He's an immigrant himself, I think 2018. So there's no way you can say that mass immigration from these areas hasn't changed the character of America.
I was disputing the idea that the border crisis was connected because the border crisis wasn't bringing large numbers of Muslims. That's the part that I was disputing. As far as the mass immigration, if you remember, but when people say the border crisis, they're not.
What is this weird fucking like conflation of this border? Like, do they really just think there's like a line of just a bunch of brown people of all different likes and just waiting to get in? Like, Jesus Christ. Republicans really are kind of like, I'm gonna say this once tonight. They're retarded.
Talking about
like, holy shit.
People refugees from Syria coming in.
They have child brains where they just do not fucking get outside of these childish concepts, and they don't challenge each other on them. So they sit in this, and this is why I get mad at guys like Mark Lamont Hill and BTC, where it's like, do better, call them on this. Like, why? It's obviously not the editing. Why are you always just like, I know.
But to the extent that we are,
Yes, a lot of
and
them
the
do
United
come
States
in
has
as
done an
refugees from Syria and Turkey and Afghanistan and Somalia. Like
how many Syrian refugees have come in the last 5 years? How many Syrian refugees have come in the last 5 years?
Too many.
Ballpark.
Too many.
How many? No, that's
Too
a
many.
fancy way of saying I don't know, and I just threw out something.
No, again, like you can point to deer. I could pull it up right now if I want. If you really wanted to have a conversation about this,
then do it.
But places like Dearborn, Michigan,
because
places like Minneapolis.
Why is he so bad at this? Is it the stuttering? Like, does he actually have a stutter and a stammer? Or is he just like, dude? Optics matter, people. Optics matter.
Are not
just gonna say it. I love Mark Lamont Hill. I love his content. He has great politics for the most part. I have disagreed with like one or two things, but fucking A, dude. Just answer this.
now having these policies because of mass immigration. It's
Christ. Meanwhile, this dipshit's cool as a cucumber.
Just a numbers argument. It's
because they have
basic
black
math.
and brown people there, and those things don't actually change the character of America. If we're saying that the character of America is democratic,
Minneapolis hasn't
and
been changed
ecumenical
since
in terms of
1990
religion.
because of mass Somalian immigration. Is that really what you're saying right now?
I'm saying the character of America has not been changed.
Someone called QT Cinderella got canceled? For what?
If you bring in large numbers
Who the fuck is canceling a random streamer?
of Somalians,
Minneapolis, Dearborn,
if you bring in
New York
large
City,
numbers of, if you
Philadelphia,
bring in,
I mean, honestly, all her associations with Ludwig,
if you bring in,
who, again, you want to talk about a de-evolution? Like, that guy used to do some pretty engaging content that seemed pretty, I don't know, not steeped in his ego, but holy fuck, dude. You want to talk about, like, watching some dude just burn it all down?
if you bring in large numbers, say for example, of Somalians to Minnesota, and those Somalians are Muslim, then yeah, you'll see more Muslim culture and more Muslim practices happening.
Oh, shiz, you've been going at it. Good stuff.
In Minneapolis.
Oh, Lucan, welcome back. Yeah, I usually do like 6-7 hour streams.
But that's not antithetical to the character of America. That's the point I'm making.
Of course it is.
Okay.
Embracing religion.
I think we can all agree, probably.
Embracing tolerance.
I think we can all agree that when it comes to numbers,
I don't know, people get canceled for nothing nowadays.
Reported 10 million people came into the United States illegally under the Biden administration was not a good
Yeah, but what? Like, what did she do?
thing.
What is this cancellation that happened?
For America, and certainly not a good thing that
I also think that people say someone got canceled when they didn't. They said something problematic and they're like, oh, they got canceled. Meanwhile, they maintained their audience. They lost a few, like a little bit of audience share. And that's where people are like, look at this person got canceled.
lost control of their border. Well, Mark, you can.
I haven't seen a good example of anybody getting canceled to the point where they just disappeared. Destiny's still here. Explain that.
Laugh, but actually, I think it was a
dude literally has committed alleged SA and released some fucking, some prawn pictures that were unsolicited. Like, come on, man.
one of the fundamental.
Like, we do have a problem with this one where I think that the overuse of cancellation and the overemphasis in people's brains where it's like, this person got canceled, this person canceled, this person canceled, has also created this culture where people don't get canceled when they deserve to be.
Fundamental reasons. Donald Trump.
You know damn well
King from
I'm not
Marvel.
going to agree to that. That's why I'm
Yeah,
laughing.
well, that one was fucked up, but also it kind of resulted in something good.
Fears, you-
That Kane saga was going to suck anyway.
No, I'm laughing. I'm laughing because you
wow.
know damn well I'm not going to. That would be like saying, oh, and I think we can all agree that, like, you know what I mean? Like, soccer sucks. Like, you know I'm not going to agree to that. Like, you know I wasn't. You're setting me
You
up.
should
Why?
agree to that. That's my point. You should agree. You should just
Piers,
say,
how
Piers,
could you
you're
assume
right.
that Mark would want
let
to
me
enforce basic immigration laws? How could you assume? That's crazy.
Let me ask Michael before we let everyone go, because it's been a fascinating debate. Thank you all very much. But tomorrow you're appearing, Michael, before the Senate Judiciary Subcommittee on the Constitution at the invitation of Subcommittee Chairman Eric Schmidt for a hearing entitled "Politically Violent Attacks: A Threat to Our Constitutional Order." And you.
Why is a podcaster getting invited to this? Wait a minute. Why isn't a police chief or somebody that actually has statistics on this or has been through it? Michael fucking Knowles is. Jesus Christ, we live in a. I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this. Fuck him. That's the end of that. I'm glad that he got invited to that. Just kind of shows where we're at as a country, where we apparently have a bunch of dipshits just being like, you know what we have? We have a problem. A constitutional problem with leftist violence. Let's talk to this guy, Michael Knowles, that 100% agrees because he's a podcaster. Fucking dude, we love it. Jesus Christ. Best they could get on short notice? Yeah, no shit. Like, damn, dude. Like, that's kind of fucked up that, yeah, Michael Knowles is, I mean, of all the podcasters too, really? Michael fucking Knowles? Like, okay. Well, that just shows us where we're at. All right, guys, but that is 7 hours into stream. That means that, yeah, got a little bit late tonight. So I'm going to hit the Dusted Trail, and I will see you guys tomorrow at noon for Pepaganda. Noon, 1 p.m. Eastern for Pepaganda over on this space. There we go. And then, actually, let me link this space real quick. Because, you know, hindsight being 20/20 and all. There we go. Whoa. That was a weird hyperlink. I don't know why that did that. But either way, follow on this space, watch Pepaganda, and then I will catch you guys live at 4 p.m. for the next episode of High on Politics. Lucan27 over on Twitch. I appreciate you being here, man, and I appreciate you kind of engaging with us and having a good old time. So welcome to what did we end up calling? Oh, the Pep Squad. I forgot what the other one was. But yeah, welcome to the Pep Squad, and I will catch you guys tomorrow. Oh, hey. You know what that is? That's a black screen. It's not supposed to be a black screen. There we go. Yes, NDD. Thank you for the subscription. I appreciate that. As I adjust my screen here, I will see you guys tomorrow. Cue that music.
Who the heck is Pep Talks? I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Who the heck is Pep Talk? They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the Pep Talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all